Chapter 1321. Supreme True Marshal is really generous to you. Lord Kuang's voice came from the cave. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Should I call you Lord Kuang or something else?" "What do you mean?" "I think your memories aren't limited to Lord Kuang's. The Black Wind Mountain Cave had imprisoned demigod demons before. Last time, Yi Chen had been invaded by a demigod's thoughts. But thoughts were just thoughts. With Lord Kuang's talent, he shouldn't have been invaded by a single thought. If Yi Chen was right, Lord Kuang should have merged with a different kind of martial arts Yuan Shen. That was why his memories were messed up and he couldn't tell if he was a human or a demon. So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" The cave seal loosened a little and a wisp of essence leaked out. "I'm just curious. Since you want to know, I'll tell you myself." Roar, roar, roar. A ghostly howl resounded as a silver shadow dashed towards Yi Chen like a silver storm. Silver martial arts Yuan Shen. No one knew that Lord Kuang's martial arts Yuan Shen wasn't a bronze one, but a silver one. Yi Chen could see that Lord Kuang's martial arts Yuan Shen was even purer than Heavenly Master rotting demons. It was as if it was made of silver steel needles, shining with a silver light that could penetrate one's bones. The silver shadow was extremely fast. With just a curl, Yi Chen was sucked in. Then it spun and shrank, causing the walls to tremble. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. He unsheathed the heavenly sword and stabbed at the silver shadow. Divine weapon. The silver shadow shrieked and with a swoosh it pulled away. "If you were free from the seal, I might be afraid of you. But now..." Yi Chen's body flashed as he waved the heavenly sword. The silver shadow was fast, but how could it be faster than the heavenly sword? It was cut into dozens of pieces. Damn it. Dozens of silver shadows burrowed into the cave. They were only a part of the silver martial arts primordial spirit and not all of its power. It was no match for the power of a divine artifact. The cave that had sealed it in the past had now become its refuge. After all, Yi Chen did not dare to break the seal. Once the seal was broken, the complete silver martial arts primordial spirit would be completely freed. "Where are you going?" Yi Chen shook the heavenly sword in his hand, and hundreds of petals danced in the air. Time suddenly stopped, but the silver Yuan Shen's fragments were too powerful. The sword aura only affected the last fragment of the silver Yuan Shen, and the rest all drilled into the cave. Reaching out, Yi Chen grabbed the fragment of the silver martial Dao primordial spirit. Chi. As if he had caught a hedgehog, Yi Chen's sword energy was riddled with holes. Break. Seal. The destructive sword intent, sword energy and heart force exploded, and the silver Yuan Shen's fragments exploded. Then Yi Chen held the heavenly sword and swung it in a circle, sealing the fragments into the heavenly sword realm. Although the heavenly sword realm was not very exquisite, its structure was very strong, and it was more than enough to seal a fragment of the silver Yuan Shen. "You will regret this." In the cave, Mad Sovereign said venomously. "That's a matter for the future." Sheathing the heavenly sword, Yi Chen waved his hand, and the Black Wind token appeared. In the next moment, the token floated out and stuck to the entrance of the cave. A mysterious power surged, repairing the damaged seal. The caves on both sides of the Black Wind stream could only seal demons below the legend rank, and not the silver Yuan Shen. However, with the Black Wind token he could strengthen the seal again and again, and when he had the power he could seal the other party in the Black Wind stream. The power of the Black Wind token and the power of the Black Wind stream come from the same source. I wonder how it was made. After a long time, Yi Chen kept the Black Wind token and thought to himself. The Black Wind token was not created by the true martial sovereign, and he only had the right to keep it. It was said that the power of the Black Wind token was the human race's top secret. Heavenly Sword Realm. From the first layer to the last, the Sword Realm was filled with dots of light. These dots of light were the tiny fragments of the silver Yuan Shen, and each dot of light contained a lot of information. The reason why Yi Chen provoked the Mad Sovereign was not because he was impulsive. The Mad Sovereign would not go crazy for no reason. There was an 80% chance that he was invaded by a foreign Yuan Shen, and the two Yuan Shen fused together, causing his memories to be in a mess, and he could not tell who he was. Since Yi Chen dared to provoke the Mad Sovereign, he naturally had full confidence. First, the seal on the two sides of the Black Wind stream was not very strong. If the Mad Sovereign could break free, he would have done so a long time ago. It was likely that the Mad Sovereign had only begun to reach the silver Yuan Shen in recent years, and was preparing to accumulate power to break the seal and escape from the Black Wind stream. Once the Mad Sovereign escaped from the Black Wind stream, he would be a much bigger threat than the corrupt Devil Holy Master. Of course, Yi Chen was also a little shocked. He was not very sure, and he only wanted to test the waters. In the end, he caught a big fish. Fortunately, he had the heavenly sword, or this big fish would have eaten him up and devoured his Yuan Shin. The test this time could be described in one sentence: the skilled were bold. The cavern is much more dangerous, but it is safe to study these Yuan Shin fragments. Other than Mad Sovereign, no one had studied the black smoke more than Yi Qin. Therefore Yi Qin knew how dangerous the black windstream cavern was, and he could not stay there for long. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Qin would not choose to go there. Although he was confident, when faced with a demigod-level Yuan Shin, his confidence would sometimes turn into arrogance, and he would become like Mad Sovereign. 1, 2. Soon Yi Qin had studied the light dots from the 1st to the 10th level of the sword realm, and his mind was filled with a lot of information about body refinement and spirit refinement. Spirit refinement was to cultivate the Yuan Shin, so Yi Qin put it aside for the time being. Soon a year had passed. It's about time to break through. On this day he opened his eyes and slowly breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. A demigod's martial Yuan soul was indeed a demigod's martial Yuan soul. Although revered Mad probably didn't fuse much with it, the amount of information was immeasurable. The information contained in a demigod's martial Yuan soul was hundreds or even thousands of times more than that of a legendary sovereign's martial Yuan soul. The immortal sword intent soared into the sky, and Yi Qin's immortal sword physique trembled a few times. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on Yi Qin's body, like a spider web. More and more cracks appeared and streams of blood flowed down. But soon these cracks recovered and the blood flowed back into his body. Immortal sword physique level 10 breakthrough. The reason why there were cracks on Yi Qin's body was because Yi Qin's body structure had instantly collapsed, and then reformed, becoming stronger and tougher. Chapter 1322. The 9th level of the immortal sword body could withstand the attack of a high-level supreme, while the 10th level could withstand the attack of a peak supreme. In the entire human race, apart from the Golden Buddha Supreme, there was no one stronger than Yi Qin in terms of physical defense. However, it was said that the long-lost Golden Supreme of the Dragon Clan surpassed the Golden Buddha Supreme in terms of body refinement. Of course, the Golden Buddha Supreme and the Golden Supreme were both at the 9th level. Even the True Martial Supreme, the Bronze Supreme, and a few other Supremes were also at the 9th level. If Yi Qin could upgrade his spirit body to the 9th level, then the 10th level of the immortal sword body would not only be able to withstand the attack of a peak supreme, but also the attack of a quasi-legendary supreme such as Heavenly Master Rot Devil. The 9th level spirit body was also known as the indestructible body. The power of the indestructible body was surging, which was of great benefit to upgrading the immortal sword body. The two complemented each other. Therefore Yi Qin felt that it was necessary to upgrade his spirit body to the 9th level. Unfortunately, if a non-refining supreme wanted to upgrade his spirit body, he couldn't rely on himself and could only rely on heavenly treasures. Although the 9th level spirit body cultivated in this way was much weaker than a body refining supreme, it was better than nothing. At Yi Qin's level he deeply felt the importance of defense. With high defense he could at least run away if he couldn't beat others. With high offense he might be able to seriously injure those with weak defense, but it was still useless against those with high defense. For example, the Golden Buddha Supreme's attack was inferior to Yi Qin's, but Heavenly Master Rot Devil couldn't do anything to the Golden Buddha Supreme. Golden Body Fruit 100 Refinement Grass, Spring of Life. After leaving the Black Wind Stream, Yi Qin didn't stop and went to various supreme secret realms to find treasures that could upgrade his spirit body. The matter with the Golden Buddha Supreme was a major event of the human race, related to the life and death of the entire race. This time it was Yi Qin's personal matter, so Yi Qin could only rely on himself to find treasures. Yi Qin's luck was good. He found a spring of life. The spring of life and the heaven and earth cold spring were relatively precious spring waters in the universe. Finding one was already a stroke of luck. Of course, the life energy of the spring of life wasn't endless. Breaking through from the 8th level to the 9th level would probably consume one spring of life at a time. Therefore there was a lot of the spring of life. It was just that it was hard to find. As for the Golden Body Fruit and the 100 Refinement Grass, they weren't very precious. The truly precious ones were the Golden Body Fruit and the 100 Refinement Grass that were more mature. 100,000 years old Golden Body Fruit and 50,000 years old 100 Refinement Grass were a grade higher than an ordinary spring of life or a heaven and earth cold spring. Icy Secret Realm. In the coldest supreme secret realm in the universe, the temperature inside was absolute zero. Even time and space were frozen in this absolute low temperature. Of course, this was the absolute zero of the universe. Under human circumstances, it could be even lower. The prerequisite for entering the icy mystic realm was to become a supreme being. Otherwise, there was no way to survive for a long time inside. Interestingly, the worldly cold spring was even colder than absolute zero. The lower the temperature, the more precious the worldly cold spring was. For example, it could be 1, 5, 10 times lower than absolute zero. An ordinary worldly cold spring would only be twice as cold as absolute zero. After arriving at the icy secret realm, Yi Chen felt that time and space were frozen. His thoughts were also much slower. In the void there were many round ice balls. The smallest of these ice balls was hundreds of millions of miles in size. The bigger ones were several light years in size. It was as if he had entered a solid world. Every time Yi Chen moved forward, the sword energy consumed was 10 times that of the outside world. Fortunately, a supreme being had plenty of energy. This bit of consumption was nothing to Yi Chen. Activating the netherworld's sacred eye, Yi Chen scanned the surrounding ice balls. And Yi Chen found something. But soon he smiled bitterly. On one of the ice balls, Yi Chen saw a flowing liquid. This liquid was actually the worldly cold spring. Unfortunately, there was no source. Someone must have taken away the worldly cold spring and left some of the spring water behind. In the icy secret realm, only the worldly cold spring water would flow. In the icy secret realm there was no time. Yi Chen searched day and night. 3 years passed in the outside world. On this day Yi Chen's eyes lit up. With a swish, without wasting any sword energy, Yi Chen flew to an ice ball that was several light years in size. Whoosh! The sound of rushing water could be heard. Yi Chen saw a flowing spring. This spring water came out of the hole on the surface of the ice ball. Finally found it. Sword energy erupted. Yi Chen forcefully dug out this worldly cold spring from the ice ball. For him, absolute zero was just a relatively cold temperature. The worldly cold spring was like a white dragon, struggling in Yi Chen's palm. Fortunately, Yi Chen was a supreme being. One should know that a worldly cold spring could freeze a small galaxy and turn it into an ice ball. Crack, crack, crack. On the surface of the ice ball, cracks spread out with the hole as the center. Rumble. A huge ice monster jumped out. It was the unique life of the icy secret realm, giant ice monster. If you can understand me, you better not come over. Holding the worldly cold spring, Yi Chen said lightly. Uff, uff. How could it understand Yi Chen's words? It only knew that Yi Chen had snatched its worldly cold spring, which could make it stronger and stronger. It opened its mouth, and a whirlwind that surpassed absolute zero burst out. Each wind blade could cut open the defense of an ordinary supreme being. Shaking his head, Yi Chen stabbed out with his sword finger. Uff. The whirlwind dissipated, and the giant ice monster was blown away by the powerful finger power, losing a large piece of its chest. In terms of defense, the giant ice monster was not weaker than the Gold Creek monster. Of course, this was mainly because Yi Chen didn't kill it. Otherwise, he would have taken out the heaven sword and killed it without a doubt. After blowing away the ice beast, Yi Chen tried his best to seal the heaven-earth cold spring. The temperature of the heaven-earth cold spring was too low. If he put it in his storage ring, the space of the storage ring would collapse, which would waste the cold chi of the heaven-earth cold spring. Only by sealing it or putting it in the ice secret realm would it not be wasted. While sealed, the giant ice monster attacked Yi Chen without any regard for its life. However, each time it attacked Yi Chen, it lost a piece of its body. After hundreds of attacks, the giant ice monster finally learned its lesson and avoided Yi Chen. Although its intelligence was low, it vaguely knew that continuing to attack would not bring it any benefits. Soon Yi Chen sealed the worldly cold spring and put it in the storage ring. Time to leave. With a large amount of golden body fruit, 100 refinement grass, life spring water, and worldly cold spring, Yi Chen had a 30 to 40% chance of breaking through to the 9th step spirit body. At the very least, he could increase his spirit body to the peak of the 8th step. Once he found some useful treasures, it would not be so troublesome. Leaving the icy secret realm, Yi Chen returned to the 9 revolution star sky continent. Rumble. Rumble. After putting down the life spring and worldly cold spring, 2 long rivers appeared in the sky continent. One was emitting boundless life force, while the other was emitting boundless cold chi. The 2 rivers converged, forming a small Taiji-like lake. Yi Chen jumped into the small lake and accepted the washing of the life spring and worldly cold spring. Chapter 1323. Taiji Lake. Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a groan when he jumped in. The heaven-earth cold spring was too cold, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could endure without any defenses. The flow of his blood and chi gradually slowed down, and even his vitality showed signs of being frozen. Yi Chen's position just so happened to be at the boundary between the heaven-earth cold spring and the spring of life. The left side of his body was nearly frozen by the heaven-earth cold spring, while the right side of his body was being nourished by the spring of life. One side was comfortable while the other was cold. It was simply the 9 heavens of ice and fire. Taking out a golden body fruit, Yi Qin directly swallowed it down. Visible to the naked eye, a layer of golden color spread out from Yi Qin's body. This was the medicinal effect of the golden body fruit. The biggest characteristic of the golden body fruit was its rapid absorption. When the medicinal effect of the golden body fruit was exhausted, Yi Qin took out 100 refinement grass and opened his mouth. The essence of the 100 refinement grass turned into a cold light and was sucked into his mouth. Compared to the golden body fruit, the 100 refinement grass was much harder to absorb. However, the medicinal effect of the 100 refinement grass was 10 times stronger than the golden body fruit. Cold light blossomed on Yi Qin's body bit by bit. When the cold light gradually covered Yi Qin's entire body was like a steel cast that had been tempered 1,000 times. Even his hair was hard and emitted cold light in all directions. 40 golden body fruits and 500 refinement grass. In the end, the golden light and cold light intertwined on Yi Qin's body, and his aura became incomparably firm. At this point, no amount of golden body fruits and 100 refinement grass would be of any use. The human body had a limit to its absorption. After all, Yi Qin wasn't a physique refinement sovereign, and the limit of his body's absorption was far from that of a physique refinement sovereign. Generally, if a physique refinement sovereign wanted to break through their absorption limit, they would have to find even more precious treasures to break through. Now he had to see if he could break through to the 9th grade spirit body. Otherwise, Yi Qin could only search for more precious treasures. The spring of life was filled with boundless vitality, while the heaven-earth cold spring was bone-chilling. Yi Qin, who was in between the two, felt his body itch, numb, hot, cold, stinging and soft. With the effects of the spring of life and the heaven-earth cold spring, the medicinal power of the golden body fruit and the medicinal power of the 100 refinements herbs were quickly absorbed and refined. The nourishment of the spring of life and the stimulation of the heaven-earth cold spring could more or less increase the absorption power. He's already at the peak of the 8th step. Yi Qin could clearly feel his body becoming stronger and stronger, his bones becoming harder and harder, his muscles becoming more and more full of explosive power. The inextinguishable strength within his body was also rising steadily. Closing his eyes, Yi Qin sank into the spring water. Breaking through to the 9th order spiritual body wasn't something that could be done overnight. He had plenty of time. After a month, Yi Qin floated up. Breaking through to the 9th order spiritual body was countless times more difficult than he had imagined. No wonder only 5 people from the human race had broken through to the 9th order spiritual body. Apart from true martial sovereign, the others were all body refinement sovereigns. It should be known that those sovereigns who hadn't broken through to the 9th order spiritual body were already thousands of years old, while the older ones were already hundreds of thousands of years old. If it was so easy to break through, they would have done so long ago. The remaining energy of the spring of life and the heaven-earth cold spring was less than 1% of their original energy. Yi Qin called Su Jing and Murong Qingqing over and let them soak in the Tai Chi lake. Su Jing was a body refinement sovereign, and her spirit body had already reached the late 8th order. Murong Qingqing wasn't bad either, having just broken through to the early 8th order not long ago. However, their martial arts were too low, unlike Yi Qin, who was a sovereign and had the 10th level of the immortal sword body, which could resist the low temperature of the heaven-earth cold spring. Therefore, the remaining energy of the spring of life and the heaven-earth cold spring was just the limit of what they could bear, which was very beneficial to them. In the Tai Chi lake, 2 white and tender figures swam back and forth, creating a unique scene. Yi Qin, who hadn't had the pleasure of having sex for a long time, felt his heart move. He tangled with the two and beautiful sounds spread out. In the vast starry sky, there was no end to it. Yi Qin made up his mind to break through to the 9th order spirit body. The heavenly river was too unpredictable and hell was too mysterious. Yi Qin didn't want to go to these 2 places for the time being. Therefore he set his goal on exploring the universe. To a sovereign, the universe was boundless, and exploring the universe was basically everyone's dream. It should be known that the territories occupied by the Human Race Alliance and the Demons Alliance were only a small part of the universe. Whether there were other races in other places, no one could be sure without seeing them with their own eyes. Yi Qin's speed was very fast. Normally he could fly hundreds of thousands of light years in a day. At full speed it was possible for him to travel millions of light years in a day. Yi Qin went to many places such as the Death God Star Zone, where the Death God Vines gathered. In this star zone, there was an Emperor-level Death God Vine on every planet. Some of the Death God Vines had even reached the Sovereign level, and they could kill ordinary sovereigns or even powerful sovereigns. The skilled were bold. Yi Chen went on a rampage in the Death God Star Zone, and the Death God vines that filled the starry sky couldn't stop him at all. It's been 3 months. This place should be hundreds of millions of light years away from the 4 major star zones with life. Yi Chen stood on a neutron star. The neutron star's powerful gravity and terrifying high temperature were useless to him. They couldn't even damage his clothes. Swoosh! A deep pit appeared on the neutron star, and Yi Chen disappeared. Soon half a year had passed. Yi Chen came to the side of a deep and unfathomable black river. This was the famous dark galaxy in the universe. There were many dark beasts in the dark galaxy. In addition, there was also an extremely rare treasure, the dark lotus. The roots of the dark lotus could temper the body, the leaves could heal wounds, and the most precious thing was the lotus seed. A single seed could save 1,000 years of hard work. The only pity was that the dark lotus was only useful to people who cultivated demonic power, such as the demons and the demonic humans who cultivated demonic power. Murong Qingqing's talent and comprehension weren't top-notch. Without external help, she would need at least tens of thousands of years to become a sovereign. Take Duguju for example. If he couldn't grasp the big picture, then the time it would take for him to become a sovereign would be 10 times or even 100 times longer. It would take at least a few thousand years. This was also why there would only be 1 or 2 amazing people in an era. The others would only serve as foils. With the Dark Lotus, Murong Qingqing could save a few thousand years of hard work. A dark beast comparable to an ordinary sovereign pounced at Yi Chen, its huge body parting the water with terrifying momentum. Facing the dark beast that was thousands of times larger than him, Yi Chen stretched out his right hand and grabbed lightly. Poof! The dark beast was directly crushed into meat paste. While the immortal sword body gave Yi Chen a powerful defense, it also gave him an invincible power. Although the power contained in the immortal sword body was only comparable to a powerful sovereign, it was still quite amazing. The dark galaxy flowed all the time. Without Yi Chen knowing, Yi Chen followed the dark galaxy to another place, a place that Yi Chen had never been to before. Chapter 1324. Although the dark galaxy couldn't be compared to the celestial river, it was still unpredictable. If an ordinary supremacy entered, they might get trapped and wouldn't be able to get out. As he roamed the dark galaxy, Yi Chen gradually got used to its environment. This place gave people a feeling of loneliness, emptiness, and coldness. There are mana fluctuations. On this day, Yi Chen sensed mana fluctuations different from those of the dark beast. These fluctuations were very weak, and Yi Chen had to distinguish them several times before he could confirm it. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen flew towards the source of the mana fluctuations. Yi Chen discovered that the closer he got to the source of the mana fluctuations, the more dark beasts there were. There were ordinary supremacy dark beasts, powerful supremacy dark beasts, and super supremacy dark beasts. These dark beasts all had violent natures, and they were frantically attacking Yi Chen. Seeing that more and more dark beasts were attacking him, Yi Chen became ruthless. He unsheathed the heavenly sword and released a death slash. The dense sword net cleared out a large number of dark beasts, and only a few super dark beasts survived. Looking at Yi Chen in bewilderment, these dark beasts swung their tails and fled in a certain direction. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to chase after them, so he continued forward. Half a day passed, and Yi Chen arrived at the source of the mana fluctuations. He saw that the black water had formed a whirlpool, and in the center of the whirlpool, a black lotus the size of a mountain was blooming. The roots of the black lotus went deep into the whirlpool and the leaves covered the whirlpool. Above the leaves was a lotus pod the size of a small mountain. Black lotus of darkness. A trace of joy flashed on Yi Chen's face. Just as he was about to pluck the black lotus of darkness, the nearby spacetime rippled, and a huge head popped out. It was a dark beast. Compared to the super dark beasts, this dark beast's head was a bit smaller, and there was an additional golden pattern on its head. It looked ruthless and noble. It should be the leader of the dark beast. Roar! Upon discovering Yi Chen, the dark behemoth chief roared into the sky, and a terrifying sound wave radiated outwards, causing Yi Chen's hair and clothes to flutter wildly. High-level super supremes or peak super supremes? The previous few super dark behemoths were only elementary super supremes or intermediate super supremes. Seeing the darkness behemoth chief's attack, Yi Chen knew what grade it was. The darkness behemoth chief's entire body darted out and raised its right paw. 5 rays of black light flashed out, evaporating the black water. With a clang, Yi Chen was sent flying. Peak super supremes. Yi Chen's battle prowess was also at the peak super supremes level. It might be slightly stronger, but there was a limit to it. However, Yi Chen's strength lay in his defense, which wasn't much weaker than his attack. He could resist the attack of a peak Super Supreme's head-on. Seeing that the other party was at the peak Super Supreme's level, Yi Chen relaxed. As long as it wasn't a quasi-legendary Supreme's, it was basically impossible for it to pose a threat to him. In fact, even if it was a quasi-legendary Supreme's, Yi Chen still had the strength to fight. With the heavenly sword in hand, he also had the chance to injure a quasi-legendary Supreme's. The battle between man and beast caused the surrounding black water to disappear. Yi Chen's defense was strong, and the Dark Beast Chief's defense wasn't weak either. Unfortunately, the heavenly sword in Yi Chen's hand would definitely leave a sword mark on the Dark Beast Chief's body. In the long run, the Dark Beast Chief would become weaker and weaker until it was killed by Yi Chen. The Dark Beast Chief was enraged. The golden patterns on its head sparkled. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and spat out a black light with golden threads. The black light flashed and disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Yi Chen. As this was the Dark Galaxy, Yi Chen's movement speed and dodging ability were greatly reduced, so he couldn't completely dodge. Break. It was very straightforward. Yi Chen didn't dodge and slashed the black light with his sword. The black light was split into two. One of the halves landed on Yi Chen's shoulder. With a snap, Yi Chen's shoulder split open and blood flowed. This black light actually broke through Yi Chen's defense. This should be the other party's strongest move. The crack on his shoulder healed. Yi Chen thought to himself. Seeing that Yi Chen was injured, the Dark Beast Chief continued to spit out black light. It's not up to you. Yi Chen didn't want to be hit by the black light again. Although it could only injure him lightly, it had consumed a lot of his energy. Raising the heaven sword high, Yi Chen slashed out with a 5-colored sword chi. 5-element sword art, 5-element slash. Boom. Boom. The 5-colored sword chi clashed with the black light, creating a series of explosions. All of a sudden, a figure dashed towards the Dark Beast Chief from the side. A sword slashed out, and as the sword slashed out, hundreds of flower petals fell. Time stood still. Crack. This sword slashed open a third of the Dark Beast Chief's skull, and black liquid splashed out. The Dark Beast Chief was stunned. Could feel the threat of death. At this critical moment, the Dark Beast Chief twisted its body and whipped its tail at Yi Chen, forcing Yi Chen to pull away. What happened next was beyond Yi Chen's expectations. The Dark Beast Chief gave up on fighting with Yi Chen and disappeared without a trace. Flesh and blood beings are flesh and blood beings after all. Their intelligence is much higher than energy beings. Yi Chen smiled. Rise. Holding the root of the Dark Lotus with his right hand, Yi Chen pulled it out with all his strength. The moment Yi Chen pulled out the Dark Lotus, the surrounding Dark Star River started to tremble. It was as if a giant water monster was wreaking havoc, destroying everything in its path. Under this majestic power, Yi Chen's heart started to palpitate. He couldn't care less about sealing the Dark Lotus anymore and fled. After an unknown period of time, the trembling behind him became smaller and smaller. Only then did Yi Chen stop. Raising the Dark Lotus, Yi Chen observed it carefully. He found that there were 7 lotus seeds on the lotus head. It was said that 9 lotus seeds was the highest grade of the Dark Lotus. 7 lotus seeds can increase 7,000 years of cultivation. If I find an alchemist emperor or an alchemist supreme to refine it, it's not impossible to increase it by 10,000 years. In the universe, the most precious profession was the alchemist profession. Only 1 in 1,000 8th-layer emperors was good at alchemy, and alchemist supreme was even rarer. At least, there wasn't a single alchemist supreme in the human race. However, there were some alchemists who were learning alchemy. After becoming alchemists, their lifespan would increase, and they could spare a part of their energy to do other things. After placing 49 seals on the Dark Lotus, Yi Chen finally managed to seal it, preventing its power from leaking out and allowing it to be stored in his storage ring. Time to go. Opening his netherworld Saint Eye, Yi Chen's gaze pierced through the black water and landed in the boundless distance. It's this direction. Soon Yi Chen found the closest edge of the Dark Star River. His figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. I'm finally out. What is this place? At the edge of the Dark Star River, Yi Chen looked around and frowned. He had never heard of this place before. Closing his eyes, a heart-shaking aura pervaded the air. At this moment, Yi Chen felt like an ordinary person who had arrived in a wild world filled with savage beasts. Chapter 1325. A huge bull-shaped beast flew across the starry sky. Judging from its aura, it was obviously an emperor-level beast. Squeak, squeak, squeak. But then, A group of vicious fishes with sharp teeth and wings on their backs flew over and devoured the bull-shaped beast without leaving any bones behind. The vicious fish's aura was also at the emperor level, but they were much weaker than the bull-shaped beast. However, there were too many of them. After devouring the bull-shaped beast, the evil fishes were still not satisfied. They pounced on Yi Qin. Yi Qin didn't counterattack, letting them gnaw on his body. Of course, the result was miserable. The fish's teeth all fell off. Grabbing one of them, Yi Qin released his soul power to study it. The structure of the evil fishes was very complicated. They had 3 small hearts. This should be a 3-hearted evil fish. If I'm not wrong, that bull-shaped beast is an eclipsing moon ancient bull. It likes to devour things. The moon also has energy, hence its name. The 3-hearted evil fish and the eclipsing moon ancient bull were both space beasts. No one knew how many there were. The difference between the beast race and space beasts was that one had intelligence no lower than humans, while the other had low intelligence and only knew how to kill. Yi Qin tried to tame the 3-hearted evil fish, but he found that as soon as he imprinted his soul mark on it, the fish's soul immediately scattered. He couldn't tame it at all. Come here. The 3-hearted evil fish was a delicacy. Yi Qin didn't want to let it go. He directly sealed their power and sent them to the 5-element space he had created. Yi Qin's 5-element space was many times more stable than Wuling old ancestors' 5-element space. Swish. A river was created. Yi Qin put the 3-hearted evil fish inside. Eclipsing moon ancient bull. 3-hearted evil fish. Heaven fragrance giant snake. Rolling heart strange vegetables. Falling thunder whale. Black flame giant bird. Along the way Yi Qin caught whatever he caught. The 5-element space had almost turned into a nest of space beasts. Fortunately, the power of these space beasts had been sealed by Yi Qin. Even if they killed each other inside, the destruction would not be too great. Moreover, after losing their power they would not be able to bite each other. There are so many delicacies here. It should be enough to make the barbarian supremes die of envy. The barbarian race loved meat the most. The meat that the barbarian supremes wanted to eat was naturally not ordinary meat. At the very least, it had to be the meat of an emperor-level starry sky beast. The meat of an emperor-level starry sky beast was the best. As for the supreme-level starry sky beast, no one was willing to eat it. While flying, Yi Qin used the netherworld sacred eye to look around. What? A metal planet. Suddenly Yi Qin saw an azure metal planet. This metal planet was not big, but it was several thousand li in size. It was revolving in the starry sky, emitting a boundless azure radiance. Whoosh. With a teleport, Yi Qin arrived on the metal planet. Using his right hand as a knife, Yi Qin tried to dig out a piece of metal, but no matter how hard he tried, he only managed to grab some metal scraps. This is a supreme-grade metal? Yi Qin was incomparably surprised. Supreme-grade metal was an excellent material for forging supreme weapons. Only supreme-grade metal couldn't be destroyed by Yi Qin with his bare hands. Of course, this was because Yi Qin didn't use the sky sword, nor did he use any martial arts. Otherwise, a mere supreme-grade metal wouldn't be able to stop Yi Qin, unless it was forged into a supreme weapon. Right, I still haven't read that book about supreme-grade materials. Let's see if there's such a metal. The storage ring flickered and a 7-colored book appeared in Yi Qin's hand. The book opened and each page had a projection, introducing the color, hardness, effect and other information of each material. Soon Yi Qin found some useful information. Azure Star Iron, a 3rd-grade supreme-grade metal. Its color is azure and its hardness is enough to block a super supreme-grade attack. It can be used as the main material to forge a 3rd-grade supreme-grade weapon, and can also be used as a supplementary material to forge a 4th-grade supreme-grade weapon. Supreme-grade weapons were divided into 5 grades, from the lowest to the highest. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 5th grade. The brilliant god sword that Yi Qin used before was a 2nd-grade supreme-grade sword. Similarly, supreme-grade materials were also divided into 5 grades. Whether it was the Human Race Alliance or the Demons Alliance, 3rd-grade supreme-grade weapons were extremely rare, and 4th-grade supreme-grade weapons were almost non-existent, not to mention 5th-grade supreme-grade weapons. It should be known that 4th-grade supreme-grade weapons were usually used by legendary supreme-grade martial artists, and 5th-grade supreme-grade weapons were used by demigods. As for Saint-grade weapons, they were infused with divine stones, but not all supreme-grade weapons could be infused with divine stones. The minimum requirement for infusing divine stones was that the supreme-grade weapon had to be 3rd grade or above. Once a supreme-grade weapon below 3rd grade was infused with divine stones, it would immediately become useless. In simpler terms, the higher the grade of the supreme-grade weapon, the higher the success rate of infusing divine stones. For example, Yi Chen's Sky Sword was at least a 3rd grade Supreme grade weapon before it became a Saint grade weapon. Might even be 4th grade or 5th grade. Of course, the possibility of it being 5th grade was quite low. Collect. After sealing the Azure Star Iron, Yi Chen directly stored it in his 5-element space. As for the storage ring, its space was not that big. Unknowingly, Yi Chen arrived in the vicinity of a continent. This continent was floating in the sky, with a diameter of tens of billions of Li. Waves of horrifying barbaric aura were emitted from this continent. Yi Chen wanted to see through the entire continent with his Netherworld Saint Eye, but he soon discovered that this continent was shrouded in a mysterious power. His Netherworld Saint Eye, which could see through boundless space, could only see a few thousand Li. His soul power was even worse, only able to radiate out a few Li. Should I go in? Yi Chen could feel that this continent was very dangerous, countless times more dangerous than the Supreme Secret Realm. The unknown always contained too much danger. Perhaps it's an opportunity. After hesitating for a while, Yi Chen flew toward the continent. The moment he landed on the continent, Yi Chen felt the restriction of the rules. The rules greatly reduced his speed, the range of his soul power, and his destructive power. In short, Yi Chen felt a lot weaker on this continent. Even his immortal sword body was weakened. His overall strength might not even be comparable to an ordinary Supreme, and was somewhere between a quasi-Supreme and an ordinary Supreme. The power of the rules surpassed everything unless one could surpass the rules. Not good. Yi Chen discovered that he couldn't leave the continent. The higher he flew, the greater the pressure. He simply couldn't escape the restriction of the continent, just like ordinary people couldn't leave the planet, because they couldn't break free from the planet's restriction. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. At this moment, regret was useless. Not to mention, Yi Chen didn't regret it at all. Exploration had always been risky. Things without risk meant that the harvest wouldn't be much either. Flying leisurely, Yi Chen headed toward the depths of the continent. After flying for an unknown number of days, Yi Chen saw a small village with his Netherworld Saint Eye. There were only 100 families in the village. Chapter 1326. When Yi Chen was less than 3 miles away from the small village, a group of strong villagers, wearing all kinds of armor, rushed out with a group of fierce hunting dogs. Woo 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 woo. These hounds were not ordinary domestic dogs. The leading hound was a large dog that was even stronger than a black bear. Its fur was brown and yellow, and when it growled, its neat and fierce teeth were revealed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that its pupils were 6-pointed stars, and there was a hint of wildness in its nobility. The hounds behind it were a bit smaller, and their auras were not as fierce as the large hounds. However, judging from their auras, they all had the aura of a high-level or even a top-level emperor, while the large hound had the aura of a supreme being. Astral Bear Dog, Royal Hunting Dog. Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise. He would never have imagined that there would be a Star Bear Hound and a group of Royal Hunting Hounds in a small village. Canine-type ferocious beasts were one of the few ferocious beasts that could be tamed. Usually, it was considered lucky to see a single Royal Hunting Hound. The probability of seeing a group of them was so low that it was negligible. As for the Star Bear Hound, it was even rarer. In the Human Race Alliance, only the Barbarian race had Star Bear Hounds. Who are you? The villagers looked similar to barbarians, but there were still some slight differences. Their pupils had a cross shape, and their teeth were finer and sharper. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man wielding a sharp spear. His aura was powerful, and he was clearly a sovereign. Beside him was that lofty and incomparably ferocious Starry Bear Hound. I am Yi Chen, and I wandered here. Yi Chen sized up the villagers and replied. An outsider? A villager asked. Yi Chen did not hide it. Yes. Village chief, he is an outsider. You can let him join our great Gale village. Hearing Yi Chen say that he was an outsider, the villagers' eyes lit up. In the Wilderness God continent, there were only the desolate race and beasts, but occasionally outsiders would come to the Wilderness God continent. These outsiders were powerful, and the weakest was a powerful sovereign. The middle-aged man with a sharp spear nodded. Are you willing to join the Great Gale Village? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. I can temporarily join the Great Wind Village, but when I want to leave, you can't stop me. Now that he knew nothing about this mainland, it was good to go to the Great Wind Village to understand the situation. Alright, but the minimum time limit is 3 months. There were more than 100 families and more than 300 people in Gale Village. The houses in the village were different from the style of the outside world. Instead, they had a very primitive house structure. They looked round but not round, square but not square. In the village, the ground was paved with large gray-blue stones. Yi Chen stepped a little harder and found that the hardness of the stones was very exaggerated. It was estimated that even the top emperor level could not damage it. Once they entered the village, a lot of villagers followed them out of curiosity. There were also a lot of kids. Although they were kids, their cultivation bases were incomprehensible. Even the lowest among them was at the astral reaching realm. Could it be that these kids had been training since they were in their mother's wombs? Puzzled, Yi Chen arrived at the temple in the center of the village. In the wilderness god continent, you have to make an oath to join the village. Now you have to make an oath in front of the desolate god crystal. The content can be. The village head said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought for a moment and felt that there were no loopholes. Then he said loudly to the desolate god crystal in the temple, I, Yi Chen, will join the Great Wind Village from now on. The minimum time limit is 3 months. During this time, Brother Yi Chen, welcome to the Great Wind Village. My name is Feng Lai, the village head. After Yi Chen made the oath, Feng Lai let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile. After living in the Great Wind Village for 3 days, Yi Chen completely knew what kind of continent this was. The continent's name was Wilderness God Continent. According to the records, it was a continent created by the desolate god. What covered the continent was not the natural law, but the desolate god's law. In other words, anyone below the true god level could not violate the desolate god's law. Living in the wilderness god continent were the desolate race and the beast. The desolate race had the bloodline of the desolate god. The people of the desolate race were born with the cultivation base of the astral reaching realm. As they grew older, their cultivation base would increase rapidly. Normally, they would automatically become life and death realm warriors when they reached adulthood. After that, they would have to rely on themselves to train seriously. This was also why the lowest cultivation base of the kids in the Great Wind Village was the astral reaching realm. In the desolate god continent, there were tens of thousands of villages. Small villages only had dozens of families, while big villages had almost 1,000 families. Once there were more than 1,000 families, they would become tribes. Between 1,000 and 2,000 families, they would become rank 1 tribes, 2,000 to 5,000 families, 5,000 to 10,000 families, 4,000 to 20,000 families, and so on. There was a very strange law in the desolate god continent. No matter who it was, they had to eat meat. Otherwise, their strength would decline very quickly. In the outside world, there was no need to eat at all. The reason why they ate was just to enjoy delicious food, which was dispensable. Therefore, there would often be wars between villages in order to conquer each other. After all, the more people there was, the more meat they could hunt. If the population was small, sometimes they would have to starve. In the desolate god continent, outsiders were very popular. Even in the tribes, outsiders would be treated very well. The main reason was that outsiders who came to the desolate god continent were basically powerful supremes or even super supremes. Moreover, their martial arts were especially powerful. Experts were welcomed everywhere. This was something recognized by the laws of the desolate god continent. As a new member of the Great Wind Village, Yi Chen was naturally assigned a house. This house had been vacant for a long time and it was covered with dust. Fortunately, he would only live here for 3 months. Yi Chen was too lazy to build a new house. Building a house here required a lot of energy. The soil and stones of the desolate god continent were extremely hard. Lying on the recliner outside the house, Yi Chen looked up at the sun. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed the scenery so leisurely. Yi Chen felt that his mood was much calmer. Turning his head, Yi Chen saw a little girl staring at him from the corner of the house. Yi Chen waved at her. The little girl walked over carefully. I heard that you are an outsider? Yes, what's your name? My name is Feng Na. All the people of the Great Wind Village had the surname Feng. Feng Na, a very nice name. Yi Chen smiled and took out 2 3-hearted evil fish from the 5-element space. Do you want to eat barbecue? I'll treat you. Feng Na swallowed her saliva. There were more than 300 people in the Great Wind Village, but there were only dozens of people with real battling power. A part of them had to stay in the village while the others could go out to hunt. However, normally each family could only get a little bit of prey. The ones who contributed more would get more and no one could refuse meat. The smell of barbecue filled the air as Feng Na wolfed down the food. Yi Chen also ate a little bit. On the desolate god continent, he felt the hunger that he had not felt for a long time. 1 3-hearted evil fish contained way too much power. Feng Na had only eaten 1% of it and she was already full. After all, her cultivation was only at the early sea of Soul's realm, and it was impossible for her to be like Yi Chen, who could just eat a little bit and fill up half of it. Can I take the rest? Feng Na pointed at the remaining 3-hearted evil fish she had eaten. Sure. Yi Chen nodded. Thank you for the treat. Feng Na happily took the rest of the three-hearted evil fish back. There would be more updates at night. Chapter 1327. Another 5 days passed in a flash. On this day, a group of people returned from the mountains outside of the village. The hunting team is back. Yeah, there is meat to eat again. The kids cheered as they rushed out of the village. In every village there would be a hunting team. Their mission was to go deep into the mountains to hunt down the beast. Large villages would have more than 2 hunting teams. The Great Wind Village only had 100 families, and only dozens of people had fighting power. Therefore there would only be 1 hunting team. Therefore, everyone would have to wait for the hunting team to come back. Sometimes it would be half a month and sometimes it would be 1 or 2 months. This period of time was the most torturous for everyone. The leader of the hunter squad, Feng Dachuan, was tall and sturdy. He had a domineering and awe-inspiring aura. Just like Feng Lai, he was also a supreme being. The Great Wind Village had a total of 3 supreme beings. One was the current village chief, one was the old village chief, and the last one was the leader of the hunter squad. Behind Feng Dachuan was a black hunting dog. It was a supreme-level beast, the Black Wind Tyrant dog. In terms of value, it was only a bit weaker than the Sky Bear dog. Feng Lai brought the villagers out to greet them. Looking at the hunting team and seeing that there were still people, he asked, "It should be smooth this time, right? You guys are back so soon." The hunting team had gone out half a month ago. Feng Dachuan patted his chest and laughed. "Our luck is not bad. None of them died. With me, Feng Dachuan, there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as they are not dead." How was the harvest? Besides the casualties, Feng Lai was most concerned about the harvest. If the harvest was not good, then he would have to tighten his belt. But if the harvest was good, then he would be able to last for a long time without having to worry about not having enough meat to eat. "I told you our luck is not bad." The storage ring on Feng Dachuan's finger flashed with a dim light, and countless beast corpses appeared on the village road. These beasts chi ranged from the 1st to the 8th sky of life and death realm. There were 58 of them in total. The wild god continent was not the same as the outside world. Their bodies were all very small. For example, Yi Chen's body could only maintain a height of 180 meters. The Sky Bear dog and the Black Wind Tyrant dog were also only 1.5 meters tall. Therefore, among the 58 beast corpses, the biggest was only a dozen meters long, which was a python. Alright, with so many dire beast corpses, it should be enough to last us for a month. The more powerful one's cultivation base was, the more meat one could eat. For example, a supreme expert could eat a huge amount of meat in a single meal. Moreover, it had to be the meat of a beast at or above the 7th layer of life and death realm. Below the supreme realm, even 100 emperors couldn't compare to a single supreme. As a member of the Great Gale Village, Yi Chen also had the right to get some meat, but he didn't want it. There were too many ominous beasts in the 5-element space, and all of them were emperor-level ominous beasts. It was enough for Yi Chen to eat for hundreds of years. Of course, he wasn't obligated to give his ominous beasts to the Great Gale Village. First, he didn't owe the Great Gale Village anything. Second, he could see that in the wilderness god continent, one must have meat to eat. Although there were many ominous beasts in the 5-element space, he wouldn't give them for free. "Feng Na, where did your family get the 3-hearted evil fish? If you have it, why didn't you offer it up?" Suddenly, a shout came from the village. It was Feng Dachuan's voice. Feng Na's sobbing soon followed. "What happened?" Yi Chen heard the voice and walked over. "Big brother Yi Chen." Seeing Yi Chen, Feng Na said in an aggrieved tone. "What happened?" Yi Chen asked. It turned out that Yi Chen had given Feng Na a 3-hearted evil fish last time. Feng Na ate 1% of it and gave the rest to her parents. In the following days, Feng Na didn't eat a single bite of meat. She only felt that she wasn't hungry at all, and her whole body was full of energy. She immediately knew that the meat Yi Chen gave her was not ordinary meat. Of course, she didn't think that it was an emperor-level vicious beast. Out of her childish nature, Feng Na secretly took some of the 3-hearted evil fish's meat for her other companions to eat. Among them were Feng Dachuan's children. After Feng Dachuan found out about this, he came to question them. It must be known that in the village, only supremes could eat the meat of emperor-level vicious beasts. The others weren't qualified to eat it. This wasn't hegemony because supremes wanted to maintain their power, so they had to eat the meat of high-level vicious beasts. After knowing the whole story, Yi Chen said to Feng Dachuan, "I was the one who gave her the 3-hearted evil fish. Let's forget about this matter." Yi Chen wouldn't dislike the Great Wind Village's rules because of this. However, Feng Dachuan's attitude toward Feng Na made him a bit unhappy. Feng Na's parents were only normal life and death realm warriors. Under Feng Dachuan's yelling, they were shaking uncontrollably. They actually didn't know that it was a three-hearted evil fish, an emperor-level vicious beast. Outsiders, this is our Great Wind Village's rule. No one can violate it. Feng Dachuan frowned. He was still a bit scared of outsiders. Then what do you want? Yichen asked. According to the Great Wind Village's rule, anyone who violates it will be locked in a dark room for a month. Someone take Feng Mu's entire family away. Feng Dachuan waved his hand and ordered. Wait. Yichen's face was a bit gloomy. This is my fault. If I knew about the Great Wind Village's rule, I wouldn't have given her the three-hearted evil fish. Since it was her first offense, a verbal punishment would have been enough. Why do you have to be so serious? Yichen didn't want to break the Great Wind Village's rule. No. Feng Dachuan was used to being a tyrant in the Great Wind Village. His words and actions were swift and decisive, and no one would dare to disobey him. Only Feng Lai and the old village head could talk to him. Don't go too far. Yichen said coldly. Outsiders, although you have joined the Great Wind Village, you have to know that as a member of the Great Wind Village, you cannot disobey the orders of the village head and the leader of the hunting team. How dare you? After all, outsiders were a legend, and this was the first time Feng Dachuan had met an outsider. The Wilderness God continent was extremely vast, and even if there were outsiders here, there would only be a few of them. How could Great Wind Village have the chance to meet one? Thus, although he was wary of outsiders, he was not afraid of them, especially when his prestige was challenged. I remember that in the oath, there was only one rule about not killing the people of the Great Wind Village. It did not say anything about not disobeying. If there was such a rule, Yichen would not have made the oath. He was not an idiot. Brother Yichen, it is my fault. Don't worry about it. At this time Feng Na suddenly said. Yichen shook his head. I only do things with a clear conscience. Whoever dares to take her away today, don't blame me for turning against you. You dare. Feng Dachuan's voice was low. Brr. The Black Wind Tyrant Hound beside Feng Dachuan suddenly jumped, pouncing at Yichen. Many people screamed in shock. The strength of the Black Wind Tyrant Hound was obvious to all. This was a supreme-level fierce beast with a fierce and cruel personality. Ordinary supreme beings would take a detour if they encountered a Black Wind Tyrant Hound. Woo woo woo. However, the next second, everyone was shocked. The powerful Black Wind Tyrant dog had its mouth covered by Yichen's hand and was lifted up into the air. Its four legs were struggling, looking like a little puppy, looking very pitiful. Chapter 1328. Bang. With a casual fling, the Black Wind Tyrant Hound was thrown out of the village. When it ran back into the village, it no longer dared to be presumptuous towards Yichen. As a ferocious beast, although its intelligence was not high, it could still sense the gap between them. When Yichen pinched its mouth, that terrifying power was like a vast ocean. Any explosion could probably crush it to death. Yichen's eyes swept across the crowd and finally landed on Feng Dachuan. He said word by word, with my strength, it is not difficult to sweep the Great Gale Village. You are not my opponent. Feng Dachuan glared. Enough, Dachuan. This matter is indeed not Feng Na's fault. Why make things difficult for her? Feng Na, this is a lesson. You should know the rules of the Great Gale Village. At this moment, Feng Lai walked over with the Starry Sky Bear Hound. The Starry Sky Bear Hound licked the fur of the Black Wind Tyrant Hound and looked at Yichen with fear. Yes, village chief. Feng Na lowered her head and said. Rubbing Feng Na's head, Feng Lai said to Yichen apologetically, Brother Yichen, Dachuan is not a bad person. He is just a little inflexible. I hope you don't mind. Although Yichen's words were arrogant, Feng Lai was not angry. Instead, he was a little happy. Although the Black Wind Tyrant Hound only had the strength of a normal supreme being, this was the Huang God continent. Under the cover of the Huang God's law, the gap between supreme beings had shrunk a lot. Yichen could easily subdue the Black Wind Tyrant Hound, which meant that he was much stronger than he had imagined. I won't mind. I just hope that the rules of the Great Gale Village will be more humane, Yichen said. That is for sure. After saying that, Feng Lai looked at Feng Dachuan with a look of reproach. The Great Gale Village's rules were actually not that strict. They did not care about human feelings at all. This time, most of the fault was on Feng Dachuan's shoulders. It seemed like he needed to be taught a lesson. Feng Dachuan's face alternated between green and white. Originally, he had wanted to consolidate his prestige and not take even half a step back when facing the people from the outside world. But now the result was the complete opposite. His prestige had fallen to the ground. No matter where one was, the rule of the strong was an unchanging truth. He could berate Feng Na and his family, but he didn't dare to berate Yi Chen. Just now, Yi Chen had easily restrained the Black Wind Tyrant Hound with his powerful strength, and it had left a lingering fear in his heart. A week had passed since the three-hearted evil fish incident. In the chief's yard, Feng Lai, the old chief, Feng Dachuan, and Yi Chen were chatting while eating barbecued meat. The meat was provided by Yi Chen. The eclipsing moon ancient cow's meat is really good. This kind of meat is usually only eaten by the tribe's supremes. Feng Lai took a large piece of beef and ate it in big bites. The old chief nodded. The tribe has a large population and a lot of fighting power. We can organize 2 or 3 hunting teams to take turns to enter the mountain. Our great Gale village will be satisfied with just enough food and clothing. Listening to the contents of the two's conversation, Yi Chen's heart was moved. He thought, why don't we help the Great Gale village and let it become a tribe? The stronger the Great Gale village is, the more help it will be to me. I help the Great Gale village and then the Great Gale village will help me. This Huangshan continent is so vast, there must be a place for the Great Gale village. Brother Yi Chen, come, let me toast you. What happened last time was my fault, I hope you can forgive me. Feng Dachuan raised his wine cup and toasted Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said, we are all supremes, let the past be the past. What is in front of us now is the future. The old ginger was still spicier. The old chief could hear the hidden meaning in Yi Chen's words, so he couldn't help but ask, what is the future? Yi Chen looked at the three of them and went straight to the point. Do you want the Great Gale village to become a tribe? Let the Great Gale village become a tribe? Feng Lai's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed. A first-ranked tribe needs 1,000 to 2,000 households, and at least 7 or 8 villages have to be conquered. This is not an easy matter. Feng Dachuan also said, the bigger the village, the more supremes there are. The Purple Thunder village, which is the closest to us, has 200 households and 5 supremes. We should thank the heavens if they don't find trouble with us. In the Huangshan continent, no one was willing to be conquered, because if they were conquered, their status would not be as high when they went to someone else's territory. The old chief's understanding of Yi Chen's words was obviously higher than Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan. He hesitated and said, little brother Yi, do you want our Great Gale village to become a tribe? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Hearing this, Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan finally recovered. If they had Yi Chen's help, it was possible for the Great Gale village to become a first-ranked tribe. However, they did not know what level Yi Chen's strength was. Great, with little brother Ye's help, the rise of our Great Gale village is just around the corner. Come, cheers. The old chief did not look old and he looked to be in his 60s. In the Great Gale village, the old chief was the #1 expert, and he was stronger than Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan. At this moment, he held his cup and stood up. Cheers. Cheers? The 4 of them stood up and toasted. Sometimes plans could not keep up with changes. Just as the Great Gale village was about to attack the Purple Thunder village, the Purple Thunder village attacked the Great Gale village first. Outside the Great Gale village, there were 60 to 70 people gathered. The 5 people leading them were all supremes. The purple-haired old man in the middle shouted, Feng Baixiong, come out and surrender. Feng Baixiong was the old chief's name. Lei Haoyin, you are really bold. Do you think there is no one in my Great Gale village? The old chief led 30 to 40 people out of the village. Whether it was the outside world or the Huangshan continent, the higher one's cultivation base, the harder it was to give birth. In the Huangshan continent, the difficulty of giving birth was 100 times higher than in the outside world. This made it very difficult for the population to develop. However, there were quite a lot of experts. In an ordinary village, 1/10 of them had a cultivation base of life and death 7th layer or above. These people were known as members with battle prowess. The others were usually not allowed to leave the village. Just these few people and you have the nerve to send them out? The purple-haired old man laughed heartily. Battle prowess does not depend on numbers, but also on quality. The old chief said meaningfully. Quality? Ah, then let me see your quality. The purple-haired old man's aura burst out. Battles between villages mainly depended on the Supreme's victory. If the Supremes on both sides were evenly matched, then the outcome would depend on the people below. Everyone be careful. The old chief was quite confident. Although they only had 4 Supremes on their side, in his opinion, Yi Chen alone could fight against 2 or 3 of them. It's been a long time since we had a big battle. Feng Dachuan licked his lips. You don't need to do anything. It's too much of a waste of time. Yi Chen stopped the 3. Little brother Yi, what are you doing? The old chief was confused. Yi Chen said, I alone am enough. It was not that Yi Chen was arrogant, but he really did not put the Purple Thunder Village in his eyes. Conquering the Purple Thunder Village as soon as possible and building a bigger village was his top priority. After saying these words, Yi Chen walked out step by step and raised his head. You five, come at me together. Arrogant. I lay you will teach you a lesson. A middle-aged man from the Purple Thunder Village pounced at Yi Chen with a mace in his hand. As he waved the mace, his aura seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Chapter 1329. Lei Yu was the fourth strongest in the Purple Thunder Village, but in terms of toughness he was ranked second. This was because his body's defense was extremely strong. The desolate race placed a lot of emphasis on training their bodies. Whoever had a stronger defense would have an advantage. Lei Yu raised his mace with both hands and swung it down crazily. Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan's eyebrows twitched. If they were in Yi Chen's shoes they would definitely dodge. But Yi Chen's action shocked everyone. He stretched out his right hand and easily blocked the mace. The spikes on the mace didn't even pierce through the skin of Yi Chen's palm. Get lost. Yi Chen waved his hand and the mace bounced back, landing on Lei Yu's head. Blood started to flow out of his mouth as he was blown thousands of meters away. Who else wants to fight? Yi Chen looked at the purple-haired old man. Little brother, who are you? I don't remember you in the Great Wind Village. The purple-haired old man Lei Haoyan said seriously. According to you, I am an outsider. Yi Chen said lightly. An outsider? Everyone's complexion changed. There were too many legends about the outsiders. It was said that many tribes weren't tribes in the past and relied on outsiders to rise. Although not every outsider was as powerful as them, the strength of outsiders was still widely spread. Hearing Yi Chen say that he was an outsider, the Purple Thunder Village's sovereign felt bitter in his heart. Soon after, he felt a trace of jealousy. Why didn't our Purple Thunder Village meet outsiders? Little brother, with your power, joining the Great Wind Village is a waste of your talent. Why don't you join our Purple Thunder Village? I can guarantee that other than being the village head in name, you will have the same power as the village head. The purple-haired old man wanted to poach Yi Chen. If they fought, the Purple Thunder Village might not be Yi Chen's match. Oh, the conditions are very good. Yi Chen smiled. Little brother Yi, whatever the Purple Thunder Village is willing to offer, we, the Great Wind Village, are also willing to offer. Plus, if you have any other ideas, just tell us. The old village leader was anxious. Once Yi Chen left, their Great Wind Village would definitely be conquered by the Purple Thunder Village. Feng Baixiong, water flows downwards and people strive to climb higher. What you are doing is not kind. The purple-haired old man coldly snorted. Little brother Yi. The old village head looked at Yi Chen eagerly. On the other side, the purple-haired old man said expectantly, What do you think? Yi Chen shook his head and said, There's no rush. Let's defeat you first. The purple-haired old man's face turned cold. You're not going to reconsider? Today it's your Violet Thunder Village that invited me. Tomorrow it'll be an even bigger village that invited me, or even a first-grade tribe. What do you think I should do? I, Yi Chen, am not a fickle person. In fact, Yi Chen had bigger considerations. Although Gale Village's influence was very small, Gale Village at least relied on him. If it was a tribe, Yi Chen's reputation would not be comparable to that of a tribe's chief even if he worked himself to the bone. He believed that most of the people who came to the Wilderness God Continent before had the same idea as him. They wanted to help a weak village grow into a tribe step by step. That way they would have more control. If that's the case, then I'll offend you. Let's attack together. The purple-haired old man was not an inflexible person. Since Yi Chen had asked them to attack together, there was no need for them to be polite. The four Supremes attacked Yi Chen from 4 different directions. 4 different domains covered the space where Yi Chen was. At this moment, even if the old village head and the other 2 wanted to intervene, it would be difficult. The domains are too weak. Yi Chen could see that the desolate race focused on body tempering, so they were much weaker in terms of domains. Just like the body-tempering kings in the outside world, domains were their weakness. The sword domain, which had been activated by the sword Yuan, burst out fiercely, instantly turning semi-tangible. When the 4 great domains clashed with the sword domain remained unmoved, while the 4 great domains began to shake. Fighting 1 against 4, Yi Chen had the absolute upper hand. The faces of the 4 Purple Thunder Village Supremes changed several times. Imayin Yang Blade. Thunder Strike. 4-directional Thunder Kick. Dominating Sky Axe. The 4 Supremes of the Purple Thunder Village each used their own killing moves. They didn't believe that Yi Chen could fight against the 4 of them by himself. Da, 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 da. Sparks flew everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. The killing moves of the Purple Thunder Village's 4 Supremes landed on Yi Chen's body, but they couldn't even leave a scratch on Yi Chen's skin. Sparks flew everywhere, shaking the palms of their hands until they were numb and bleeding. On the other hand, Yi Chen didn't even crease his brows, as if it was just a light breeze, not worth mentioning. Swish. Stretching out his right hand, Yi Chen instantly grabbed the neck of a Supreme's. He exerted strength in his hand, causing the Supreme's face to turn red. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. "Do you still want to fight?" Yi Chen said with a slightly domineering tone. "Not anymore." The purple-haired old man was disappointed. How could they fight? The opponent's defense was too high. They could not break it at all. If they continued, they would only be humiliating themselves. Throwing away the Supremes of the Purple Thunder Village, Yi Chen said, "You guys join the Great Wind Village. Discuss the details with the old village chief." Just like this, the Great Wind Village conquered the Purple Thunder Village. The population of the village increased from more than 100 households to more than 300 households, nearly 1,000 people. In the following month, the Great Wind Village was unstoppable, conquering one village after another. Ironstone Village, Doublewood Village, Blackwater Village, Gaoshan Village. Finally, the population of the Great Wind Village exceeded 1,000 households and was qualified to be named a tribe. "Little brother Yi, what do you think the name of our tribe should be?" In the village that had expanded 10 times, the old village chief looked excited. In just a month, the Great Wind Village became a first-class tribe. This was simply a miracle. Of course, the biggest contributor was Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen's powerful force, they could not even conquer the Purple Thunder Village. Instead, they would be conquered by the other party. "Old village chief, of course it should be called the Gale tribe," Feng Dachuan quickly said. The old village chief glared at Feng Dachuan. He also wanted the tribe to be called the Gale tribe, but this tribe was conquered by Yi Chen. Yi Chen had the right to name it. They did not want to part ways with Yi Chen. Yi Chen promised them that they could stay in the Great Wind Village for a few more days. At the conference table, the Supremes of the Purple Thunder Village, Ironstone Village, Doublewood Village, Blackwater Village, and other villages had bitter expressions. After joining the Great Wind Village, their status was lower than the Supremes of the Great Wind Village. They had a certain right to speak, but the effect of their words was minimal. Yi Chen said, "It's not appropriate to call it the Gale tribe." What? The old village chief was puzzled. Yi Chen looked at the other Supremes and said to the old village chief, "The Great Wind Village is getting stronger and stronger, but the original population of the Great Wind Village is too small. There are also few Supremes. I can convince the others if I am here, but what if I am not here?" Old village chief, what brother Yi Chen said is reasonable. On the side, Feng Lai nodded. The old village chief thought for a moment and felt that it was reasonable. The Great Wind Village relied on Yi Chen to become a tribe. If Yi Chen was not here, the others would not dare to disobey him because of the oath, but his control was also limited. Once the other tribes attacked, this delicate situation was very dangerous. A first-class tribe is not our ultimate goal. I think the name of the tribe can be called the Eternal Tribe. The most powerful person in the Eternal Tribe is the chief, followed by the elders, the leader of the hunting team, and so on. The chief will be the old village chief. The old village chief was still very strong. Apart from Yi Chen, among the Supremes he was at least in the top 3. It was a bit inappropriate to let Feng Lai be the chief. After all, this was a tribe, not a village. As for the name Eternal Tribe, the Supremes of the other villages accepted it more easily. In any case, they had become elders and had a lot of power. In the past they were just thugs. Chapter 1330. The Eternal Tribe had a population of 3,500 people and 1,050 families. The leader was Feng Baixiong and the Eternal Venerable Yi Chen. Below him were the elders and the leader of the hunting squad. Of course, the Eternal Tribe was still in its embryonic form. Once the tribe became more powerful, other positions would be added. As an Eternal Venerable, Yi Chen's authority was equal to Feng Baixiong's, perhaps even a bit higher. The leader had to take care of a lot of matters, while Yi Chen didn't have to be so troublesome. The hunting squad is back. So much meat. The Eternal Tribe was prospering day by day, and the tribesmen naturally didn't have to worry about not having meat to eat. At present, the Eternal Tribe had a total of 8 hunting squads, taking turns to enter the mountains. Once the first squad returned, the next one would immediately set off. This way, even if they encountered an enemy attack, they would still have the greatest fighting strength. "Old Chief, the Eternal Tribe is too remote. It's time to migrate." Yi Chen still liked to call Feng Baixiong Old Chief. Feng Baixiong nodded. "Yeah, there are no more villages around. It's time to migrate. Migration was very simple. They only needed to store the buildings in the village into their storage rings. The Wild's God continent was enveloped by the Wild's God's laws, and everything was shrouded in mist. It was extremely difficult to draw a map, and it took them an entire month to find an ideal place to live. Fortunately, the villages had stockpiled meat, and they had not stopped eating meat for the past month. Mountains and rivers. It's here. What entered everyone's eyes was a mountain range and a huge lake. The mountain range was vast and the lake was crystal clear. The Eternal Tribe would certainly prosper here. Dong, dong. Houses fell one after another, spreading out in a ring shape. The entire Eternal Tribe was like a ring. Soon after, the Supremes joined hands to arrange a formation. The reason why the tribe was powerful was because of the many Supremes and the formations they arranged. It would be difficult for enemies to break in, and the tribesmen could safely reproduce inside. From now on, this will be our new home. Feng Baixiong sighed with emotion. The other Supremes also sighed with emotion. Although they had been conquered by the Great Wind Village and were now elders or leaders of the Eternal Tribe, no matter what, a tribe was a tribe. As a member of the tribe, their fate was closely related to the tribe. They were bound together for good or bad. The arrays that Yi Qin had set up were the Immortal Sword Array and Destruction Sword Array. Although he wasn't proficient in arrays, the Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent were too powerful. A sword array that contained the Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent would be able to block a Super Sovereign for a while. Anyone below the Super Sovereign realm would be severely injured even if they didn't die. The formation did not restrict the people of the Eternal Tribe. They could enter and leave at will. This was the power of the oath. The Eternal Tribe was surrounded by mountains and rivers, which meant that in the future, there would be not only land meat to eat, but also aquatic meat to eat. The more the people of the Eternal Tribe looked at it, the more they liked it, and soon they forgot the melancholy of leaving the place where they grew up. In the Eternal Tribe, the sounds of laughter could be heard every day, and the figures of children could be seen everywhere. Outside the tribe, a hunting team was hunting aquatic beasts in the lake, while another hunting team was in the mountains hunting terrestrial beasts. Yi Qin had a clear plan for the tribe's development. It was very simple, and that was to accumulate food. Only with more meat would the tribe's development not be limited. The fertility of the desolate race was also related to the meat they ate. Being full for one meal and hungry for another made it hard for them to give birth. This was because once there was no meat to eat, their strength would decline, and once their strength declined, where would they have extra yuan qi to reproduce? It should be known that the desolate race's people were born with astral reaching or even Sea of Soul realm cultivation base, which consumed a lot of yuan qi. Hunting geese all day long, there would be a time when geese would peck you blind. The second hunter squad that entered the mountains had met with a mishap. Dozens of Emperor Realm warriors and 2 Supreme Realm warriors had died. The specific situation was that on the 12th day the second hunter squad encountered a space bear dog. The leader of the second hunter squad cared a lot about the space bear dog and wanted to tame one. Therefore he ignored the others' advice and risked everything to hunt the space bear dog. Who knew that this space bear dog was not a normal one, but an extremely rare space bear dog king, possessing the bloodline of the space bear dog. After being enraged, the space bear dog king went on a killing spree, killing the second hunter squad's leader and dozens of Emperor Realm warriors. If it were not for the fact that the space bear dog king was not as murderous as the other beasts, the second hunter squad might have been completely wiped out. Space bear dog king? This time I'll lead the team. You guys lead the way. Yi Qin's interest was piqued. He had always wanted a space bear dog, and now that a space bear dog king had appeared, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He prepared to let the lucky survivors of the second hunter squad lead the way. Sir, you can't, it's too dangerous. A supreme being tried to dissuade him. The space bear dog king was equivalent to a supreme being, and its physical defense was extremely strong. It was not something an ordinary space bear dog could compare to. If something were to happen to Yi Qin, their eternal tribe's future would not be as good as before, and they might even be conquered by other tribes after a period of time. There's no need to stop me, I know what I'm doing. Yi Qin had already made up his mind. Since that's the case, it's better for Sir to be careful. Feng Baixiong knew Yi Qin's personality. If he continued to stop him, he would only make him unhappy. The next day, Yi Qin led the remaining members of the second hunter squad and set off. In the mountains, clouds and smoke lingered, and the range of soul power was only a few miles. Fortunately, Yi Qin had the Netherworld Saint Eye, which allowed him to see a few thousand miles away. Sir, it's this direction. A member of the second hunter squad pointed to the front. After 3 days, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the place where the Space Bear Dog King appeared. It's here. The members of the second hunter squad were a little nervous. They looked around, afraid that the Space Bear Dog King would suddenly appear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi Chen patted the shoulder of one of them. Standing at a high place, Yi Chen looked around. Suddenly Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Originally he thought that the Space Bear Dog King should have left this place. He didn't expect to find its lair 800 miles away. The Space Bear Dog King was very sensitive. It seemed to have discovered something and jumped out of its lair. However, no matter how sharp its eyes were, it couldn't detect anything strange. Shaking its head, the Space Bear Dog King went back to its lair to sleep. Not long after, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the outside of its lair. The Space Bear Dog King jumped out. It was much taller than the normal Space Bear dogs, as tall as a human. Its brownish-yellow fur was luxuriant and had a metallic luster. On its forehead, there was a shallow golden mark. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice the existence of the golden mark. It was normal that the leader of the second hunter squad didn't notice it. Its hexagram eyes glanced at Yi Chen. The Space Bear Dog King lowered its body and growled, preparing to launch a fierce attack at any time. What a great Space Bear Dog King. One of you is better than 100 Space Bear dogs. Yi Chen laughed and walked towards the Space Bear Dog King. A strong wind swept across. The Space Bear Dog King made the first move and pounced towards Yi Chen. Its sharp claws expanded in the air, reaching 5 feet long. The leader and deputy leader of the second hunter squad were torn to pieces by its claws. Chapter 1331. If Yi Chen was just a beginner-level sovereign, he would definitely retreat when facing the pounce of the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Ferocious beasts and intelligent life forms were different. Their every move contained the mysteries of the heavens. Many supreme martial arts were created based on ferocious beasts. However, Yi Chen wasn't a beginner-level sovereign. Even without the Sky Sword, Yi Chen still had the strength of a medium-level sovereign. In addition to the immortal sword physique that could block the attacks of a peak-level sovereign, there was no need to fear the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Clang. Raising his hand, Yi Chen blocked the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Yi Chen's hands were comparable to sovereign weapons. They were unimaginably sturdy. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King's claw missed, so it stretched its neck and bit towards Yi Chen's neck like lightning. Each of its sharp teeth was half a foot long, especially the 2 pairs of fangs. They were 8 inches long and flashed with a cold light. If one was bitten, even a normal sovereign weapon would have a few bite marks. Although Yi Chen wasn't afraid of the opponent's bite, he wasn't willing to be bitten on the neck. With a kick, the Starry Sky Bear Dog King was kicked tens of meters away. Swish, without giving the opponent a chance to react, Yi Chen took a step forward and instantly rode on the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. His left hand grabbed onto the opponent's fur and his right hand clenched into a fist. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King felt dizzy. These 2 punches from Yi Chen didn't contain any ordinary force, but the terrifying 6 drive. 4 drive could normally shatter atoms, 5 drive could shatter neutrons, and 6 drive could shatter black holes. Of course, black holes came in all sizes. Against a large black hole, even Yi Chen couldn't do anything. The pain from the beating stimulated the Starry Sky Bear Dog King's ferocious nature. Exerting force from its 4 limbs, the Starry Sky Bear Dog King suddenly stood up and sent Yi Chen flying. As expected of the Starry Sky Bear Dog King, Yi Chen estimated that the Starry Sky Bear Dog King's strength was roughly equivalent to a medium-level sovereign. Even a high-level sovereign wouldn't be able to subdue it. One had to be 2 levels higher. The supremacy is too strong. He's actually suppressing the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. We have underestimated the Venerable One. As an outsider, the Venerable One definitely has many tricks up his sleeves. We can't see through him. The members of Hunter Team 2 discussed among themselves. Looks like I'll have to take out the Heaven Sword. Dusting off the dust on his clothes, Yi Chen placed his right hand on the hilt of the Heaven Sword. Chang, the Heaven Sword was pulled out and a peerless sword chi shot out. The fur of the Space Bear Dog King stood up as it felt an intense threat. Whoosh! Out of everyone's expectations, the Starry Sky Bear Dog King turned around and fled at lightning speed. Where are you going? How could Yi Chen let his opponent escape? His figure blurred, and when he reappeared, he was already at the right side of the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Yi Chen didn't use the edge of his sword to attack his opponent. With a shake of his hand, Yi Chen's sword struck his opponent. Crackle! The might of the Heaven Sword was so strong that the Starry Sky Bear Dog King was sent flying, smashing a hole in the mountain on the left, causing dust to fill the air. Without waiting for the other party to come out, Yi Chen leaped into the hole. Rumble, another loud sound could be heard. Not long after, the sound calmed down. Will the Venerable be all right? The members of Hunter Team 2 were very nervous. In the hole, Yi Chen's left hand pressed on the head of the starry Sky Bear Dog King, which was dizzy from the Heaven Sword's attack. He threatened, "Don't struggle or else you will suffer." The starry Sky Bear Dog King seemed to understand. After struggling for a while, it gave up resisting. In order to tame a ferocious beast, one naturally had to brand a soul imprint in the other party's soul ocean. The stronger the soul imprint, the higher the other party's loyalty. Not to mention anything else, Yi Chen was very confident in his own soul. The Netherworld's sacred eye even allowed his soul to have the will of hell, which was not to be disobeyed. Very quickly, Yi Chen branded a complete soul imprint in the starry Sky Bear Dog King's soul ocean. This wasn't the end. Yi Chen added a restriction on the soul imprint. Once the starry Sky Bear Dog King tried to use its soul power to erase the soul imprint, it would be countered by the restriction. After doing all this, Yi Chen released the starry Sky Bear Dog King. "Get up," Yi Chen ordered. Woo woo woo, the starry Sky Bear Dog King crawled up from the ground like a puppy. It stuck out its tongue and licked the sole of Yi Chen's foot while wagging its tail. "In the future, I will call you Sky Splitter." Yi Chen thought for a moment and gave the starry Sky Bear Dog King a name. The starry Sky Bear Dog King's claws were very sharp and could tear the heaven and earth apart. When Yi Chen and the starry Sky Bear Dog King jumped out of the hole, the members of the second hunter squad cheered. The Venerable was their eternal tribe's #1 expert. Together with the starry Sky Bear Dog King, who could stop them? It was rare to tame the starry Sky Bear Dog King, so Yi Chen brought it out to hunt. The starry Sky Bear Dog King was indeed worthy of being called the starry Sky Bear Dog King. Its hunting ability was quite impressive. Yi Chen didn't make a move and just watched from the side. In just a day's work, more than 100 ferocious beasts had been hunted. In the Eternal Tribe, everyone cheered. It was said that whoever tamed the starry Sky Bear Dog King would have the qualifications to rule the Wilderness God continent. Although this legend might not be true, it was undoubtedly very encouraging. Venerable, the new map has been drawn. The closest tribe to us is the second-ranked tribe, the Golden Sand Tribe. The old village chief gave a map to Yi Chen. There was a red dot on it with the Golden Sand Tribe written on it, and the black dot represented the Eternal Tribe. Golden Sand Tribe? Yi Chen frowned. To be able to become a second-ranked tribe, the tribe would have at least 2,000 households, which was several times more than the Eternal Tribe. At the very least, the number of sovereigns would be several times more. Fortunately, it wasn't a third-ranked tribe. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't be sure that the Eternal Tribe would be able to stop and conquer the other party. Who knew if the other party had any powerful experts? As long as there were 3 or 4 high-level sovereigns, it would be difficult for Yi Chen to defeat the other party, let alone break the other party's formation. At the same time, in the Golden Sand Tribe. Chief, we've already investigated. The new tribe is called the Eternal Tribe, a first-ranked tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's main hall was packed with people. Sitting in the main seat was a yellow-haired middle-aged man with a majestic aura. A mere first-ranked tribe dares to call themselves eternal? How ambitious. The yellow-haired middle-aged man snorted coldly. Chief, give me a third of the troops. I, Jianghu, am confident in conquering the Eternal Tribe. A skinny middle-aged sovereign walked out and volunteered. The Golden Sand Tribe had a total of 3,800 households, and there were more than 1,000 people who could fight. A third was already a lot. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Jianghu, lead half of the troops and set off. I'll wait for your good news in the tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's chief felt that a third of the troops wasn't enough. I won't disappoint you. Jianghu's face lit up. After he conquered the Eternal Tribe, he could choose a few more women to be his concubines and bear children for him. Such a good thing could only be encountered by chance. My Golden Sand Tribe can finally be promoted to a third-ranked tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's chief was very happy. He picked up his wine pot and drank. Chapter 1332. The Golden Sand Tribe is invading. Combat personnel, get ready. The rest of you stay in the tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's attack came earlier than Feng Baixiong had expected. It was no wonder. The Golden Sand Tribe was a second-class tribe, while the Eternal Tribe was a first-class tribe. In the eyes of the enemy, the Eternal Tribe was undoubtedly a piece of juicy meat. The earlier they swallowed, the earlier they could feel at ease. On the plains beside the lake, the Golden Sand Tribe's troops gathered together. At a glance, there were 45 Supremes, while the Eternal Tribe only had 25. There were 20 more Supreme beings, a great disparity in numbers. I'm the third elder of the Golden Sand tribe, Marquis Jean. Today, I'm here to conquer your eternal tribe. If you know what's good for you, quickly surrender to prevent any casualties. Marquis Jean was clad in golden armor and wielded a large blade. I am the venerable of the eternal tribe. I advise the Golden Sand tribe to surrender as soon as possible. Yi Chen and the Starry Sky Bear Dog King walked out. What a huge Starry Sky Bear Dog. Marquis Jin's eyes widened. Third elder, it's the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. The supremes of the Golden Sand tribe reminded Marquis Jean. Hearing this, Jianghu's breathing became hurried. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King was 100 times rarer than an ordinary Starry Sky Bear Dog. It could only be chanced upon, not sought. If he could bring the Starry Sky Bear Dog King back to the leader, his position would definitely rise greatly, becoming the great elder who was second only to the leader. Kid, hand over the Starry Sky Bear Dog King and I'll spare your life. Marquis Jean said sternly. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Yi Chen mocked. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kill him. Marquis Jean waved his hand. The supremes of the Golden Sand tribe rushed out like a whirlwind, pouncing towards the supremes of the Eternal tribe. Heaven Splitter, go and eat Marquis Jean. Yi Chen could tell that Jianghu only had the aura of a peak supreme being, and Sky Splitter could easily kill him. He did not know that the Starry Sky Bear Dog King that followed him was countless times more powerful than normal Starry Sky Bear Dogs. It was not something that a mere supreme like him could handle. Of course, if Marquis Jean knew that Heaven Splitter had the strength of a mid-level supreme, he probably wouldn't have ordered the attack. After all, Heaven Splitter had the strength of a mid-level supreme. Yi Chen, who could tame Heaven Splitter, definitely had the strength of a mid-level supreme. Heaven Splitter's 4 limbs exerted force, and with a single leap, he arrived beside Jianghu. His sharp claws shot out and clawed at Jianghu. How could Jianghu have expected Heaven Splitter's speed to be so fast? He only had the time to raise his saber horizontally before a huge force collided with him. The saber slashed back, causing Jianghu's body to tremble violently, and fresh blood spurted out. Impossible. Jianghu's eyes bulged. Without waiting for Jianghu to react, Sky Splitter opened his mouth and bit off Jianghu's head. His claws clawed at Jianghu's body, turning him into a bloody mess. Finally, Sky Splitter swallowed him whole. The stomach of a ferocious beast was a world of its own, capable of digesting existences stronger than itself. Clang. A set of supreme armor and a huge blade were spat out by Sky Split. Vicious beasts were unable to digest supreme weapons. Of course, it wasn't impossible to forcefully digest them, but it would take too much time and wouldn't bring any benefits. With a supreme weapon in its stomach, the efficiency of digesting other things would be reduced. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Good job. Yi Chen put away the supreme armor and saber. The Desolate Race Supreme's domain realm was too low. Yi Chen released his sword domain with all his might, instantly enveloping the 30 Golden Sand Tribe Supremes. The 30 Golden Sand Tribe Supremes panicked as they powered their domains to resist the sword domain. Unfortunately, their domains felt like they were facing a vast ocean against the sword domain. It was already pretty good that they could protect themselves, so how could they resist it? Yi Chen couldn't even be bothered to pull out the celestial sword. He punched out 30 times in one breath, and with the 30 punches, the 30 Golden Sand Tribe Supremes immediately collapsed to the ground, losing all combat strength. This was the result of Yi Chen showing mercy, or his punches would have killed them. After devouring Jianghu, Sky Splitter did not continue devouring the other Golden Sand Tribe Supremes. It only injured them to the ground. A man and a dog were invincible. Your third elder is dead. Quickly abandon your weapons and surrender, or you will be killed without mercy. Yi Chen shouted loudly, accompanied by Sky Splitter's domineering roar. Hearing this, all the Golden Sand Tribe Supremes threw down their weapons. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but the disparity was too great. The other party, a man and a dog, had taken care of most of them. Continuing to resist was just courting death. Village Chief, incorporate them. In the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chen was in charge of fighting, while the village chief was in charge of incorporating them. The two had a clear division of labor. All right. The village chief, Feng Baixiong, was overjoyed. Yi Chen's combat strength was too strong. The Eternal Tribe was destined to prosper, and they would achieve great things in the Wilderness God continent. The incorporation was very smooth. After the oath was made, the Golden Sand Tribe's men that Jianghu brought became members of the Eternal Tribe. The Eternal Tribe became unprecedentedly powerful, with more than 70 Supremes. Things were not over yet. Since the two tribes had already started fighting, they naturally had to conquer the Golden Sand tribe as soon as possible. With Yi Qin and the village chief in the lead, a group of people marched towards the Golden Sand tribe. The original Golden Sand tribe members followed behind bitterly. At the same time they sighed in their hearts. As long as Yi Qin and the Starry Sky Bear Dog King were here, it would not be difficult for the Eternal tribe to become a fifth-ranked tribe. The Golden Sand tribe would have to submit sooner or later. After a day the group arrived near the Golden Sand tribe. In Golden Sand tribe, the yellow-haired middle-aged man walked out with a group of Supremes. When he saw Jianghu's group standing behind Yi Chen's group, his eyes couldn't help but squint as he asked in a loud voice, "Where is Jianghu? Jianghu, what's going on? Tell me quickly." Jianghu was the leader of the Golden Sand tribe's 5 hunting squads. He smiled bitterly and said, "Leader, we have already submitted to the Eternal tribe. As for Elder Jianghu, he died in battle." Another original Golden Sand tribe supreme said, "Leader, the Golden Sand tribe can't resist supremacy Yi Chen's strength. We should quickly surrender." His family was in the Golden Sand tribe. Since he had submitted to the Eternal tribe, he naturally hoped that the Golden Sand tribe would submit as well. "Bullshit. If you want to conquer my Golden Sand tribe, you have to defeat me first. Who dares to fight me?" The Golden Sand tribe's leader was bolder and more domineering than Yi Chen had imagined. He originally wanted to ask Sky Splitter to leave, but that was too insulting. "I'll fight you." Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. "One punch. As long as you can take one punch from me, the Golden Sand tribe will henceforth submit to the Eternal tribe." The Golden Sand tribe's leader was rough on the outside but meticulous on the inside. The Eternal tribe had many more Supremes than them. If they fought as a group they would definitely lose. Therefore he decided to retreat in order to advance and fight alone. Like a primordial mountain running, the Golden Sand tribe's leader roared and punched at Yi Chen. This punch shone with golden light. Before the punch arrived, the wind from the punch had already arrived. The terrifying wind from the punch tore the ground apart and violently churned. "Not bad, it's a novice Supremes." Yi Chen also punched out. The two fists collided. Yi Chen didn't move a single inch, but the Golden Sand tribe's leader vomited blood and was sent flying. Chapter 1333. Just like that, the Golden Sand tribe completely submitted to the Eternal tribe, and the Eternal tribe suddenly became a second-class tribe with 4,850 families. They only needed 150 families to officially become a third-class tribe. On this day Yi Chen was practicing swordsmanship in the yard. He had been a Supreme for some time, but the 5-element sword technique had not reached the great success stage. This was also the reason why he could not improve further and become in existence on the same level as Supreme True Martial and Sky Demon Supremes. After all, these two, even if they did not have a divine weapon, were still high-level Supreme. Yi Chen did not have a divine weapon, Sky Sword, so he was only a mid-level Supreme. There was a difference of 1 level. Although the essence of the 3 realms Supreme's martial arts has benefited me a lot and my swordsmanship has improved by leaps and bounds, other people's skills are still other people's. I can use it as a reference but I can't copy it. If I want to reach the great success stage of the 5-element sword technique, I need something new to inspire me. Or, like Supreme True Martial and the others, I can use time to accumulate, but that is too slow. Yi Chen frowned slightly. At his level it was way too hard to make any progress. Right now the only thing he was confident in was his spirit body. But, if he could not find any precious treasures, then it would be pointless. Ta. There was a knock on the door outside the yard. "Come in," Yi Chen said casually. The person who came in was the chief of the Golden Sand tribe, Jin Ba. "Supremacy," Jin Ba said respectfully. The Eternal tribe could do without the old village chief or anyone else, but it could not do without the supremacy. The more he spent time with Yi Chen, the more he felt that Yi Chen was powerful. "What is it?" Yi Chen asked. Jin Ba smiled. "I want to offer a treasure to the supremacy." "Treasure?" Yi Chen looked at Jin Ba carefully. "What treasure?" Jin Ba was a bold and domineering person and he valued power very much. Yi Chen guessed that Jin Ba wanted to build a good relationship with him so that when the Eternal tribe developed into a powerful tribe, he could get a good position. "Supremacy, please take a look." Jin Ba did not keep Yi Chen in suspense, taking out a half-meter square stone from his storage ring. The stone was gray in color and its edges were not even. It looked like a small fragment of a broken stone wall. Yi Chen did not pay much attention at first, but the next moment his expression changed. There was nothing special about the stone. It was just a hard stone, but there was an extra word on it: tyrant. This word seemed to come alive, giving off a boundless domineering aura. One look was enough to shock Yi Chen's mind. The change in Yi Chen's expression naturally could not be hidden from Jin Ba. Holding the stone with both of his hands, Jin Ba said respectfully, "This item is for you, sir." "Where did you get this?" Yi Chen took the stone and asked. Taking back his hands, Jin Ba replied, "Thousands of years ago in the middle of the endless mountains, someone found a stone wall with a calligraphy written on it. Because of this stone wall, dozens of powerful tribes started a war. In the end, the stone wall broke into thousands of pieces and flew away. I was lucky enough to get one of them. Looking at the word tyrant on it, my martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, I believe that this calligraphy was not written by an ordinary person. Perhaps it was a legendary supreme." Not only a legendary supreme but just by looking at the word tyrant, Yi Chen knew that the owner of the calligraphy was not just a simple legendary supreme. It was very likely a demigod because from this word, Yi Chen could see countless possibilities. Legendary supreme was the essence, while demigods were the experts. The so-called experts did not mean that they were experts in everything. "Alright, I'll accept it. If you need anything in the future, come find me," Yi Chen said. As long as the Venerable likes it, Jin Ba has no requirements. Jin Ba looked rough and domineering, but he was actually very meticulous. He only hoped that Yi Chen would have a good impression of him. This was more important than anything else. After Jin Ba left, Yi Chen carefully looked at the word tyrant on the stone. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's mind entered a strange space. In this space, a shadow was performing one set of sword techniques after another. These sword techniques were all different, but they had one thing in common, and that was domineering. After a long time, Yi Chen's mind exited the strange space. What a powerful word, tyrant. The simple word, tyrant, made Yi Chen understand what it meant to be domineering. In front of this word, Jin Ba's domineering aura was child's play. Yi Chen had never seen anyone with more domineering aura than the word, tyrant. Perhaps, by studying this word, I can create a supreme sword move that has reached the completion stage. There was a difference between a sword move and a sword art. A sword move was just one move while a sword art was complete. Compared to the former, the latter was more profound. For example, as long as the 5-element sword art reached the completion stage, all the sword moves that used the profound of the 5 elements as the foundation would reach the completion stage, greatly increasing their power. However, once a sword move reached the completion stage, there would be no way for the other sword moves to benefit. Even so, Yi Chen was still full of hope. A supreme sword move at the completion stage would greatly increase his combat power. As the days passed, Yi Chen's study of the word, tyrant, became more profound. Among all the sword moves, the 5-element slash is the most suitable for this word. Creating a sword move for the word, tyrant, alone was too time-consuming. Integrating the essence of the word into the 5-element slash would save a lot of time. What Yi Chen wanted to do was to combine the two into one. A month later, beside a lake near the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chen practiced his sword moves over and over again while the Starry Bear Dog King, Sky Splitter, was capturing aquatic beasts. Open. The tyrannical sword momentum kept increasing. When it reached the limit, Yi Chen slashed at the lake. Boom. A sword mark that was dozens of miles long and 100 meters deep appeared in the lake. What? Water splashed everywhere as aquatic beasts were shaken out of the lake, turning into a bloody pulp on the spot. Sky Splitter jumped in fright and quickly retreated. The wilderness god continent was different from the outside world. Every blade of grass, every tree, every soil, and every rock was incomparably hard. Normally, it would be impressive if Yi Chen could leave a sword mark that was several miles long in the lake. The 5 elements slash combined the essence of the word, tyrant. Let's call it the tyrant sword form. The tyrant sword form wasn't just tyrannical. More importantly, it transformed the profound of the 5 elements into an invincible force. Although Yi Chen's 5-element sword art hadn't reached the completion stage, the tyrant sword form had reached the completion stage. It was like taking a shortcut. A single word, tyrant, allowed me to create the tyrant sword form. I wonder how many words there are in that calligraphy. If I can comprehend the entire calligraphy, how amazing would that be? The power of the tyrant sword form made Yi Chen realize how precious the calligraphy on the stone wall was. One had to know that a piece of calligraphy would have at least dozens of words, maybe even hundreds of words. If a single word was so powerful, how amazing would dozens or hundreds of words be? Yi Chen didn't even dare to think about it. One more reason to make the Eternal Tribe strong. Yi Chen wanted to obtain the complete stone wall. Even if he couldn't get it, it would be good if he could get one more word. In order to obtain these words, he naturally had to conquer the other tribes. Chapter 1334. Half a month later, the Eternal Tribe rose to the third rank. A village called Bluestone Village came to join. This village originally had 2 Supremes, but one of them died while hunting in the mountains. The remaining Supremes felt that the village would be hard to maintain, so he led the villagers to join the Eternal Tribe. At least they wouldn't have to worry about meat anymore. During this period of time, many scouts from other tribes discovered the Eternal Tribe. The Huangshan continent was vast and sparsely populated. Moreover, the Huangshan divine law covered the entire continent, limiting the range of soul power. If one wanted to draw a map, they would have to send people to scout everywhere. The Eternal Tribe had a team in charge of scouting and drawing maps, called the Scouting Team, led by 2 Supremes. There were 4 tribes on the Eternal Tribe's latest map. The Eternal Tribe was in the center, the Armored Tribe was in the north, the Flying Bird Tribe was in the south, and the Greenwood Tribe was in the northeast. Among them, the Armored Tribe was the closest to the Eternal Tribe, the Flying Bird Tribe was a bit further, and the Greenwood Tribe was the furthest. It was about twice the distance to the Armored Tribe, but the Greenwood Tribe and the Armored Tribe were close. Yichen wasn't in a hurry to attack. Taking down these tribes would be a piece of cake for him, so there was no need to rush. Recently, he had been comprehending the martial intent in the tyrant character. This was the martial intent of a demigod, which had reached the 9th step. His destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were both at the peak of the 8th step, only a step away from the 9th step. Perhaps he would be able to find a path to the 9th step. In the sky, a nimble figure was hurrying at an unimaginable speed. Comprehending the line character actually increased my speed so much. I heard Dad say that the one who wrote this was a demigod. Seems like it's true. Passing by a mountain peak, the nimble figure landed. It was a beautiful woman in her 20s. Her eyes were big and she seemed to be the unruly type. She didn't fear anything in the world, but judging from her aura, she was at the level of a Super Supremes. There was even a hint of nobility that seemed to look down on the world. This was the temperament of a person with a high position. After so many days, let's take a rest first. The woman took out an exquisite and beautiful courtyard from her storage ring. The courtyard landed with a faint radiance, and the woman entered. At night, boom. A loud sound rang out, and the woman walked out of the house. She looked at the dizzy Supreme-level vicious beasts outside and couldn't help but smile. My father personally laid out 18 layers of arrays in this courtyard. Each layer of array can defend against a legendary Supreme level's attack for a very long time. To completely break through these 18 layers of arrays, an ordinary legendary Supreme level expert would need at least 1 or 2 months of continuous attacks. If someone heard the woman's words, they would definitely be dumbfounded. 18 layers of array formations? Each layer could defend against a legendary Supreme's attack for a long time? Could it be that the girl's father was a legendary Supreme being, one that was proficient in array formations, or was he a mid-level or even high-level legendary Supreme being? Forget it, I was woken up by the noise. Let me comprehend the word break first. Taking out a stone with the word break on it, the woman's mind entered the strange space. The next day, the courtyard and the courtyard. A 5th-rank tribe is too powerful. I'm definitely not a match for it. There are at least 600 to 700 Supreme beings inside, and there are probably quite a number of Super Supreme beings. Rank 4 tribes have 200 to 300 Supremes. My defense is not that high. It's too risky. Let's play it safe. I'll just take down a rank 3 tribe. Once I have my own force, I'll upgrade it to rank 4 or even rank 5. Every time she passed a tribe, the woman would murmur. By the time the tribe's experts caught up, she would be long gone. On this day, the woman arrived at the Iron Armor tribe. This is the tribe. She took out her crescent blade and yelled, "Who's the leader? Come out and surrender. This tribe is mine." As she spoke, she slashed at the Iron Armor tribe. The invincible saber chi broke through dozens of layers of formations like a hot knife through butter, almost destroying the Iron Armor tribe's formation completely. The leader and other Supremes who were about to come out felt their scalps go numb. Where did this little fiend come from? She broke through so many layers of arrays with one blade strike. She's at least a high-level Super Supremes. Iron River, Iron Mountain, you two come with me. The leader of the Iron Armor tribe was a black-robed old man. Following him were 2 muscular men. All 3 of them had the aura of a Super Supremes. You're not going to surrender? That's fine. I've been bored to death. The woman was eager to try. The leader of the Iron Armor tribe, Taiyu, took a deep breath and yelled, "I'm the leader of the Iron Armor tribe. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Although the other party was a high-level Supremes, Taiyu himself was a mid-level Supremes. Together with the two low-level supremes, they still had a chance. So much nonsense. Watch my blade. The woman slashed at Taiyu. The dark green blade light was fast and swift. So fast. Taiyu hurriedly raised the shield in his hand. This shield was a supreme weapon that could be used for both defense and offense. With a clang, sparks flew in all directions. Taiyu staggered back dozens of steps and almost fell. Let's go together. Taiyu roared. Rows of saw teeth appeared on the edge of the shield. Holding the shield, Taiyu charged at the woman. Facing the three's attacks, the woman moved her feet and disappeared without a trace. When she reappeared, she was behind Taishan. With a sweep of the back of her blade, Taishan was sent flying while vomiting blood. Taiyu was also confused by the woman's elusive movements. In a moment of carelessness, his chin was hit by the hilt of the blade. What kind of movement speed is this? How could Taiyu not see that the woman's movement speed was extremely fast? When the opponent's speed reached a certain level, no matter how strong one was, it would be useless unless one's defense was very high. Still not surrendering? Do you really want me to fight seriously? The woman raised her crescent blade and shouted at Taiyu. Taiyu's expression changed several times. In the end, he had to face reality. It was obvious that the opponent was not serious. Once she did, the consequences would be unpredictable. Although the Iron Armor tribe had many supremes, most of them were ordinary supremes. If they fought to the death, the Iron Armor tribe might be able to repel the opponent, but the tribe's losses would not be small. In the future, it would be very difficult to contend against the other third-rank tribes. Rather than that, it was better to surrender. There was a big difference between surrendering to a person and surrendering to a tribe. Surrendering to the latter, one's status would be much lower. Seeing the other surrender, the woman nodded with a look of teaching. Don't worry, I won't steal your position. As long as you give me the title of supremacy, I can help you raise the Iron Armor tribe to 4th or even 5th rank. Iron Armor tribe's main hall. Taiyu took out a map and said to the woman, Supremacy, there are 3 tribes around the Iron Armor tribe: Greenwood tribe, Eternal tribe, and Blood Drinking tribe. Among them, Greenwood tribe is the lowest, a 2nd-rank tribe. Eternal tribe is 3rd rank and Blood Drinking tribe is also 3rd rank. Then we'll start with Greenwood tribe, then conquer Eternal tribe and Blood Drinking tribe. The woman glanced at the map and said, Supremacy, the Iron Armor tribe's main force has set off for Greenwood tribe. A scout from the Eternal tribe reported. So fast? Is he not afraid of us attacking him? Yi Chen revealed a pensive expression. In fact, he alone could conquer a 3rd-rank tribe, and even a 4th-rank tribe might not be able to stop him. Let's first conquer the Flying Bird tribe. Facing such a situation, the Eternal tribe had to be prepared just in case. Chapter 1335. Just like the Eternal tribe, the Flying Bird tribe only had 2 supremes, 1 mid-level and 1 low-level supremes. They were the chief and great elder of the Flying Bird tribe. Report, the Eternal tribe is attacking. A scout rushed into the main hall of the Flying Bird tribe. They're finally attacking. Everyone get ready to defend against the Eternal tribe. Today, either we conquer the Eternal tribe or the Eternal tribe conquers us. The chief of the Flying Bird tribe was a middle-aged woman with a charming appearance. Good timing. After conquering the Eternal tribe, our Flying Bird tribe will become a level 4 tribe. The great elder of the Flying Bird tribe laughed. Not far from the Flying Bird tribe, the Eternal tribe's combatants, led by Yi Chen and the village chief, flew toward the Flying Bird tribe. Soon they stopped near the Flying Bird tribe. Your Eternal tribe is really daring. You've just become a level 3 tribe, and you already dare to attack my Flying Bird tribe. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great elder of the Flying Bird tribe shouted. Jinba replied, If it wasn't for the benevolence of our venerable, your Flying Bird tribe would have been long gone. Hurry up and surrender. Don't waste our venerable's time. Arrogant. Get your venerable to come out. Takata will fight him. The great elder of the Flying Bird tribe was called Takata. You think you're worthy? Jinba will fight you. Jinba's figure flashed and appeared in the open space in front of him. There were all kinds of battles between tribes. Some were invitations, some were group battles, and some were between chiefs. Different situations had different forms of battles. You can't do it. Takata brought with him the power to destroy mountains and slash towards Jinba. Bang 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 bang, both of them were low-level supremes and their strengths were about the same. After 500 rounds of fierce battle, Jinba eventually won, sending Takata flying with a punch. Of course, it was difficult to injure the other at the same level, let alone kill him. Takata wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wanting to fight again. Takata, that's enough. Jinba, stand down. At this moment, the chief of the Flying Bird tribe and Yi-Chin spoke at the same time. Takata reluctantly retreated. Jinba grinned and returned to the Eternal Tribe camp. I'm the venerable of the Eternal Tribe, Yi-Chin. If you can block one of my punches, the Eternal Tribe will retreat immediately. Yi-Chin slowly walked forward and said to the leader of the Flying Bird tribe, "One punch." A trace of indignation flashed on the face of the Soaring Bird tribe's leader. She was a mid-level super sovereign, and even a high-level super sovereign wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat her in a single punch. She really didn't know if the other party was arrogant or ignorant. Chief of the Flying Bird tribe, Gao Yu. Please enlighten me. Gao Yu silently took a few steps forward. It was these few steps that caused Jinba's expression to change drastically. The village chief and the rest were puzzled. Gao Yu's few steps were as though hundreds or thousands of people were stacked on top of each other. Before the other party's feet touched the ground, it was impossible to predict how the other party would move or where they would eventually appear. In short, there were countless possibilities in these few steps. An ordinary mid-level super sovereign would probably lose to her in one move. Of course, it was only defeat and not death. It was impossible to kill someone at the same level. If one could kill someone at the same level, then they wouldn't be on the same level anymore. What a mysterious movement technique. Yi-Chin narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Are you done? Asked Yi-Chin with his hands behind his back. I've been done for a long time. Gao Yu was also sizing up Yi-Chin. She could see that Yi-Chin's aura was deep and unfathomable, but she was still very confident in blocking one punch. In that case, be careful. Yi-Chin took out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Take my punch. Without moving his body, Yi-Chin's right fist swung out. In the next moment, layers of fist energy enveloped Gao Yu like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The speed was fast and tricky. Gao Yu's eyes were solemn. Her body quickly shuttled back and forth. As she shuttled back and forth, countless of her appeared in the void. On each of her, there was a shadow of a bird. These bird shadows brought Gao Yu to dodge the fist energy at unimaginable angles. Seeing that all the fist energy was about to hit nothing, a smile appeared on the corner of Yi-Chen's mouth. Suddenly, all the fist energy turned into one and landed on one of Gao Yu's body. Gao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. This was her real body. How did you see through it? Gao Yu asked with a face full of disbelief. Your transformation is too simple for me. And my fist technique is the mortal world killing fist of the three realms. Other than not having such dense killing intent and power, it is no different from the mortal world killing fist. Yi-Chin said the last sentence in his heart. I'm impressed. From today onwards, there will be no Flying Bird tribe, Gao Yu said bitterly. Leader. Gao Tian was anxious. Gao Yu waved her hand. The difference is obvious. Can't you see it? The conquest of the Flying Bird tribe went smoothly. After keeping the Flying Bird tribe's houses, everyone gathered together and returned to the Eternal Tribe. The Flying Bird tribe had a total of 6,500 households. Together with the Eternal Tribe's 5,000 households, there were a total of 11,500 households. The Eternal Tribe had officially become a fourth-ranked tribe. Compared to the change in population, the increase in Supremes greatly increased the Eternal Tribe's strength. The Flying Bird tribe had 75 Supremes, while the Eternal Tribe had 70. Adding up to 145, there were 4 Super Supremes, 31 Powerful Supremes, and 110 Ordinary Supremes. With so many Supremes in the outside world, it would definitely be an unparalleled force. Unfortunately, the Wilderness God continent was enveloped by the Wilderness God's laws. The people of the Wilderness race would never be able to leave the Wilderness God continent. Even outsiders would find it extremely difficult to leave. Yi-Chin guessed that the reason the Wilderness God continent could produce so many Supremes was probably related to the Wilderness God's laws. After all, it went against common sense. No one knew the meaning of the Wilderness God continent's existence. Perhaps only the gods and the Wilderness God knew. The Eternal Tribe, which had more than doubled in size, looked like a small city. There were spacious roads, buildings of varying heights, and a plaza in the middle of the tribe. It had everything. The tribe had even opened simple shops. With more people, the social environment would become more complicated. This was a process of progress. Iron Armor Tribe. What? When we conquered the Greenwood Tribe, the Eternal Tribe conquered the Flying Bird Tribe? How could it be so fast? Upon hearing the scout's report, the Iron Armor Tribe's leader, Taiyu, widened his eyes. The scout lowered his head and said, It's absolutely true. I also saw the Flying Bird Tribe's leader, Gao Yu. Looks like the Eternal Tribe isn't simple. There might be an expert, an extremely powerful expert holding down the fort. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary third-rank tribe to conquer another third-rank tribe in such a short period of time. The woman took a bite of fruit. Then what do we do? Tai Yu asked the woman. It's very simple. First, give up on the Eternal Tribe and devour the bloodthirsty tribe. The woman became interested in the Eternal Tribe. Interesting things were put at the end of her life motto. Chapter 1336. The blood-drinking tribe was very strong, much stronger than the armored tribe. The entire tribe had 8,000 families, 100 supremes and 5 super supremes. If it wasn't for the fact that the blood-drinking tribe didn't have any high-level super supremes, the armored tribe would have already been devoured. For a tribe that wanted to level up, not only did they need many supremes, they also needed an expert that could intimidate the masses. Without such an expert, even if they had more supremes, it would be very difficult to defeat a tribe of the same level. The armored tribe and the blood-drinking tribe had fought many times, and the blood-drinking tribe always had the upper hand. Unfortunately, they couldn't completely suppress the armored tribe. The Greenwood tribe lived near the two great tribes and was lucky enough to survive. After all, the two great tribes didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if their nest was destroyed, it would be a big problem. This balance was broken until the mysterious woman came. Leader, the Iron Armor tribe is attacking. The atmosphere in the blood-drinking tribe was heavy. They had found out that a powerful expert had come to the armored tribe. With just the strength of a single person, they were afraid that their blood-drinking tribe would also be conquered. Let's go and meet her. The leader of the blood-drinking tribe was a bald man with a blood tattoo on his head. Leading a group of people, the bald man walked out of the blood-drinking tribe. I am Shui Kuang, the leader of the blood-drinking tribe. Shui Kuang's eyes swept around and soon, his attention fell on the mysterious woman. The woman smiled and said, "You should be unwilling to surrender directly. How about this, if you can take one blade from me, the armored tribe will immediately retreat." This woman's words coincided with Yi Chen's. Only the time and place were different. Okay. Holding a spear, Shui Kuang arrived in front of the woman. Make your move. The woman pulled out her crescent moon blade and pointed it at the ground. Sorry for the offense. Shui Kuang let out a low roar and his entire body turned into a blood-colored tornado, sweeping towards the woman. Countless blood-colored spear shadows shot out from the tornado's mouth, which was extremely domineering. Break. The woman held the crescent moon blade with one hand and slashed down. A blade light flashed and the blood-colored tornado was split into two. In the next moment, Shui Kuang was sent flying, and there was a faint blade light behind him. Wow. Shui Kuang coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. It was too terrifying. His opponent's blade chi had been released and then retracted, obviously holding back. However, that invincible blade chi had still pierced through his body, causing him quite a bit of damage. It was hard to imagine that if his opponent had used his full strength, he would have died. The blood-drinking tribe is willing to submit to the Iron Armor tribe. As he vomited blood, Shui Kuang raised his hand in surrender. Even the blood-drinking tribe has been conquered. It seems like the Iron Armor tribe is going to soar to the skies. Tai Yu rejoiced in his heart. He was even glad that the woman had conquered the Iron Armor tribe. Otherwise, the Iron Armor tribe would not have such glory. In the future, when the Iron Armor tribe became a fifth-ranked tribe, his authority as the leader would definitely increase greatly. After conquering the bloodthirsty tribe, the armored tribe only had one target left, the Eternal tribe. Has the blood-drinking tribe been conquered? After receiving the scout's report, Yi Chen fell into deep thought. The old village chief was puzzled. How did the Iron Armor tribe's strength suddenly increase so much? I remember that the blood-drinking tribe was much stronger than the Iron Armor tribe before. Yi Chen speculated, the Iron Armor tribe should have sent an expert. Expert? Could it be someone from the outside world? The Supremes of the Eternal tribe looked at Yi Chen. I don't know if it's someone from the outside world, but in addition to outsiders, the Wild's God continent definitely has its own powerful experts. There were too many Supremes in the Wild's God continent, and the more there were, the more likely there were experts. From Yi Chen's point of view, the Wild's God continent was very likely to have legendary Supremes, or even more than one. Gao Yu said, Venerable is right. There are many tribes in the Wild's God continent. Generally, a fifth-ranked tribe has a high-level Supremes, a sixth-ranked tribe has a peak Supremes or quasi-legend Supremes, a seventh-ranked tribe has a legendary Supremes, and an eighth-ranked tribe is said to be the peak of the Wild's God continent. There are basically no ninth-ranked tribes. Once they appear, they will be defeated by the alliance of many 8th-rank tribes. After all, Gao Yu was once the leader of a 3rd-rank tribe, so she knew more than others. We'll deal with it when it comes. When the Iron Armor tribe attacks, we'll know what kind of expert it is. Yi Chen was also very curious about this mysterious expert. What would come would come. 3 days later, the Iron Armor tribe attacked. Yi Chen and the mysterious woman noticed each other at a glance. The two really stood out too much. You're the expert of the Eternal Tribe? The expert of the Iron Armor tribe should be you. The two spoke one after the other. It seems that you're a strong opponent. I wonder if you can block my saber technique? The woman was very confident in her saber technique. We'll know after we try. Yi Chen pulled out the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword was a sacred artifact. Even if its source was damaged, it was still not something a supreme's weapon could compare to. A sacred artifact. The woman determined the grade of the heavenly sword at a glance. On the Wild's God continent, sacred artifacts were usually in the hands of legendary supremes. Her father was the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, and he had a sacred artifact, Sky Hammer. Every sacred artifact had a powerful characteristic. The Sky Hammer's characteristic was destruction. He didn't know what the sacred artifact in his opponent's hand had. Fortunately, my Blue Moon Saber is also a sacred artifact and has an armor-piercing characteristic. Destruction and armor-piercing couldn't be lumped together. Destruction was pure destruction, while armor-piercing was about gathering power to attack. Obviously, destruction was much stronger. Whoosh! The woman moved very fast, much faster than Yi Chen. If it wasn't for the Netherworld's sacred eye, Yi Chen wouldn't even be able to see the woman's trajectory. When she reappeared, the woman was behind Yi Chen and slashed at him. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Yi Chen turned around and blocked the woman's slash with his sword. Rumble. A huge crater appeared on the ground as if a meteorite had crashed into it. The shockwave radiated and many people fell on their butts. What a powerful might. The two of them aren't high-level supreme beings, but peak supreme beings. Shui Kuang and Tai Yu could see it. On the Eternal Tribe's side, Gao Yu also saw it. The woman had conquered the Iron Armor tribe and the Blood-Drinking tribe before, but she hadn't used her true strength. For her, a little bit of power was enough to conquer them. Unlimited power condensation. Yi Chen's right hand was numb and his eyes were solemn. The crescent moon saber in the woman's hand was clearly a sacred artifact. Different from the light power of the heavenly sword, the crescent moon saber carried the armor-piercing power. The light power was illusory while the armor-piercing power was a real attack. Of course, it didn't mean that the light power was weaker than the armor-piercing power. The first move was just a test. The sword energy directly transmitted to my right arm. The woman didn't feel good either. The power contained in the opponent's sacred artifact was just and honorable, and it was difficult to completely exclude it. Chapter 1337. Revolving Blade Wheel. Seeing that her speed couldn't confuse Yi Chen, the woman leaped into the air and spun her body. A spiraling blue blade light swept towards Yi Chen. The blade light went from bottom to top, and its speed kept increasing. So did the power of the blade. In addition, it covered a huge area. Could be said to be a powerful killing move. Yi Chen took a few steps back and swung his heaven sword. Spacetime sword art, Death Cleave. The interweaving sword net covered a wider area than the spiraling blade light. Under Yi Chen's intentional control, the sword net was shrinking as if he was fishing. Clang, 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 clang. The sky was filled with sparks as the sword net covered the spiraling blade light. The spiraling blade light rampaged, trying to tear the sword net apart. The blade and sword clashed millions of times. It seemed to be a long time, but it was just a moment. After a moment, the sword net was shattered, and the spiraling blade light vanished. Sword burial art. A figure passed through the dissipating sword net and blade light and stabbed the woman. The woman retreated quickly. Her speed was even faster than Yi Chen's attack. But soon she found that her speed was getting slower. A condensed spacetime power had enveloped her. Unlucky. Ever since she understood the secret of the word, attainment, the woman had always been successful. But there were exceptions. For example, when she met an expert who was proficient in spacetime, her speed was useless. Moment of youth. The woman didn't retreat anymore. She stabbed the blue moon blade into the ground. The next moment, the blade light burst out like flower petals, wrapping the woman up like a flower bud. Yi Chen's sword burial art stabbed on it, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not good. His strong intuition told Yi Chen that the woman wasn't done with this move. As expected, when Yi Chen's strength was exhausted, the flower bud bloomed and the blade light burst out. The woman stood in the middle of the blossoming flower and slashed at Yi Chen. Dang 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 dang. At this critical moment Yi Chen's heart force burst forth and his sword speed burst forth. In an instant, his sword speed was raised to a level that surpassed the heavenly Tao, blocking wave after wave of saber lights. However, within the saber lights there was also a blue saber light. The saber light seemed illusory and real at the same time, as if it was condensed from mist. A smile appeared in the woman's eyes. She believed that Yi Chen would not be able to block this attack. 5 Elements Sword Art, Extreme Prosperity and Decline. Yi Chen's expression did not change. He waved the heavenly sword and the 5-colored sword light filled the air. When the blue sword light came into contact with the 5-colored sword light, its power and speed immediately decreased as if it was stuck in a swamp. When the saber light was 3 inches away from Yi Chen, it suddenly dissipated. So strong. Up until now the two of them were evenly matched. Yi Chen hadn't had so much fun in a long time. Although Celestial Demon Venerable and True Martial Venerable were stronger, they were a level higher than him. It was impossible for him to have so much fun, and he didn't have the chance to. I'm Lan Yu. What's your name? The woman asked. Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at her doubtfully. Yi Chen, I can tell that you are young. Since you have given me so much fun, I can let you see my strongest saber move, Void Blade. Lan Yu said confidently. Void Blade? It seems very powerful, Yi Chen said. Of course it is. You will see it soon. Alright, bring it on. I also want to have a test subject for my Overlord Sword Style. Overlord Sword Style combined the essence of 5 elements slash and the word, Overlord. When the sword was used it could destroy everything. It was extremely overbearing. It was Yi Chen's most overbearing sword move. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a trump card too. Lan Yu was a little surprised. She thought that Yi Chen had used up all his trump cards. Let's start. Lan Yu raised the blue moon saber with her right hand. The surging saber chi soared into the sky, giving people a feeling that it could cut and break everything. Yi Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Yi Chen's body erupted with an unprecedented dominance. The dominance and sword momentum combined to form an overbearing sword momentum. The heaven sword in Yi Chen's hand trembled, and the sound of the sword could be heard incessantly. Just like Lan Yu, Yi Chen also raised his heaven sword. The two didn't plan to dodge this attack. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be revealed with this attack. Void Blade. Overlord Sword Style. The two waved their sabers and swords at the same time. The blue saber chi crisscrossed, and the black sword chi violently swept. Before the two came into contact, the ground in the center had already cracked. Pieces of earth the size of a house flew up and shattered into nothingness. Rumble in the stagnant smoke and dust, the saber chi and the sword chi collided, and a blue-black mass of air suddenly formed. Then, the mass of air spread at an unimaginable speed, and in an instant, it covered a radius of dozens of miles. Except for the woman and Yi Chen, everyone else was floating in the air, and they couldn't control it at all. Boom. An earth-shattering sound broke out, and everyone was sent flying while vomiting blood. Their faces were aghast. How can it be so terrifying? Even a quasi-legendary sovereign is only SOSO. Gao Yu had seen the battle of 2 quasi-legendary sovereigns. Although the momentum was greater than that of Yi Chen and Lan Yu, it was still limited. Gao Yu was right. The two who displayed the void-cleaving blade and the tyrant sword style had already entered the ranks of the quasi-legendary supremes. Just this move alone made the two fully deserving of the combat power of the quasi-legendary supremes. Of course, there were also strong and weak quasi-legendary supremes. Compared to the other quasi-legendary supremes, the two of them were still a bit weaker, unless most of their moves were comparable to the void-cleaving blade and the tyrant sword style. An arrow of blood spurted out from the corner of her mouth, and Lan Yu's face suddenly turned pale. I haven't completely comprehended the word break, or else I wouldn't have lost. The void blade contained the essence of the word break, but unfortunately, it wasn't completely comprehended. On the other hand, Yi Chen had completely comprehended the essence of the word overlord. I've lost. Lan Yu's complexion instantly recovered. She had lost this move, but it wasn't to the extent of causing her to be seriously injured. She had only consumed a bit of Yuan Qi and inextinguishable energy. It can be considered a draw. There was a saber scar on Yi Chen's cheek. Only now did the scar split open and blood flowed out. Compared to Lan Yu, his situation was much better, but his immortal sword body was still broken. If he didn't have the immortal sword body, Yi Chen wouldn't dare to say that he would have won if the fight had continued. The main reason was that the opponent's crescent moon scimitar contained a powerful armor-piercing power that forcibly broke through his defense. Lan Yu laughed and heartlessly said, Tai Yu, since I've lost, the armored tribe will join the eternal tribe. Do you have any objections? I have no objections? Tai Yu didn't dare to say that he had any objections. That's good. Lan Yu looked at Yi Qin. The armored tribe can join the eternal tribe, but I also want to become the venerable of the eternal tribe. You won't refuse, right? The venerable is just an empty title. You're welcome. Yi Qin extended his hand to express his welcome. With the addition of the armored tribe, the eternal tribe's power swelled to a terrifying level, becoming a fifth-ranked tribe with a population of 27,000 households. If each household had 3 people, then 27,000 households would have more than 80,000 people. In fact, the population had already surpassed 90,000, approaching 100,000. As for Yi Qin and Lan Yu, they were the left and right venerables of the eternal tribe. Chapter 1338. So you're an outsider? In the eternal tribe, after learning that Yi Qin was an outsider, Lan Yu was very curious. What is the outside world like? My dad heard from an outsider that the outside world is a vast universe. There are countless planets in the universe, and they are billions of times larger than the Wild's deity continent. The Wild's deity continent is just a part of the universe. Is that true? Lan Yu chattered. Yi Qin nodded. The outside world is so big. The experts there should be countless times more than our Wild's god continent, right? Lan Yu asked again. This time Yi Qin shook his head. I don't know how many sovereigns there are in the outside world, but compared to the Wild's god continent, it's nothing. How is that possible? Our Wild's god continent is so small. Lan Yu's face was full of disbelief. Yi Qin smiled bitterly. It's true. There are many races in the outside world, and our human race is one of the most powerful races. However, our human race only has a few dozen sovereigns. Perhaps I'm counting a bit too many. I see. Our desolate race is naturally suited for cultivation. Lan Yu was somewhat proud. The people of the desolate race were born with at least astral-reaching realm cultivation. Lan Yu was even more powerful when she was born, being at the Sea of Souls realm. She had reached the life and death realm at the age of 10, which was much more powerful than the people from the outside world. She had heard from her father that the people from the outside world did not have any cultivation when they were born. Yi Qin didn't comment. In his opinion, the Wild's god continent was very special. What enveloped the entire continent was not the heavenly law, but the Wild's god's laws. If the Wild's god's laws set down a rule, it wouldn't be impossible for the desolate race's people to be born with astral reaching or Sea of Soul realm cultivation base. The methods of true gods were unfathomable, and not something ordinary people could figure out. Has anyone from your desolate race ever left the Wild's god continent? Yi Qin suddenly asked. Lan Yu froze for a moment before shaking her head. None. Since ancient times, not even one. The Wild's god's laws restrict us from leaving. If we want to leave the continent, there's only one way, and that's to enter the Wild's God Tower. Desolate God Tower? The Desolate God Tower is in the center of the Desolate God continent. Legend has it that it was built by the Desolate God. Whoever can pass through the Desolate God Tower will be able to leave the Desolate God continent and be summoned by the Desolate God. As for going to the outside world, that is impossible. Can the people outside leave? This was what Yi Qin wanted to know the most. He could not stay on the Wild's God continent forever. Lan Yu thought about it and said uncertainly, My father said it's possible, but it's very difficult. Do you want to leave? I don't want to for now, but I'll have to leave eventually. One of them was a member of the desolate race, while the other was an outsider. They chatted about topics of interest. From Lan Yu, Yi Qin learned about the distribution of forces on the Wild's God continent. There were a total of 13 grade 8 tribes on the Wild's God continent, and all of them were located in the central region of the continent. Outside the central region were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of villages. Among the 13 rank 8 tribes, 5 were the strongest. They were the Redbud Flower tribe, the Unfalling Eagle tribe, the Battle Tower tribe, the Star Ocean tribe, and the Cloud Central tribe. These 5 tribes occupied the best resources in the central region of the Wild's God continent, followed by the other 8 tribes. In addition to the rank 8 tribes, there were even more rank 7 tribes in the central region, a total of 81 rank 7 tribes. Although there were many more Class 7 tribes than Class 8 tribes, and their combined strength far surpassed that of Class 8 tribes, there were very few Class 7 tribes that could defeat Class 8 tribes, even if they joined hands. Once, there were 10 Class 7 tribes that joined hands to attack the Unfalling Eagle tribe, but the final result was that these 10 Class 7 tribes were disbanded, and were divided between other Class 7 tribes and a large number of Class 6 tribes. Since then they had disappeared. In the Wild's God continent, the 13 Rank 8 tribes were the rulers of the entire Wild's God continent. They did not allow any Rank 7 tribe to advance to Rank 8 tribe. Once a Rank 7 tribe advanced to Rank 8 tribe, it would immediately be attacked by other Rank 8 tribes until it was completely disbanded. It was for this reason that although Rank 7 tribes often fought with each other, they restrained themselves from devouring each other, unless they were prepared to face Rank 8 tribes. Of course, Rank 8 tribes did not dare to advance to Rank 9 tribes. Rank 9 tribes were taboo in the Wild's God continent. If they appeared, not only would they be attacked by Rank 8 tribes, but even Rank 7 tribes would also attack them. This strange rule kept the center of the Wild's God continent in a delicate balance. Let me tell you, the leaders of the 13 Rank 8 tribes all have powerful sacred weapons. Among them, the leaders of the 5 Rank 8 tribes have the most powerful sacred weapons. The leader of the Redbud Flower tribe has the Redbud armor, the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe has the Exploding Hammer, the Battle Tower tribe has the Battle Axe, the Star Sea tribe has the Star Sea Spear, and the Cloud tribe has the Thunder Punishment Spear. How do you know so much? I'm very knowledgeable. These tribal leaders only have one saint artifact. My Blue Moon Saber is an Earth Saint artifact, and your sword should be an Earth Saint artifact as well. Getting an Earth Saint artifact is both difficult and easy. As long as you have a 3rd grade Supreme artifact and a piece of Divine Stone, you might be able to make an Earth Saint artifact. As for Sky Saint artifacts, they are extremely rare. There are no more than 5 Sky Saint artifacts in the entire Wild's God continent, and they are all in the hands of the leaders of the 5 Rank 8 tribes. Earth Sacred Weapon? Sky Sacred Weapon? This was the first time Yi Chen had heard of it. It seems that you still don't understand what an Earth Sacred Weapon and Sky Sacred Weapon are. To put it simply, a supreme weapon with 1 divine stone will become an Earth Sacred Weapon. With 10, it will become a Sky Sacred Weapon. Of course, with 9 divine stones, it will also become an Earth Sacred Weapon, but it will be at the peak of the Earth Sacred Weapon. Your Blue Moon Saber has several divine stones. My Blue Moon Saber has 4 divine stones, but your sacred weapon is not bad either. Can a rank 5 supreme weapon have 10 divine stones and not collapse? Not necessarily. I don't know the specific details. If I knew, I would be a legendary supreme. Why do you have so many questions? I thought you outsiders knew more than us. Hearing this, Yi Chen twitched his mouth. There were countless supremes on the Wild's God continent, and sacred weapons were definitely not rare. How could the outside world compare to them? Just thinking about it made him angry. If people like Sky Demon Sovereign and True Martial Sovereign came to the Wild's God continent, they would probably feel unhappy. Do you have any words left behind by a demigod? Lan Yu suddenly asked Yi Chen a question. She had 2 words of her own, one was attainment and the other was destruction. Yi Chen's overlord sword style made her think that he might have some. The reason why she asked this question directly was that she was not afraid that Yi Chen would guess that she had some words and wanted to snatch them. Even if she could not defeat Yi Chen, she could still leave. Chapter 1339. Yes, you have it too? Yi Chen asked Lan Yu in reply. I have the word break. What word do you have? The word line was very important. After comprehending it, one's speed would increase by 10 or even 100 times. Lan Yu didn't plan to expose it. The word overlord. That's great. When I completely comprehend the word break, I'll exchange with you. How about that? Sure. Yi Chen didn't expect her to have the word break. It seemed like her identity wasn't that simple. How could an ordinary person know so much information? 1 month later, the 2 of them officially exchanged words. The word break, as the name suggested, contained the essence of breaking through everything. After comprehending it, Yi Chen's sword moves would be more threatening and destructive. This time, Yi Chen planned to merge the essence of the word break with the sword burial art. The sword burial art could bury the opponent's time. The spacetime power would condense into a spacetime sword force. Just this effect alone was no weaker than the 5-element sword art sword moves. However, Yi Chen's profound meaning of time was only 70% complete. This caused the sword burial art's destructive power to be limited. It was much weaker than the 5-element sword art. For example, when he was fighting with Lan Yu, Yi Chen's sword burial art couldn't break through his opponent's defensive sword moves. In the courtyard, Yi Chen's mind entered a strange space. Inside, a figure started practicing sword skills. Every swing of the sword gave people a feeling that it could break through everything. After watching for a long time, Yi Chen felt his mind hurt. Compared to the word overlord, the word break seems to be better. Yi Chen immersed himself in his sword skills. He only left the strange space when his mind was in unbearable pain. The demigod realm is unpredictable. Just one word is so magical. I wonder what the other words are. Yi Chen was even more curious about the other words. Compared to Yi Chen, Lan Yu's comprehensive ability was obviously weaker. After spending 3 months, Yi Chen had successfully combined the essence of the word break and the burial sword spell together, while Lan Yu had not completely understood the essence of the word tyrant yet. Of course, be it the word tyrant or break, Yi Chen had not fully understood them either. What the demigod had left behind was a piece of calligraphy. Only when all the words were combined together would it be considered calligraphy. Comparing one word to another would be like comparing a firefly to the sun and moon. The sword burial technique, which contained the essence of the word break, was still far inferior to the hegemon sword style in terms of power, but it was more than 100 times stronger than the previous sword burial technique. In terms of facing an enemy, the sword burial technique was not much weaker than the hegemon sword style. The essence of the sword burial technique was to bury time, freezing the enemy's soul and body, and then kill them with a single strike. After recuperating for 2 months, Yi Chen and Lan Yu felt that the days were too peaceful. The two of them planned to conquer the other 5th-ranked tribes and raise the Eternal Tribe to a 6th-ranked tribe. Only by becoming a 6th-ranked tribe would they be qualified to enter the central region of the Wilderness God Continent. There were the best resources there, as well as many dangerous places with a large number of treasures. The two of them first targeted the Iron River Tribe. The Iron River Tribe had 12 Supremes, and the strongest was only a high-level Supremes. They were no match for the Eternal Tribe. Yi Chen didn't even make a move. He watched as Lan Yu defeated the leader of the Iron River Tribe and conquered the Iron River Tribe. The Iron River Tribe had 25,000 families. With the addition of the Eternal Tribe's 27,000 families, the population of the Eternal Tribe finally exceeded 50,000 families and became a 6th-ranked tribe. However, 52,000 families were still too few. The two of them planned to conquer 2 more 5th-ranked tribes and make the Eternal Tribe a relatively powerful existence among the 6th-ranked tribes. A month later, the High Mountain Tribe and the Black Mountain Tribe were conquered one after another. The population of the Eternal Tribe reached 95,000 families, close to 100,000. Once it reached 100,000 families, it would become a 7th-ranked tribe. However, the two of them were not ready to become a 7th-ranked tribe. Once they became a 7th-ranked tribe, they would receive the attention of other 7th-ranked tribes. If a 7th-ranked tribe attacked the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chen and Lan Yu would definitely not be able to stop it. There were legendary Supremes in a 7th-ranked tribe. One legendary Supremes was equivalent to dozens of Yi Chen and Lan Yu. Therefore, a 6th-ranked tribe was the limit of the Eternal Tribe unless Yi Chen and Lan Yu could make another breakthrough and become legendary Supremes. After becoming a 6th-ranked tribe, the Eternal Tribe began to migrate. The journey this time was extremely long. Even if they traveled day and night, it would still take them about half a year. Normally it would take them about a year. However, everyone was very excited. They had long since heard that the central region of the Wild's God Continent was incomparably fertile. It was like a national capital, and although there would often be wars between tribes, they could still move about and communicate with each other. They could even do business with each other's tribes. Every tribe was like a city and they weren't sealed off. In the pitch-black night, a tribe appeared in the barren mountains. There were countless bonfires in the tribe, and everyone was roasting meat and eating dinner. After eating some barbecued meat, Yi Chen returned to his courtyard. After conquering 3 5th-ranked tribes, Yi Chen received an unexpected surprise. In the storage ring of the leader of the Black Mountain Tribe, there was a fantasy character. After discussing it with Lan Yu, she agreed to let Yi Chen keep it. However, if she wanted to see it, Yi Chen couldn't refuse. As his mind entered the strange space of the character, Yi Chen saw a figure practicing a dreamlike sword art. This sword art even made Yi Chen hallucinate. Yi Chen, who had almost lost himself in the sword art, turned pale with fright. His omniscient nature had enough changes, and this fantasy character sword art had even more changes. It was to the extent that one's mind couldn't deduce what was real. Mortal world killing fist turns complicated into simple, and the fantasy character sword art makes people hallucinate. It's just as frightening. As the days passed, Yi Chen gained some understanding of the character's essence and began to try merging it into omniscient nature. He believed that once he merged it, it would become one of the most frightening supreme sword arts. Even the tyrant sword style would be inferior to it. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and they were getting closer and closer to the center of the wild god continent. On this day, Yi Chen finally merged the character's essence into his omniscient nature. As soon as he threw out a sword attack, a dreamy sword light spread out like a bubble. As long as one entered the sword light bubble, they would be affected by the illusion. The most frightening thing was that it was not a soul illusion but a deeper illusion. Therefore, no matter how powerful one's soul was, one would not be able to break through it. Only with a powerful heart power could one escape from the illusion. Let's call it the illusion sword style. Right now, there were already 2 completed sword movements in the 5-element sword arts, which were the Tyrant sword style and the illusion sword style. Among the spacetime sword arts, the burial sword art was slightly weaker. However, it could be used to deal with warriors who were not familiar with the spacetime profound. Sometimes, it might even be more useful than the Tyrant sword style and the illusion sword style. Chapter 1340. Soon, another half a year passed and they finally arrived at the central border of the Wild's God continent. Lan Yu, why are you wearing a mask? Yi Chen saw that Lan Yu was wearing a black mask. This mask not only blocked Lan Yu's aura, but even Lan Yu's figure was slightly blurred by the mask. He could only vaguely guess that she was a woman. I have some enemies here. If they recognize me, the Eternal Tribe will be in big trouble. Lan Yu explained. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Why do I feel that you don't want everyone to see your appearance? It seems that you are quite famous here. Isn't it better to keep a secret? Lan Yu glared at Yi Chen. Okay, sure. Then tell me what this place is. Yi Chen asked. Lan Yu looked around and said, this should be the Sheen Plain in the central part of the Wild's God continent. There is only one level 7 tribe in the Sheen Plain, and the rest are all level 6 tribes. As long as you are careful and don't be too arrogant here, you should not be targeted by a level 7 tribe. A level 7 tribe had a legendary supremacy. Whether it was a legendary supremacy relying on a divine artifact or a legendary supremacy themselves, it was equally terrifying. The former had powerful attacks while the latter had no shortcomings. Of course, if the latter also had a divine artifact, it would be even more terrifying. In short, the Eternal Tribe could not afford to provoke a level 7 tribe. Since they had just arrived, the Eternal Tribe naturally had to keep a low profile. They chose the border of the Sheen Plain. I'm done. Your illusory sword style is too abnormal. Outside the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chen and Lan Yu had just finished exchanging pointers. Lan Yu looked very depressed. Since joining the Eternal Tribe, she would spar with Yi Chen every once in a while. At first, Yi Chen only had the Overlord sword style so she could still put up a fight. Later, she completely comprehended the word break, and was evenly matched with Yi Chen. But recently Yi Chen created another illusory sword style, which immediately suppressed her. Your illusory moon blade is also not bad. Yi Chen smiled. He had created the illusory sword style, and the opponent had also created the illusory moon blade. However, the opponent's illusory moon blade had not reached grand completion, and there was a big gap between it and the illusory sword style. Far from it. The word, illusory, is more difficult to comprehend than the word break and overlord. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to reach grand completion. Before meeting Yi Chen, Lan Yu was very confident in her comprehensive ability. But now she finally understood what it meant by there would always be someone better than her. The Divine Fire Tribe was the only level 7 tribe in the Sheen Plain. As a level 7 tribe, they naturally occupied the best resources in the Sheen Plain. To the east of the Divine Fire Tribe was a vast sea of stars. There were countless treasures in the Sea of Stars, which was controlled by the level 8 tribe, Xinghai Tribe. To the north of the Divine Fire Tribe was a primeval forest with countless fierce beasts. If you were lucky, you might be able to hunt some tame fierce beast. To the south of the Divine Fire Tribe, which was the center of the Sheen Plain, there was a dangerous place called the Divine Fire Cave. The Divine Fire Cave was an underground world with many layers. Each layer contained a large number of fire attribute treasures such as metals, elixirs, and even divine stones, and a large number of supreme weapons. The Divine Fire Cave was guarded by the experts of the Divine Fire Tribe. If you wanted to enter, you needed to pay a Divine Fire Supreme Order. The Divine Fire Supreme Order was a token refined by the Divine Fire Tribe. The only way to exchange for a token was with a supreme weapon. A level 1 supreme weapon could be exchanged for 2 Divine Fire Supreme Orders, a level 2 could be exchanged for 5, a level 3 could be exchanged for 10, a level 4 could be exchanged for 20, and a level 5 could be exchanged for 50. Many Supremes who entered the Divine Fire Cave made a fortune and obtained many treasures and supreme weapons. Of course, there were also many Supremes who never came out after entering. Their supreme weapons and wealth were naturally left in the Divine Fire Cave. In terms of danger index, the Divine Fire Cave belonged to 3 stars. 1 star corresponded to ordinary supremes, 2 stars corresponded to powerful supremes, and 3 stars corresponded to super supremes. This didn't mean that there was no danger for super supremes in the Divine Fire Cave, but it was relatively less dangerous and the chances of coming out alive were very high. If one was unlucky, not to mention elementary supremes, even quasi-legendary supremes would be in danger. The Divine Fire Tribe was huge and it was like a city. The outer perimeter was protected by tall city walls, and one could only enter through the city gates unless one wanted to break through the Divine Fire Tribe's formation. In the Divine Fire Tribe's northern city, there was a tall pagoda. This pagoda was called the Divine Fire Supreme Pagoda, and it was the place to exchange for the Divine Fire Supreme Medallion. On this day, Yi Qin and Lan Yu came to the Divine Fire Tribe to exchange for some Divine Fire Supreme medallions. This broadsword is a second-grade supreme weapon. It can be exchanged for 5 Divine Fire Supreme medallions. The red-robed elder looked at the supreme broadsword that Yi Qin took out and said, "All right, let's exchange." Yi Qin nodded. This supreme broadsword was obtained by Yi Qin after he killed the Golden Sand Tribe's 3rd elder, Jianghu. At the same time, he also obtained a supreme armor. However, the supreme armor was very useful, so he didn't plan to exchange for it. "This is your Divine Fire Supreme medallion." The red-robed old man sheathed his great blade and handed over 5 fiery red tokens to Yi Qin. The workmanship of these tokens was exquisite, and they emitted a scorching aura. There was a fiery dragon pattern flowing on top of them. After leaving the Divine Fire Supreme Pagoda, Lan Yu said, "The Divine Fire Tribe has a Divine Fire restaurant. The meat and dishes there are very delicious. It's very famous in the central part of the continent. I'll treat you." "You should have to pay, right?" Yi Qin asked. Lan Yu said, "Of course. Starting from the 6th grade tribes start to coin their own currency. For example, the Divine Fire Tribe's currency is Divine Fire Coin, and below it is Fire Coin. This is used internally. If outsiders want to exchange for Divine Fire Coins, they can either use Yuan stones or treasures. Of course, they can also use supreme weapons. In the Divine Fire Tribe, 1 million Yuan stones can be exchanged for 1 Divine Fire Coin. Although the Divine Fire Continent's Yuan Qi was rich, it still required Yuan stones to cultivate. However, under Life and Death Realm, Yuan stones were not very useful. Absorbing the Yuan Qi of the world was enough for them to maintain the fastest cultivation speed. A single meal in the Divine Fire restaurant cost Lan Yu more than 300 Divine Fire Coins, which was equivalent to more than 300 million Yuan stones. The two had a supreme banquet and the meat was all supreme beast meat. Needless to say, the taste was extremely good. At least Yi Qin had never eaten such delicious meat. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. A single meal cost more than 300 million Yuan stones, and the meat on the table was only about 1% of the supreme beast meat. Most of the customers in the restaurant were from other tribes, so the business was very good. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two left the Divine Fire Tribe and rushed toward the Divine Fire Cave. In the distance, the two saw a beam of fiery red light shooting into the horizon. It was the entrance to the Divine Fire Cave. 1 Divine Fire Supreme token per person. Whoever dares to barge in will be killed without mercy. The ones guarding the entrance of the Divine Fire Cave were the experts of the Divine Fire Tribe. The leader had sharp eyes and was clearly a quasi-legendary sovereign expert. Behind him, there were 2 peak super sovereigns and 6 high-level super sovereigns. With such a lineup, not to mention a lone sovereign, even if a level 6 tribe came to force their way in, they wouldn't have an easy time. Chapter 1341. That's the Divine Fire Tribe's Raging Blaze Hall's Hall Master, Wubian. The Divine Fire Tribe has a total of 3 halls, namely the Raging Blaze Hall, Sacred Fire Hall and Warfire Hall. Each hall's hall master is a quasi-legendary sovereign. The 2 beside him are the Raging Blaze Hall's Vice Hall Masters, while the other 6 are Raging Blaze Hall Elders. The elites of the Raging Blaze Hall are all here. Lan Yu whispered to Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded slightly. If the Raging Blaze Hall was so powerful, it wasn't hard to imagine how powerful the Divine Fire Tribe was. It was impossible for a 6th-ranked tribe to fight against a 7th-ranked tribe. After handing over 2 Divine Flame Supreme tokens, Yi Qin and Lan Yu entered the Divine Fire Cave. The first layer was a fiery red world of lava. The temperature was extremely high. Even 1,000 suns wouldn't be this high. There aren't any treasures on the first layer. Let's go straight to the 5th layer. Lan Yu seemed to be very familiar with the place as she led Yi Qin to the next floor. Soon the two arrived at the sixth layer. The sixth layer was no longer fiery red but light blue. It looked a bit cold, but the temperature here was 100 times higher than the first layer. So hot. Yichen felt his sword energy was slowly being consumed. One had to know that sword energy wouldn't be consumed in the first layer. It's fine here. Once we reach the ninth layer we have to put up an energy barrier. Lan Yu said. How many layers does the Divine Fire Cave have? Yichen asked. Lan Yu said, I know there are 11 layers but I'm not too sure about the exact number. A long time ago there was only one layer. Later on, someone discovered the second layer, then the third layer, the fourth layer. Maybe someone has already discovered the 12th and 13th layer. But as long as they aren't stupid they wouldn't tell anyone. The newly discovered places have the most treasures. The 7th level of the Divine Fire Acupoint was blue in color. The 8th layer was dark blue, the 9th layer was dark blue, the 10th layer was light blue, and the 11th layer was azure. In the azure world, flames were like lightning, flashing. Wherever they flashed there would be a loud bang. Without exaggeration, even a powerful sovereign would be turned into ashes by the azure flames. Yichen and Lan Yu put up an energy barrier. Otherwise, if they were hit by the azure flames, their energy would be consumed very quickly. Crackle. A green flame flashed towards Yichen. Yichen didn't even bother to look at it. The speed of the green flame was too fast. Even if he dodged it he would still be in a sorry state. So, it was better to just ignore it. Dang. The powerful impact caused Yichen to stumble. What was going on? Yichen turned around just in time to see an axe bounce away. Supreme Axe. Who would have thought that there would be a supreme axe wrapped within the green flames? The axe's entire body was scarlet red, and it was obvious that it had been burnt red. You're quite lucky. Lan Yu teased. Let's hope we have more luck. With regards to supreme weapons, Yichen held the attitude that the more, the better. There were quite a few honorable ones on the 11th floor. In just a short while, the two of them had already encountered 5 honorable ones. However, it was clear that all of them were very cautious and avoided them from afar. The 11th level of the Divine Fire Cave was extremely vast. If it wasn't for the fact that this place had formed its own space, the entire Sheen Plain might not have been able to cover it. The two of them flew aimlessly. When they noticed something strange they came down to take a look. Rumble. The two of them were just about to pass by a magma lake. All of a sudden, the magma lake below instantly evaporated and the ground cracked. Immediately after, pieces of inky green crystals flew everywhere. Puchi. A small part of Yichen's protective sword energy was penetrated, and a small piece of inky green crystal was stuck on it. Yichen stretched out his hand to grab it. Puchi. The crystal was extremely hot, and inky green flames darted out, instantly enveloping Yichen in flames. Scatter. His sword energy erupted, and the inky green flames were extinguished. What crystal is this? Yichen was startled. He felt that this inky green crystal was not simple. The temperature of the flames was thousands of times higher than the green flames on the 11th floor. Divine Fire Stone. Lan Yu exclaimed. Hearing this, Yichen looked at Lan Yu. Lan Yu explained, Divine Fire Stone is a kind of fire-attributed energy crystal. Legend has it that it contains a trace of the desolate god's power, which is why its temperature is extremely high. Divine Fire Stone has many uses, and its biggest use is to forge supreme weapons. Some supreme materials are very hard to melt, but as long as they are burned by the flames of the Divine Fire Stone, they will melt in a short while. With enough Divine Fire Stone, forging supreme weapons will be many times easier. In addition, Divine Fire Stone has a great effect on refining the body. The flames of the Divine Fire Stone can burn away the impurities in the body, making the body stronger and purer. Can Divine Fire Stone upgrade a rank 8 spirit body to rank 9 spirit body? Yichen asked. Lan Yu glanced at Yichen. Of course it can. It's just that the process is more painful and dangerous. You need to use the power of the Divine Fire Stone bit by bit. You can't use it too fiercely all at once. It's fine if it can. Yichen sighed with emotion. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, and finding it without any effort at all. Yichen and Lan Yu didn't care about those Divine Fire Stones that were flying around. Their eyes were fixed on the crack below, where traces of dark green light were shining. Finally, the ground stopped trembling and a sharp point emerged from the crack. The sharp point was inlaid with dense dark green Divine Fire Stones. Collect the Divine Fire Stones. You can't use any energy, or the energy in the Divine Fire Stone will explode. Its temperature isn't very high. Lan Yu said and removed the energy barrier. She walked to the side of the sharp point and began to collect the divine fire stones. Yichen also walked up to collect. As expected, after removing the protective sword energy, the temperature of the divine fire stones wasn't high. Of course, this was only relative. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Soon Yichen had collected over 100 divine fire stones. As the two collected the divine fire stones on the sharp point, there weren't many left. Divine fire stones? Not far away, a beam of light flew over and a brown-robed old man was wrapped in the light. Yichen and Lan Yu tilted their heads and looked over. Not only did the two not slow down, but they also sped up. Stop. My divine fire stones? The brown-robed old man's heart was bleeding. The most precious treasure in the divine fire cave was the divine fire stones besides the divine stone. The divine stone depended on one's luck. Although the divine fire stone wasn't as rare as the divine stone, it still required a lot of luck to obtain. Some people couldn't get a piece in their lifetime, while others might get one on their first visit. The brown-robed old man had bought 3 divine fire stones from the divine fire tribe last time, which cost him a lot. This time he finally saw so many, but he wasn't the first to see them. Either leave the divine fire stones or leave your lives. The brown-robed old man was a quasi-legend supremacy. He stared at Yichen and Lan Yu fiercely. Yichen, be careful. This guy is an expert from another level 7 tribe, the Hidden Fog tribe. He has the strength of a quasi-legend supremacy. Don't underestimate him. Lan Yu secretly reminded Yichen. Yichen replied, I haven't fought a quasi-legend supremacy yet. Let's join forces and fight him. Okay, beat him to a pulp. Lan Yu said heroically. Chapter 1342. It seems like you want to stay alive. The brown-robed elder's face sank as he secretly condensed desolate element. You can't make us stay alive. If she was alone, Lan Yu would naturally be afraid of her opponent. A true quasi-legendary supremacy was different from them. Their moves were all Great Success Supreme Martial Arts or attacks that could rival Great Success Supreme Martial Arts. She only had Void Break Blade and Tyrant Blade Slash, which were Great Success Supreme Martial Arts. She still had a long way to go before her illusionary Moon Blade reached great success. She might be able to fight for a short period of time, but in a prolonged battle she would definitely lose. However, she wasn't alone. Beside her was Yichen. Yichen's illusory sword style was definitely one of the most powerful moves among the Great Success Supreme Martial Arts. In that case, I'd like to see what moves you two have. The brown-robed elder roared as he rotated his palms. Layers of white waves rushed towards Yichen and Lan Yu. As the white waves appeared, white water vapor appeared in the surroundings. It turned out that the temperature of the 11th level of the Divine Fire Acupoint was extremely high. The palm force of the brown-robed elder leaned towards water, which stimulated the high temperature and produced a large amount of steam. Instantly, the steam emitted a green light and drowned the surroundings. The three felt as though they were in a sea of fog. They could hear the rolling waves. It was the palm force of the brown-robed elder. Tyrant Blade Slash. Tyrant Blade Style. Lan Yu's Tyrant Blade Slash was extremely similar to Yichen's Tyrant Blade Style. However, one was a saber while the other was a sword. When the saber and sword slashed at the white waves, the domineering saber aura and sword aura combined temporarily. Rumble. The white waves rolled back and sent the brown-robed elder flying. Preposterous. The brown-robed elder was furious. He could tell that he wouldn't be able to win if they fought head-on. The two of them could fight against the quasi-legendary supremacy if they joined forces. Foggy soaring art. The figure of the brown-robed elder turned blurry and eventually turned into a dense fog. He shuttled through the sea of fog at an extremely fast speed. Disappeared? Lan Yu frowned. Yichen's eyes flashed as he suddenly waved his sword to the right. It was just one sword, but it seemed as though thousands of swords had gathered together. Spacetime sword art, Death Cleave. That was close. At the critical moment, the brown-robed old man merged with the fog, and the sword chi directly passed through the fog, unable to hurt him at all. The terrifying thing about the fog soaring technique was that it could turn one's body into fog. Unless it was directly hit, it would be very difficult to break. Just now Yichen's attack range was wide, but unfortunately it was not high enough. Reverse Blade Wheel. Lan Yu's body spun, and circles of saber light spread out in a spiral shape. The returning saber wheel was known for its powerful after effects. Each point was the most lethal point. With Yichen by her side, Lan Yu could use the returning saber wheel without any restrictions, forcing the brown-robed old man out. 1 breath. 3 breaths. 5 breaths. It was unknown how many layers of the huge spiral blade light had circled in all directions. Not to mention the brown-robed old man, even Yi Chen was a little bit worried. He was sure that once he was hit by the spiral blade light, his body would definitely be cut into a skeleton, unless his defense could be enhanced to the point of resisting the attack of a quasi-legendary Supreme Master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiral blade light became more and more concentrated, and a strong blade wind erupted, blowing away a lot of the surrounding fog. In the thin fog, a human figure slowly appeared, and it was the brown-robed old man. Damn, what kind of blade art is this? The brown-robed old man didn't think much of the returning saber wheel at first, but later on, he realized that the strength of the returning saber wheel was increasing very quickly, and it was no less than a great accomplishment supreme martial art. If it was one-on-one, he naturally wouldn't let Lan Yu continuously increase the power of the returning saber wheel. But now he was fighting 1 against 2. Do you think I'm afraid of them? Whirlpool transforming dragon palm. A whirlpool gradually formed with the brown-robed old man as the center, and when the spiral blade light touched the whirlpool, it was immediately sucked in. Soon, the whirlpool became a huge monster, and it was enough to affect the use of the returning saber wheel. When Lan Yu stopped using the returning saber wheel, the brown-robed old man was completely wrapped by the black energy ball, and the black energy ball was expanding rapidly, and it had already expanded to a larger area than the attack of the returning saber wheel. A terrifying gravitational force acted on Lan Yu and Yi Chen, and it was trying to suck them into the black energy ball. Even if they used the back of their heads to think, they knew that once they were sucked in, it would really be disastrous. Let's work together. Lan Yu and Yi Chen once again used the Tyrant Blade Chop in the Tyrant Sword style, and the overbearing Blade Aura and Sword Aura suddenly combined and bombarded the black energy ball. Unfortunately, the black energy ball had already formed, and just like the previous returning saber wheel, its power had accumulated to an extremely terrifying level, and even if it didn't reach the level of legendary Supreme Master, it was not far from it. Retreat. Since they couldn't break the black energy ball, the two could only retreat. They didn't believe that this black energy ball could expand without limit. However, the black energy ball's gravitational force was too strong, and the two's flying speed was very slow. Sometimes they would fly a bit and then be pulled back a bit. It was extremely strenuous. Go to hell. Just as the two thought, the black energy ball indeed couldn't expand without limit. If it could, who could be its opponent? However, it was enough to deal with two experts who had just stepped into the quasi-legendary Supreme Master realm. Rumble, the surface of the black energy ball undulated, and soon the entire black energy ball turned into a black dragon, pouncing towards Yi Chen and Lan Yu. The black dragon's body was incomparably heavy, but when it moved, its speed was astonishing. The 11th layer of the divine fire acupoint seemed to be unable to bear its might, and it slightly trembled. Lan Yu, come here. Yi Chen grabbed Lan Yu's hand, bringing her into his protective range. Next, Yi Chen's heart force, sword energy, and soul force all erupted as he displayed the 5-element sword art, Extreme Prosperity Decline. Although Extreme Prosperity Decline hadn't reached major completion, it was still Yi Chen's strongest defensive sword art. At this moment, any offensive sword art was useless. Only a defensive sword art could protect him slightly. The black dragon crazily tore at the multicolored light ball. Inside the multicolored light ball, Yi Chen's hands could no longer be seen. The speed at which he swung the heavenly sword became faster and faster, surpassing one limit after another. Under the pressure of life and death, Yi Chen's heart force reached a higher level, and the defensive power of Extreme Prosperity Decline reached a new peak. Rumble. However, the black dragon's power was too great. The multicolored light ball was still shattered. The black dragon bit onto Yi Chen's body and swooped down together with Lan Yu. A deep mark was plowed on the ground. It was unknown how far away the black dragon's power was before it gradually dissipated. In a huge pit, Yi Chen and Lan Yu were hugging each other. Their clothes were torn and they were half naked. On Yi Chen's chest there was a big hole. This was the injury caused by the black dragon. So powerful. Hugging Lan Yu, Yi Chen slowly stood up. The big hole in his chest was quickly healed under the nourishment of the inextinguishable power. He actually didn't die. The brown-robed elder was very surprised. His whirlpool dragon palm had accumulated a lot of power. It was enough to injure a quasi-legendary supremacy. A peak super supremacy would most likely die from it. Of course, if he encountered a quasi-legendary supremacy, the other party wouldn't let him accumulate power and would have already broken this move. This was the difference in strength. How could he know that Yi Chen's immortal sword body could resist a peak super supremacy's attack? Plus, he had used the 5-element sword art to offset a part of the Black Dragon's power. The true destructive power of the Black Dragon didn't exceed his limit. Chapter 1343. Thank you. Lan Yu's face was a bit red. At this critical moment, she wanted to take out her courtyard with layers upon layers of arrays. With the courtyard's defensive power, not to mention the brown-robed old man who was only a quasi-legendary supreme expert, even a legendary supreme expert wouldn't be able to do anything to the two of them. However, who would have thought that Yi Chen would actually grab her hand and pull her into his protective range, causing her to be momentarily dazed? It was precisely this moment that she lost the opportunity to take out her courtyard. Fortunately, Yi Chen's defense was strong enough. I can't take such risks in the future, Lan Yu thought. Can you still fight? Yi Chen asked Lan Yu. Of course. Lan Yu's body flashed and a set of clothes appeared. Let's take turns to attack. Don't give him the chance to use this move. Yi Chen was naturally afraid of this palm technique. This palm technique could absorb other people's energy and turn it into an attack. If he didn't absorb the power of returning blade wheel, tyrant blade chop, and tyrant sword style, the palm just now would have lost at least 70% of its power. Yes. Lan Yu nodded. She didn't expect the opponent to have such an abnormal palm technique. Go. The two of them attacked the brown-robed old man from the left and right. Good timing. The brown-robed old man could see that Yi Chen's defense was stronger, so he took the lead and attacked Lan Yu. His palm struck out and the power was boundless. Splendor of youth. Lan Yu also had a defensive blade technique. In fact, with her speed she could completely avoid it, but she wanted to create an opportunity for Yi Chen. Rumble. Lan Yu, who was wrapped in petals, was like a reef, enduring the impact of the monstrous palm energy. Suddenly, the petals bloomed, and a peerless blade light slashed at the brown-robed old man. It was the void-breaking blade. The brown-robed old man frowned and smashed the blade energy with one palm. Illusion sword style. At this moment, Yi Chen used his strongest sword technique, illusion sword style. A bubble of sword light spread and enveloped the brown-robed old man. In an instant, the brown-robed old man felt that he was surrounded by sword light, as if he had come to a world of sword light. Layer after layer of sword light was slashed, and the brown-robed old man's arms went numb. There were too many sword light and they were endless. Not good, it's an illusion. By the time the brown-robed old man came to his senses, Yi Chen's sword had already pierced into the brown-robed old man's chest. Puchi, how could the brown-robed old man's supreme armor block the piercing of the heaven sword? It was directly pierced through. Scram. The brown-robed old man was horrified and sent Yi Chen flying with a palm strike. Who would have thought that just as Yi Chen was blown away, Lan Yu would rush over and use the incomplete Mirage Moon Blade. If it was before, the Mirage Moon Blade might not be effective. After all, the illusion of the Mirage Moon Blade was much weaker than the illusory sword style. However, at this time, the brown-robed old man was injured by the Sky Sword and his origin was damaged. Suddenly, another Mirage Moon Blade came and he was heavily injured again. The blue blade chi cut off the brown-robed old man's left arm. I'm going to die from anger. The brown-robed elder went crazy. He, a dignified quasi-legendary supreme being, was actually injured by the hands of two juniors. What shocked him the most was that both of their weapons were sage artifacts. Sage artifacts contain special powers. It was fine if they didn't hit him, but once they did, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Yi Chen rubbed his body and attacked again. This time it was the sword burial art. Next it was Lan Yu's tyrant blade chop. The two of them took turns to attack the brown-robed old man, not giving him a chance to recover. If you were beaten back, I would attack. If I was beaten back, you would attack. Although it was just a few moves, the two of them cooperated seamlessly. For a moment, the heavily injured brown-robed old man was completely suppressed. He didn't even have the slightest chance to turn the tables. If this continues, I will be beaten to death. Thinking of this, the brown-robed old man disregarded the fact that he was wide open and wanted to use the Vortex Dragon Palm. As long as he used the Vortex Dragon Palm, the two of them wouldn't be able to injure him. However, Yi Chen didn't give the brown-robed old man any chance and attacked with the sword burial art. Although the power of the sword burial art couldn't compare to the tyrant sword style and the illusion sword style, the power of space and time could slow down the brown-robed old man's speed and reaction. On the battlefield there were countless changes. If one was slow, the others wouldn't be. Lan Yu's void-shattering blade hit the brown-robed old man and sent him flying. The supreme armor on his body was tattered and had almost no defensive effect. Aqua light armor. The brown-robed old man was a quasi-legendary supreme being after all. Although he was enraged by the repeated injuries, he didn't lose his mind. He immediately used a supreme defensive martial art, aqua light armor. The defense of the aqua light armor wasn't any weaker than the supreme armor. It was roughly equivalent to the defense of a rank 4 supreme armor. Of course, the supreme armor didn't need much power to maintain, but the aqua light armor was equivalent to using a supreme martial art continuously. The consumption rate was thousands of times higher. Wait for me. With the protection of the aqua light armor, the brown-robed old man's speed soared. Where do you think you're going? Lan Yu, who had comprehended the essence of the word line, chased after him. She slashed a few times on the brown-robed old man's body. However, she was quickly repelled by the brown-robed old man's palm. It wasn't that the brown-robed old man couldn't beat the two of them. It was just that his injuries were too severe. The more they fought, the weaker he became. Yi Chen's speed wasn't as fast as Lan Yu. Seeing that Lan Yu was repelled, he gave up the chase. He escaped. Lan Yu was a little discouraged. Yi Chen sighed. Even if a quasi-legendary supreme is injured, he isn't someone to be trifled with. It seems like we have to re-evaluate the strength of quasi-legendary supreme beings. And if it wasn't for your illusion sword style injuring him, it would be very difficult for us to beat him. Lan Yu nodded. After repelling the brown-robed old man, the two continued to explore the 11th layer of the Divine Fire Cave. Flame Iron. 9 Turbid Gold. Turbid Sky Stone. Those who could come to the 11th layer of the Divine Fire Cave were all experts among experts, and experts were destined to be few in number. With fewer people coming, there would naturally be more treasures left behind. It all depended on one's luck. In just half a month, Yi Chen had obtained 3 kinds of supreme metals. Each of them was extremely precious and could be used to forge level 3 supreme weapons. Among them, the most precious was the 9 Turbid Gold. This kind of metal could be used to forge level 4 supreme weapons. Turbid Sky Stone was not inferior to the 9 Turbid Gold, but it was a pity that it was too little. It was only the size of a courtyard. Adding the Azure Star Iron that he had obtained before entering the Wilderness God Continent, Yi Chen had a total of 4 kinds of supreme metals. Among them, the Azure Star Iron was the largest. It was a metal planet with a diameter of several thousand miles. The Flame Iron was the second largest, which was only a dozen miles in size. The 9 Turbid Gold and the Turbid Sky Stone added together were only half a mile in size. Yi Chen planned to learn the supreme swordsmithing technique when he had the time. Yi Chen, look, there seems to be a spatial fluctuation over there. On this day, Lan Yu and Yi Chen both discovered an obscure spatial fluctuation. Let's go and take a look, Yi Chen said. In a short while, the two arrived at the source of the spatial fluctuation. The source was in the magma lake. For some unknown reason, the magma lake was boiling violently. The spatial fluctuation was coming from the lake and it was getting more and more obvious. Zichen, do you want to die? A cold voice came out. Chapter 1344. Huowujin, you're so despicable. We discovered the entrance to the 12th layer of the Divine Fire Cave together. Since you're so heartless, don't blame us for being unjust. As the voice resounded, the spatial fluctuations grew stronger and stronger. The two sides seemed to be fighting. Yi Chen and Lan Yu looked at each other. The 12th layer of the Divine Fire Cave? Lan Yu couldn't help but ask. You're right. There's a 12th layer. Yi Chen opened his netherworld sacred eye and looked down through the magma lake. Vaguely, Yi Chen saw 3 figures fighting. It seemed to be 2 against 1. They were standing on a teleportation platform. The shock waves of their battle shook the teleportation platform and transmitted spatial energy. This was also the reason why the magma lake was boiling. Fighting 1 against 2, the figure in the middle was naturally not their match. He was struck by the 2 and died. Let's go. Yi Chen saw the 2 figures flying up. They were probably trying to see if anyone was attracted by the spatial fluctuations. Rumble. Although Yi Chen was quick to react, the 11th layer of the Divine Fire Cave was a flat plain. Before he could fly far, the magma lake exploded and 2 figures broke through the magma. Looking around, the 2 quickly discovered Yi Chen and Lan Yu. Where do you think you're going? The sea of fire is boundless. One of the 2 was a sinister-looking middle-aged man in red robes. He shouted and clasped his hands together, pushing a palm in the direction where Yi Chen and Lan Yu were running. Boom. Like a landslide or a tsunami, the violent fire wave had yet to approach, but Yi Chen and Lan Yu already found it hard to breathe. This sinister-looking middle-aged man seemed to be stronger than the brown-robed old man. His palm energy was boundlessly tyrannical. Just as the fire wave was about to reach them, Yi Chen and Lan Yu turned around and slashed at the fire wave. Tyrant Blade Slash and Tyrant Sword form were supreme martial arts at great completion. With the two combined, no matter how strong the fire wave was, it would still be split apart. Borrowing the rebounding force, Yi Chen and Lan Yu's speed continued to rise. Black Fiend, don't let them escape. The sinister-looking middle-aged man said to the black-robed man. The black-robed man nodded. No one has ever found the 12th layer. There must be divine stones inside. With them, our supreme weapons can be upgraded to saint weapons. The one called Zichen was the great elder of the rank 6 Purple Blood tribe. His strength was at the peak super sovereign level. The three of them discovered the entrance to the 12th floor at the Divine Fire Cave's 11th floor at the same time. Zichen thought that he was fast, so he wasn't afraid of the other two. Little did he know that the temperature of the 12th floor was more than 100 times higher than the 11th floor. Dark cyan flames flew everywhere, restricting Zichen's speed. Next, the sinister-looking middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man took advantage of their quasi-legendary sovereigns to launch a sneak attack on Zichen. Zichen naturally wasn't willing to die just like that. He desperately returned to the teleportation platform. The four of them chased after her in a frenzy, one in front and one behind. Lan Yu had comprehended the essence of the word line, so her speed was the fastest among the four. Yichen was proficient in the spacetime profound, so his speed was not much slower. On the other hand, the two middle-aged men were falling further and further behind. Huo Wujin, forget it. These two are the same as Zichen, they are both faster than us. Black Fiend stopped chasing. Count them lucky. Huo Wujin knew that he couldn't catch up to them. At their level, speed was very important. Unfortunately, it was too hard to increase one's speed. The best way was to grasp the spacetime profound. The more profound the spacetime profound, the faster one's speed would be. If one reached perfection in spacetime profound, no one would be able to catch up, unless the other party's spacetime profound was also at perfection. Fortunately, we ran fast. One of them is the Hall Master of the Divine Fire Tribe, Huo Wujin, and the other is the third elder of the 7th rank tribe, the Earth Fiend Tribe. Seeing that Huo Wujin and Black Fiend didn't catch up, Lan Yu smiled and said to Yi Chen. Although we found the entrance to the 12th layer, we can't enter it in a short time. Let's go back first. His immortal sword body could only defend against the attacks of peak super supremes. If he encountered a quasi-legendary supremes, it would be hard to defend against it, not to mention two quasi-legendary supremes at the same time. Alright, we'll come again in the future. I don't believe that they can get all the benefits in the 12th layer. They might be unlucky and get nothing. Lan Yu giggled. After leaving the Divine Fire Cave, the two returned to the Eternal Tribe. Inside a barren mountain near the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chen held a divine fire stone in his hand and tried to draw out the flame of the stone with his sword energy. Boom. For the first time, Yi Chen directly detonated the divine fire stone due to his inexperience. The dark green flame burned a big hole in the barren mountain. At the crucial moment, Yi Chen hurriedly used his sword energy to protect his body. Otherwise, even with the immortal sword body, he would be greatly injured and waste a lot of his sword energy and inextinguishable energy. Too violent. Yi Chen shook his head and continued to test. Once, twice. After the 10th time, Yi Chen finally found a balance point. From the 11th divine fire stone, he drew out a flame that was as thick as a pinky finger. The flame flickered as if it would explode at any time. Split. The finger-sized flame separated into two even thinner flames, which then turned into 2, 4, and then 8. When the flame was as thin as a string, Yi Chen opened his mouth and sucked in a bit of flame into his body. Pitter-patter. His body shook violently. Yi Chen felt as if there were countless bombs buried in his body. As soon as the flame entered his body, it immediately swept out, causing Yi Chen's entire body to burn. Really works. Yi Chen could feel that something in his body was being burned away. It should be some invisible impurities. Regardless of whether one was a super supreme, legendary supreme, or even a demigod, they would all have impurities within their bodies. Only by becoming a true god would one have no impurities, and their bodies would be pure and untainted. 1 wisp, 2 wisps, 3 wisps. Using the divine firestone's flame to refine the spirit body was a very boring thing. If the flame was too big, not only would it not refine the spirit body, but it would also burn the spirit body's yuan qi. If the flame was too small, it would be too slow and it was too difficult to control. As time passed and experience increased, Yi Chen found that the best method was to split a divine firestone into 10,000 wisps of flame. Before he knew it, a month had passed. Boom. Powerful life fluctuations burst out, and Yi Chen's entire body floated in the air. He didn't rely on Sword Yuan or any other power but his own body. One had to know that there were many restrictions on the Wild's God continent. It was impossible to float with just one's own life magnetic field. Yi Chen could float because his spirit body had broken through from the peak of the 8th rank to the 9th rank. The life magnetic field of a 9th rank spirit body was so strong that it could offset the gravity of the Wild's God continent. After his spirit body reached the 9th rank, Yi Chen felt that his immortal sword body was also improving. It was 10 times stronger and the two formed a close connection. Finally, a 9th rank spirit body. Yi Chen let out a breath. Chapter 1345. Now, my immortal sword body should be able to resist the attack of a quasi-legend supreme. The upgrade of the immortal sword body to the 9th grade had increased the grade of the immortal sword body, approaching the 9th transformation golden body. At this stage, the defense was no longer just pure strength, but a more rational structure, which required a powerful life magnetic field to support. Apart from the immortal sword body, there was another great benefit. Yi Chen could feel his lifespan increasing, but by how much Yi Chen didn't know. Such a surging immortal power. Closing his eyes, Yi Chen seemed to be able to see a black ocean inside his heart space. The ocean was surging violently, and before the first wave subsided, another wave would rise. The great increase in defense made Yi Chen want to go to the 12th layer of the Divine Fire Cave. The damaged origin of the Heaven Sword was equivalent to an Earth Saint tool with 4 divine stones. If it recovered, it would probably be equivalent to an Earth Saint tool with 6 or 7 divine stones. Yi Chen didn't know if the divine stones could restore the origin of the Heaven Sword, but he had to give it a try. After all, in the Wildness God continent, his strength wasn't even first-rate, only second-rate. First-rate was legendary supreme. If he wanted to make a difference, he had to improve his strength in all aspects, including the divine tool. I'll go with you. Originally, Yi Chen didn't want to bring Lan Yu. Although her battle strength was similar to his, her defense was too weak. Unexpectedly, Lan Yu smiled mysteriously and said that he didn't need to worry about her. She had a way to save her life. Left with no choice, Yi Chen nodded and agreed. She could go by herself without him. There was no difference. Arriving at the Godfire Cave again, the two were about to hand in their Godfire Supreme tags when the leader of the Blaze Hall, Huo Wubian, seemed to have recognized them. He yelled, "You two come with me to the Godfire tribe. If you dare to disobey, don't blame me for killing you." Yi Chen's face darkened as he gave Lan Yu a look. Whoosh, whoosh. The two's speed increased as they flew toward the entrance of the Divine Fire Cave. Courting death. Huo Wubian was furious. These two people actually didn't care about the Divine Fire Tribe's orders. Huo Wubian was a quasi-legendary paragon. In terms of strength, he wasn't any weaker than Huo Wujin. His weapon was a heaven-piercing halberd that was wreathed in green flames. As the flames curled up, Huo Wubian's halberd swept towards Yi Chen and Lan Yu. Although this halberd strike seemed extremely domineering, Yi Chen and Lan Yu felt as though the world had been flattened by this halberd, and their path forward had been cut off. Break! At the critical moment, Yi Chen used the illusory sword style. Bubbles of sword light spread out, causing Huo Wubian to fall into a trance for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Chen and Lan Yu entered the entrance of the Divine Fire Cave. Huo Wubian's face turned gloomy when he woke up. This was too embarrassing. He was a quasi-legendary paragon, yet he actually suffered a loss in the hands of Yi Chen. Although he was only confused for a moment, it could still be considered as being confused. If Yi Chen didn't choose to enter the Divine Fire Cave and attacked him instead, he would have suffered even more. This Huo Wujin, why didn't he tell us about his opponent's strength? Such a level of sword art can already threaten quasi-legendary paragons. Huo Wubian turned his head and glanced at his subordinates, feeling resentful. As a quasi-legendary paragon, he still wanted some face. Not being able to make Yi Chen and Lan Yu stay in front of his subordinates had caused his prestige to be damaged. "You guys guard here. I'll go in for a while," Huo Wubian ordered. "Yes." The two vice hall masters of the Fiery Blaze Hall hurriedly accepted the order. The hall master was more concerned about his face. As his subordinates, they absolutely couldn't reveal any abnormalities. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. After entering the Divine Fire Cave, the two of them rushed to the second level. After the two of them left for a while, Huo Wubian appeared. Without any hesitation, he directly went to the second level. He was very clear that the other party was definitely aiming for the 12th level. Only a few people knew about the 12th level of the Divine Fire Cave, and outsiders were definitely not allowed to know about it. After half a day, Yi Qin and Lan Yu arrived at the entrance of the 12th level. There was a teleportation platform there. Let's go up. The two of them arrived at the teleportation platform and activated its teleportation power. Buzz. With a flash of light, the two of them disappeared from the 11th level. When they reappeared, they were in a dark green world. The flames here were lumps of terrifying dark green flames that were flying everywhere without any pattern. The temperature was at least 100 times higher than the 11th level. So hot. Lan Yu had already activated her desolate origin barrier. Even so, the extremely high temperature still transmitted in and consumed her desolate origin barrier. But the temperature of the divine firestone's flames is slightly higher. Yi Qin nodded. Lan Yu said, the flames of the divine firestone are dark blue flames, which are definitely hotter than the flames here. I wonder if there's a 13th level in the divine fire cave. If there is, it might be dark blue flames that are comparable to the flames of the divine firestone. Every level of the divine fire cave was an independent space that was extremely vast. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had stayed in the 12th level for 10 days. Although we didn't find any divine stones, this trip wasn't in vain with so many of them. Lan Yu smiled. In these 10 days, the two of them had obtained 200 pieces of divine firestone each. One must know that after the spirit body reached the 9th rank, it could still continue to improve. Early stage, mid-stage, late stage, peak stage, and finally the perfected spirit body. Therefore, with so many divine firestones, Yi Qin could definitely improve his spirit body to the mid-stage of the 9th rank. As for late stage, he would need even more divine firestones. What the two of them didn't know was that Huo Wubian had been searching for them in the 12th level for 10 days. Huo Wujin and He Sha haven't come out yet. They've only sent me a message through their voice transmission token. I'm also sending them a message now. After searching for 10 days without finding Yi Qin and Lan Yu, Huo Wubian could only take out his voice transmission token and send a message. A short moment later, another person's voice came from the token. Huo Wubian, He Sha and I have already split up. I don't believe that we can't find them with just the three of us. Alright. Huo Wubian kept the voice transmission token and continued his search. Very quickly 20 days had passed. Yi Qin and Lan Yu had been in the 12th level for a month. What's that? On this day, Yi Qin and Lan Yu saw an intense radiance in front of them. The radiance flickered a few times before it immediately dimmed. Yi Qin and Lan Yu weren't the only ones who saw it. Huo Wubian, Huo Wujin, and He Sha had also seen it. It's a divine stone. This is the radiance of a divine stone. He Sha's eyes emitted a frightening light. At their level, it was too difficult to increase their strength. As long as they could obtain a divine stone, they could upgrade their supreme weapon to a saint artifact, greatly increasing their strength. It's the radiance of a divine stone. Huo Wubian's breathing was ragged. There was no one who didn't want a divine stone, and he was no exception. Both supreme weapons and supreme armors could be merged with divine stones to become saint artifacts. Chapter 1346. Yi Qin, that should be the radiance of the divine stone. While flying, Lan Yu said to Yi Qin. Yi Qin said, it would be best if that's the case, but the radiance just now was too dazzling. If there are other people on the 12th level, they will definitely be able to see it. We have to be careful. Although his defense had increased greatly, Yi Qin still didn't dare to underestimate a legendary supremacy. The place where the divine stone radiance disappeared was very far away. Yi Qin and Lan Yu had flown for more than half a day, but they still hadn't reached their destination. At this moment, a black and white palm print approached from afar, slapping toward Yi Qin and Lan Yu at an astonishing speed. Facing this palm print, Yi Qin felt as if heaven and earth had become a huge millstone, and he was unable to move. The sword energy around his body showed faint signs of being squeezed out. What a powerful supreme martial art! Yi Qin was shocked. He unsheathed his heavenly sword and swung out a vigorous and domineering sword energy. Lan Yu was a step slower than Yi Qin, and her supreme saber technique, Tyrant Saber Slash, followed closely. Boom. The black and white palm print smashed the sword energy and saber energy one after another, but it was also worn down quite a bit. Its power was less than 10%, and it was easily shattered by Yi Qin and Lan Yu. The next moment, a black shadow appeared in front of the two of them. It was the third elder of the Earth Fiend tribe, Black Fiend. It's the third elder of the Earth Fiend tribe, Black Fiend. His supreme martial art is the Yin-Yang Millstone, and it's very powerful. Lan Yu sent a voice transmission to Yi Qin. Yi Qin replied, I'll block him in a while. You attack with all your might from the side. Don't worry about hurting me. All right. Lan Yu had a slight understanding of Yi Chen's defense. Kill. Without any words, Black Fiend charged over and struck out with both palms. Streams of black and white palm prints spread out. Block. Yi Chen took a deep breath and displayed his defensive sword technique. Suddenly, the five-colored sword light filled the air and quickly spread out, like a huge five-colored light ball. The black and white palm prints fell on the five-colored light ball like rain, making a loud noise. After only a moment, the five-colored light ball exploded, and the remaining palm prints fiercely hit Yi Chen's body. Dang 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 dang. The sound of iron being struck rang out. Although these palm prints were extremely powerful, Yi Chen's body was not weak at all. Not only did he not explode, but he even bounced off some of the palm prints. How is this possible? The Black Fiend was taken aback. His yin-yang grindstone could grind anything, and it was easy for it to break through defenses. Yet, the other party was able to block it with just his physical defense? 36 void-shattering blades. Lan Yu seized the opportunity and launched 36 void-shattering blades at the Black Fiend. Each blade was fatal, sealing off the Black Fiend's escape route. Of course, Yi Chen was inevitably included. Caught off guard, the Black Fiend only had time to wave his hand to set up a layer of black barrier. The black barrier collapsed under the dozens of void-shattering blades, and the remaining void-shattering blades surged forward, wrapping around the Black Fiend and twisting crazily. Break. The Black Fiend was a quasi-legend supremacy after all. His desolate essence was incomparably pure. When he erupted, he forced out the fierce blade force, and there were some bloodstains on his body. Illusory sword style. A dreamy sword light bubble spread out and instantly enveloped the Black Fiend. Not good. The Black Fiend was shocked. He knew that he was hallucinating. Fall. With a wave of the heaven sword, the Black Fiend's head fell to the ground. Yi Chen's figure suddenly appeared a few hundred meters behind the Black Fiend. Tyrant blade slash. Lan Yu leaped up and held the blue moon saber with both hands. She slashed at the headless Black Fiend's body, and the dark blue saber gleam was cold and sharp. In the middle, the saber gleam paused for a moment, but the obstruction was quickly eliminated. The saber gleam slashed down from above, and the Black Fiend's body was naturally split into two. Death cleave. Revolving saber wheel. Yi Chen and Lan Yu took the front and back, sandwiching the Black Fiend in the middle. Each of them released their most intensive attacks. At this moment, they couldn't give the other party a chance to take a breather. Otherwise, everything they had done before would be for naught. I, the Black Fiend, am a quasi-legend supremacy, and yet I am reduced to such a state. The Black Fiend was stunned and couldn't think straight. Oh! An angry roar sounded from the countless sword chi and saber gleams. A silvery figure soared into the sky, bouncing off all the sword chi and saber gleams. In the Wild's God continent, the majority of quasi-legend legends didn't have any saint artifacts. Therefore their strength was at the level of a true quasi-legend legend. Correspondingly, their qualities were naturally very impressive in all aspects. For example, the Black Fiend's martial path Yuan spirit was close to the silver level, and he was only one step away from cultivating a silver martial path Yuan spirit. Once he had a silver martial path Yuan spirit, he would be a true legend supremacy, and his strength would skyrocket to an extremely high level. Seriously speaking, although Heavenly Lord Rot Devil was also a quasi-legend supremacy, he was far weaker than the Black Fiend in terms of strength. Heavenly Lord Rot Devil relied on supreme martial arts to have the strength of a quasi-legend supremacy. Of course, this was mainly because Heavenly Lord Rot Devil's strength had been greatly depleted. After all, when he was at his peak, he was a true legend supremacy. Quasi-silver martial path Yuan spirit. Yi Chen sighed. It seemed like he couldn't kill the other party. If the other party was the same as Heavenly Lord Rot Devil, he was confident that he could kill him. Heavenly Lord Rot Devil's martial arts were only slightly more powerful, but he had lost too much of his strength. When my sword intent reaches the 9th step, I'll be able to eliminate the hidden danger of my bronze martial path Yuan spirit. I should be able to step into the silver level. Let's go. With a thought, Yi Chen made a prompt decision. His figure shot out and Lan Yu followed closely behind. Damn it. The Black Fiend's quasi-silver martial path Yuan spirit shone brightly, and the scattered flesh and blood were sucked back, forming an intact body. Of course, his aura was much weaker. Black Fiend, what's wrong? Huo Wujin rushed over from afar. The Black Fiend's face was ashen. Don't mention it. They're just ahead. Let's catch up. The Black Fiend didn't want Huo Wujin to know about his miserable state. At the same time, he was a little worried that Huo Wujin would kill him after dealing with Yi Chen and Lan Yu. This wasn't impossible. With Yi Qin and Lan Yu's speed, the Black Fiend and Huo Wujin wouldn't be able to catch up. 2 hours passed and the dazzling divine stones lit up again. Over there. The two were overjoyed and their speed increased again. Finally the two saw the source of the light. In their line of sight, a tall platform stood on the dark green ground. On the platform, the radiance shone, condensing into a light barrier. Within the light barrier, 3 mystical stones floated. Each stone was like a primordial mountain. They were only the size of a palm, but the feeling they gave off was incomparably heavy. 3 divine stones. Lan Yu couldn't help but blurt out. Break. Yi Qin slashed at the light barrier, but it was a pity that the light barrier was incomparably sturdy, and the sword chi was bounced off. Chapter 1347. Yi Qin, let's attack together. Lan Yu drew her blue moon saber. Boom, 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 the two joined hands to attack the barrier. Instantly, the barrier trembled violently like a rubber ball, constantly sinking and bulging, while the divine stones inside remained motionless. After an entire 2 hours, a crack finally appeared on the light barrier. Let's work harder. Yi Qin attacked tirelessly. If they couldn't get the divine stones now, it would be 1,000 times more difficult for them to get them when the others came. More and more cracks appeared on the barrier, making it look like a hollow crystal on the verge of shattering. Bang! A crisp shattering sound resounded as the barrier shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 divine stones seemed to have a mind of their own as they flew off in 3 different directions at an astonishing speed. Don't let them get away. Lan Yu's figure flashed as she chased after one of the divine stones. Having comprehended the essence of the word line, her speed was extremely fast. In just a short moment she had caught the divine stone. It was strange that the power contained in the divine stone could be said to be terrifying, but it didn't harm anyone. It was as if whoever touched it first would possess it and wouldn't resist. Yi Qin's speed was only a bit slower than Lan Yu's. He soon caught up to one of the divine stones. Now there was only one left and it had flown far away. Haha, it's a divine stone. A figure suddenly appeared in the direction the divine stone flew to. It was the Divine Fire Tribe's Raging Blaze Hall's Hallmaster, Huo Wubian. He grabbed the divine stone and laughed heartily. What dogs hit luck? Lan Yu was indignant. There are still 2 more. Let's go first. Through the Netherworld's sacred eye, Yi Qin saw Huo Wujin and He Sha, 3 quasi-legendary sovereigns. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could resist them. It was best to leave first. For him, 1 divine stone was enough. As long as he could restore the origin of the heavenly sword, his attack would be more than 100 times stronger. Of course, it would be even better if he had 2 divine stones. Damn it, wait until I fuse this divine stone into my fire divine halberd. Then your time will come. Huo Wubian knew that he wouldn't be able to catch up to Yi Qin and Lan Yu, so he gave up. Most importantly, he had obtained a divine stone. For now, he could put the matter of hunting down Yi Qin and Lan Yu to the back of his mind. There was nothing more important than his own matters. I'll also leave first. Otherwise, Huo Wujin and He Sha will definitely be jealous when they see that I have divine stones. Huo Wubian pondered for a moment before flying in the direction he came from. 15 minutes later, Huo Wujin and He Sha appeared. Nothing. Huo Wujin and He Sha exchanged a glance. They had clearly sensed that the source of the radiance was here. The Black Fiend closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a moment. Swish. His eyes opened and a cold light shone in them. Someone came just now. 3 people. One of them is from your Divine Flame tribe. He should be Huo Wubian. The other 2 are the people we're chasing. They got the God Stone? Huo Wujin's face was dark. He did not doubt the Black Fiend's ability. The Black Fiend was proficient in the profundities of yin and yang, and he knew a yin-yang secret art that could sense the aura left behind by others. Let's not waste any more time. Let's chase after them and not let them leave the 12th level. Once they left the 12th level, they would be free to fly. Following the aura, the 2 chased in the direction where Yi Qin and Lan Yu flew, raising their speed to the limit. Huo Wujin and the Black Fiend have caught up. Yi Qin was constantly paying attention to the situation behind him. The Netherworld's sacred eye had given him time to prepare. What should we do? Actually, Lan Yu could take out her courtyard and enter it. With the defensive power of the courtyard's array, not to mention the 2 of them who were only quasi-legend rank sovereigns, even a true legend rank sovereign would be able to hold on for a while. During this time, they could completely fuse the divine stone into the saint artifact and increase its power. At that time they would have a fighting chance. But there was a problem. She didn't want to expose her courtyard. Once it was exposed, they would definitely guess that she was from the Unfalling Eagle tribe. She didn't want to return to the tribe so quickly. Their speed is a bit slower than ours. Let's see if we can return to the 11th level. As long as they return to the 11th level, they would be safe. The 12th level would consume too much sword energy. After flying for a while, looks like we won't be able to reach the 11th level. Lan Yu sighed. The 12th level's terrain was actually moving. After flying for a while, they were completely lost in the 12th level. Since we're already here, let's find a place to fuse the Divine Stone into the Saint Artifact. Fusing the Divine Stone into the Saint Artifact was a very dangerous matter. The slightest carelessness could cause the Saint Artifact to be destroyed. A Supreme Artifact could only contain a limited amount of Divine Stone. The more perfect a Supreme Artifact was, the more Divine Stone it could contain. Apart from that, if the method of fusing the Divine Stone wasn't ingenious and meticulous enough, the Saint Artifact would also be destroyed. It was like a person who could eat a bowl of rice, but if you asked him to eat a bowl of rice in one go, he would definitely be stuffed to death. Although the 12th level's temperature was high, there were still mountains. A tall mountain appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them discovered something strange. The temperature in the mountain was countless times lower than outside. Furthermore, the mountain rocks were extremely hard. The two of them used all their strength, but they could only leave a mark on the mountain wall. Fortunately, this mountain seemed to have been visited by someone. There was an unfathomable cave on the mountain wall. It must be a legendary rank sovereign. Lan Yu guessed. N. Yichin nodded. With their strength, digging an unfathomable cave was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only legendary rank sovereigns could do it easily. Unexpectedly, this 12th level had long been discovered by someone else. It was just that it was kept a secret. As for the Divine Stone, it would be obtained by those who were fated. It wasn't guaranteed that whoever came first would be able to obtain it. Yichin scanned the cave with his netherworld sacred eye. Seeing that there was no danger in the cave, the two of them rushed in and moved a huge boulder to block the entrance. If someone wanted to force their way in, they would have to break the boulder first. The more dangerous thing was that if the other party came in, the two of them would have nowhere to go. They could only fight with all their strength. The cave lit up. The two of them meditated on the spot, far away from each other. Taking out the Divine Stone and the Heavenly Sword, Yichin took a deep breath and slowly stuck the Divine Stone on the Heavenly Sword, establishing a connection between the two. Then he urged the Heavenly Sword to absorb the Divine Stone's power. This process was very tedious. The Divine Stone contained too much power, and the absorption speed couldn't be too fast. Could only be done bit by bit. But, like dry and cracked land meeting rainwater, the Heavenly Sword, hungrily, absorbed the Divine Stone's power. Yichin vaguely discovered that the damage source inside the Heavenly Sword was slowly recovering. It's really effective. Yichin thought. His growth time was too short. He had too many shortcomings. Currently, only the sacred tool could help him close the gap between him and the others. He was at a disadvantage in other aspects. This couldn't be rushed. Chapter 1348. On the other side, the Blue Moon Saber in Lan Yu's hand emitted a sharp aura. Unlike the Heavenly Sword, the Blue Moon Saber's origin wasn't damaged, and the Divine Stone was used to increase its power. The slightest mistake might cause the Blue Moon Saber to break. Compared to the Blue Moon Saber, it was much easier to fuse the Divine Stone into the Heavenly Sword, mainly because the Divine Stone could repair the Heavenly Sword. Strand by strand, the power of the Divine Stone flowed into the origin of the Heavenly Sword, causing the rust on the Heavenly Sword to gradually disappear. The Heavenly Sword became translucent and sharp, displaying the peerless magnificence that a sacred sword should have. Boom! The cavern trembled. Yichin and Lan Yu raised their eyes and looked at the entrance of the cavern. Outside the entrance, Huo Wujin and Heisha were attacking the boulder that blocked the entrance. Heisha, are you sure they're inside? Huo Wujin asked as he attacked the boulder. Heisha replied, they're definitely inside. Damn it, why is this boulder so hard? We can only leave a dent on it with our strength. Huo Wujin said, the boulder in the Divine Fire Cave isn't ordinary. After being refined with high temperature, it's even harder than an ordinary sovereign artifact. However, the boulder's energy is limited, so we can definitely shatter it. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them attacked the boulder again and again, and gradually cracks appeared on the boulder. It was a sign that it was about to collapse. Just a little more. Huo Wujin circulated his desolate yuan and a fiery dragon attacked the boulder, while Heisha's Yin-Yang millstone crushed the boulder like a giant pulverizer. Boom. Finally, the boulder exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. Let's go in. Huo Wujin charged into the cavern first, followed by He Sha. The two of them weren't worried about any dangers in the cavern. With their strength they could deal with any dangers. Get out. A blue saber radiance burst forth and filled the entire cave. Lan Yu had already fused the divine stone into the blue moon saber and had unleashed an even stronger attack. Fusing with God stone seemed difficult, but it was actually not that difficult. As long as the supreme weapon or saint artifact could withstand it, the process could be sped up. As the daughter of the chief of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, Lan Yu's Blue Moon Blade was a top-notch level 5 supreme weapon. Not to mention fusing with 5 God stones, it would not be a problem for it to fuse with 6, 7, or even 8 God stones. In contrast to Lan Yu, Yi Qin used God stones to repair the Heaven Sword. He needed to be careful not to put too much pressure on the damage source, so the speed was much slower. Clang. When the Blue Moon Blade had only fused with 4 divine stones, Lan Yu had been able to unleash the attack of a quasi-legend sovereign. Now that the Blue Moon Blade's power had risen, Lan Yu's attack had naturally risen along with it. It had already surpassed the range of an ordinary quasi-legend sovereign and was advancing towards a higher level. In an instant, Huo Wujin and Black Fiend were forced to retreat. 5-star Earth Saint artifact. Black Fiend blurted out. They already knew that Yi Qin and Lan Yu had saint artifacts. Without them, the two of them wouldn't be a match for them. Saint artifacts were divided into Earth Saint artifacts and Sky Saint artifacts. There were also smaller grades within the grades. An Earth Saint artifact that had 1 divine stone fused with it was a 1-star Earth Saint artifact, and 2 divine stones fused with it was a 2-star Earth Saint artifact, and so on. A 5-star Earth Saint artifact was an Earth Saint artifact that had 5 divine stones fused with it. It was extraordinarily precious. Its power has increased by quite a bit. Lan Yu giggled. She didn't seem nervous at all when she encountered 2 quasi-legend sovereigns. Unrivaled Fire Dragon. Huo Wujin coldly snorted. He clasped his hands together and pushed them forward with his palms facing outwards. In an instant, an invincible fire dragon flew out from his palms and pounced towards Lan Yu. One could vaguely see a huge heart within the body of the fire dragon. The heart was violently beating, causing the fire dragon to become even more powerful and full of explosive power. The unrivaled fire dragon wasn't a supreme martial art, but a supreme secret art that contained the power of the heart. He Sha had previously been injured, so when he saw Huo Wujin executing the unrivaled fire dragon, he casually threw out 2 yin-yang millstones. A huge explosion erupted. Lan Yu let out a muffled groan as she took over 10 steps back. With her current strength she could fight against either Huo Wujin or He Sha. But it was a bit too much for her to fight 1 against 2. After all, her strength wasn't in her own body, but in the Blue Moon Saber. Her foundation was much weaker than the 2 of them. Lan Yu was pushed back again and again. In this cave, the advantage she had gained from comprehending the Ro character was completely useless. Very quickly she was pushed to the front of Yi Qin. If she took another step back, Yi Qin would be exposed. Unrivaled Fire Dragon. Yin and Yang worlds. An invincible fire dragon and a palm energy that could separate Yin and Yang struck Lan Yu's body. BFFF. Lan Yu spurted out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Just when she was about to fly over Yi Qin's head, a strong arm caught her and skillfully placed her on the ground. Leave the rest to me. Yi Qin said confidently. You succeeded? Lan Yu's eyes narrowed when she saw the heavenly sword in Yi Qin's hand. This wasn't a 5-star Earth Saint artifact, but a 7-star Earth Saint artifact. Between Earth Saint artifacts, although the difference of 1 star wasn't huge, it shouldn't be forgotten that apart from power, Earth Saint artifacts also had their own special characteristics. For example, Lan Yu's Blue Moon Saber possessed the ability to pierce through armor. If the ability to pierce through armor reached an unimaginable level, it could directly disregard the defense of others. On the other hand, Yi Qin's power of light was an upright power that enemies wouldn't be able to completely defend against. Although the power of light wasn't as absolute as the ability to pierce through armor, it was more comprehensive. With doubts in her mind, Lan Yu retreated behind Yi Qin. With the heavenly sword in hand, Yi Qin slashed out with the Overlord sword form. Boom. The domineering sword aura completely filled up the cave. The sword aura was majestic and indestructible. It was like a straight torrent that tore through everything. Not good. Huo Wujin and He Sha resisted with all their might. Rumble. The cave trembled as Huo Wujin and He Sha flew out of the cave. Is this the true power of the heavenly sword? A piece of divine stone had completely restored the origin of the heavenly sword. Right now the heavenly sword was at its peak. Not only had its power increased by a lot, but the power of light was also clearer and more vigorous, making the sword aura irresistible. Let's go. Let's go out. Right now, Yichen didn't need to be afraid of quasi-legendary supremes. In terms of defense, he could block the attacks of quasi-legendary supremes. In terms of offense, he was probably at the top among quasi-legendary supremes. After flying out of the cave, the two saw Huo Wujin and He Sha with gloomy expressions. 7-star Earth Saint artifact, who are you guys? Huo Wujin asked. He didn't think that ordinary people could possess a 7-star Earth Saint artifact. It doesn't matter who we are. Take this. With a wave of the heavenly sword, Yichen executed the death cut, which had the widest range of attack. Although the death cut wasn't at the completion stage, it already had the might of a completion stage sword move under the amplification of the heavenly sword. As for the completion stage sword moves, the Overlord sword form and illusory sword form, they were of a higher level. Huo Wujin and He Sha were having a hard time resisting. The Saint artifact in Yi Chen's hand was too powerful. If they had a 7-star Earth Saint artifact, they could even challenge legendary supremes. Huo Wujin, He Sha, let me help you guys. Right at this moment, Huo Wubian arrived. The power of the fire god's halberd in his hand skyrocketed as he swept it at Yi Chen. Chapter 1349. The fire divine halberd had fused with a divine stone, officially becoming a saint artifact. Although it was only a 1-star Earth Saint artifact, there was a huge gap between a supreme artifact and a saint artifact. On the contrary, the gap between an Earth Saint artifact was much smaller. With a 1-star Earth Saint artifact, Huo Wubian's strength had firmly suppressed Huo Wujin and He Sha. He could be considered an expert among quasi-legend rank sovereigns. Deep green flames curled up and turned into a ferocious qilin that pounced at Yi Chen. Come at me. Yi Chen roared and executed the tyrant sword stance. Boom. The fire qilin and the sword qi perished together, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Powerful. Worthy of being a quasi-legend rank sovereign. Yi Chen was clear that he was relying on the sky sword stance to have the strength of a quasi-legend rank sovereign, while Huo Wubian and the rest were quasi-legend rank sovereigns themselves. If they had the strength, they would naturally be powerful and couldn't be easily dealt with. But I have the illusory sword stance. If one's heart force isn't strong enough, they won't be my opponent. Yi Chen was very confident in his illusory sword stance. Not every quasi-legend rank sovereign's defense was as strong as his. Therefore, as long as they were affected by the illusion for a moment, he would be able to find a loophole and attack them. Raging Flame River. Seeing that his ultimate move had been neutralized, Huo Wubian executed an even stronger move. As soon as this move was executed, the surging flames turned into a river and gushed towards Yi Chen. It's time to show my true strength. Yi Chen did not try to avoid it, instead rushing toward the river of fire. Courting death. Huo Wubian sneered. But in the next moment, his expression froze. Yi Chen actually ignored the flame river and slashed his way through it. When the surging flames landed on Yi Chen, they were instantly extinguished. Illusory sword stance. After slashing apart the last layer of the flame river, Yi Chen appeared before Huo Wubian and slashed out with his sword. Not good. Huo Wubian had already experienced the power of the illusory sword stance, but he still couldn't defend against it. If one wanted to defend against the illusory sword stance, their heart force must be strong enough, or they had cultivated a supreme heart force secret art. Puchi. Yi Chen's celestial sword pierced through Huo Wubian's shoulder. Originally, Yi Chen had wanted to stab Huo Wubian's chest, but he had woken up ahead of time. The fire god halberd and celestial sword clashed, causing celestial sword's attack trajectory to deviate slightly. After the sword pierced through Huo Wubian's shoulder, Yi Chen lightly shook the heavenly sword. Like powder, half of Huo Wubian's body completely disintegrated. This is a 7-star sacred artifact. Huo Wubian was startled. He swept away Yi Chen with his halberd to prevent himself from suffering another heavy injury. The three of you are no match for me now. Yi Chen retreated several hundred meters and didn't continue attacking. It was too difficult to kill 3 quasi-legendary supremes. Forcing them into a desperate situation was tantamount to forcing them to risk their lives. The 3 of them were silent. What Yi Chen said was the truth, and they couldn't refute it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to display their own strength. Hence, they were feeling very conflicted. Let's go. Seeing that the 3 of them weren't speaking, Yi Chen knew that if they stayed here, they would only fly into a rage out of humiliation. His figure flashed and he flew away with Lan Yu. We're letting them go just like that? Black Fiend was a little unwilling. What else can we do? He has a 7-star sacred artifact. Ordinary quasi-legendary supremes would find it hard to touch him. Only legendary supremes can suppress him. But you and I both know that legendary supremes won't easily make a move unless they've won their respect. 7th rank tribes all had legendary supremes. Hence, legendary supremes wouldn't make a move for fear of inadvertently provoking other 7th rank tribes and causing a war. It was fine for the people below to fight, but the people above had to be careful. There might be other divine stones on the 12th floor. Let's continue searching. Wu Bian's mood wasn't too bad. He was already satisfied with obtaining a divine stone. Previously, he had chased after Yi Chen because he was afraid that Yi Chen would leak the secret, making it impossible for him to obtain the divine stone on the 12th floor. After recovering the heavenly sword origin, Yi Chen didn't continue to stay in the divine fire cave. Quasi-legendary supremes weren't scary, but legendary supremes were. If he provoked the legendary supremes of the divine fire tribe, he would probably die here. The days returned to normal. Yi Chen and Lan Yu occasionally went out for a stroll and went hunting. The rest of the time, they basically stayed in the Eternal Tribe to practice sword and saber arts. Of course, Yi Chen also began to try to forge a supreme sword. In the center of the wilderness god continent, there was a lonely mountain. The top of the mountain had been flattened, and a golden hall sat on it. In the hall, there were 5 golden chairs, each with a person sitting on it. If a legendary supremes were here, they would definitely recognize that the 5 people in the hall were the chiefs of the 5 rank 8 tribes. They were the Redbud Flower tribes Kong Siwei, the Unfalling Eagle tribes Ing Liexiong, the Yunzhong tribes Yun Piaomiao, the Battle Pagoda tribes Tai Tan, and the Xinghai tribes Chen Tianding. Same rules. The Wilderness God Tower will decide how long the martial character can be held, the Xinghai tribes Chen Tianding said. Then let's go with the old rules. Tai Tan agreed, but then he said, but the details have to be changed. The tribe that gets first place in the Wilderness God Tower will get 2 portions of time, not 1. The Redbud Flower tribe's Kong Siwei frowned. Doesn't that mean that only the top 9 can fight for the tribe's time? That's right. Tai Tan nodded. Tai Tan, it seems that you are very confident in the youths of your tribe? Ing Liexiong sized up Tai Tan with a meaningful look. The Yunzhong tribe's Yun Piaomiao raised her right hand. I agree with Tai Tan. Who's afraid of who? Then let's go with this rule. Ing Liexiong said. Eternal tribe. To reach the large success stage of the 5-element sword art is indeed not something that can be done in a day. Yi Chen sighed. The 5-element sword art was his foundation. Once he reached the large success stage of the 5-element sword art, he would be able to create sword moves based on the 5-element sword art. At that time, be it offense or defense, there would be no loopholes. Furthermore, he would be able to condense the essence of the 5-element sword art and continue to advance towards a higher level, such as creating a supreme sword art. It must be known that even legendary supremes could not create supreme martial arts. Only high-level legendary supremes could create supreme martial arts. When Heavenly Lord Rotten Devil was at his peak, he should be a high-level legendary supremes. There was no progress in the 5-element sword art. However, during this period of time, Yi Chen did not gain nothing. He had already forged a semi-finished supreme sword. In the process of forging the supreme sword art, Yi Chen was surprised to find that his destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were slowly improving. Among them, the light sword intent was improving the fastest and had already entered the ranks of the 8th rank. Perhaps when he successfully forged a supreme sword art, he would be able to upgrade the 2 supreme sword intents to the 9th rank and the light sword intent to the peak of the 8th rank. Of course, this was only a guess. A 9th rank supreme sword intent was not that easy to upgrade. Yi Chen, are you interested in going to the Unfalling Eagle tribe with me? Lan Yu came over and asked. Chapter 1350. Unfalling Eagle tribe? Yi Chen looked at Lan Yu. Lan Yu said, actually, I am the daughter of the Unfalling Eagle tribe's leader. My full name is Ing Lan Yu. Why did you invite me to the Unfalling Eagle tribe? Yi Chen had long guessed that Lan Yu's identity was not simple. She should have come from a large tribe, so he was not surprised at all when she said that she was the daughter of the Unfalling Eagle tribe's leader. Lan Yu explained, your tyrant word and illusion word as well as my break word, all came from a calligraphy piece left behind by a demigod, and the name of this calligraphy piece is the martial word. The entire calligraphy piece is called the martial word, and the martial word gathers the essence of the entire calligraphy piece. As long as you can completely comprehend the essence of the martial word, you can easily create a supreme martial art. You can even comprehend the will of a demigod through the martial word, and raise your own will to the 9th step. However, the martial word does not belong to anyone, nor does it belong to any great power. It is kept in the hands of the 5 great tribes of the 8th rank. Every 100 years, the 5 great tribes will send young experts to challenge the desolate God Tower. According to the results of the challenge, each tribe will hold the martial word for the next 100 years. As an outsider, you originally did not have the opportunity to participate, but as long as you work hard for my Unfalling Eagle tribe and obtain a good result in the desolate God Tower, I might be able to persuade Father to allocate some time for you to comprehend the martial word. Martial word. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. To him, the opportunity to comprehend the martial word was indeed an unimaginable opportunity. This was much more important than obtaining a saint tool. His sword intent and 5-element sword arts were both at a critical point. Once he was inspired by the martial word, the possibility of a breakthrough was very high. Next, Lan Yu explained the details to Yi Chen. The 5 great tribes would each send 10 young experts under 2,000 years old. Only by entering the top 10 would they be able to obtain a share of the time for the tribe. The desolate God Tower had a total of 1,000 floors. The previous time, the first place of the desolate God Tower had reached the 655th floor. At that time, Lan Yu's strength was not too high, and she had only reached the 580th floor, which was outside of the top 10. The 5 tribes attach great importance to the duration of holding the word martial. The longer one holds the word martial, the faster the strength of the warriors in the tribe will increase. If there is no warrior in the tribe who can break into the top 10, then they will not have the opportunity to hold the word martial for the next 100 years. This will cause them to become weaker and weaker. They will be left behind by others and it will be difficult to catch up in the future. Lan Yu said as she waved her fist. Last time she was not able to enter the top 10. This time she had to give it a try. What young experts are there in the 5 tribes? How strong are they? Yi Chen felt that it was necessary to understand the strength of the young masters of the 5 tribes. Lan Yu said, 100 years ago, the top 3 young experts of the 5 great tribes were all quasi-legend supremes. 100 years have passed, and with the addition of comprehending the word martial, I reckon that each of them has become even more powerful. This year there might be more than 10 quasi-legend supremes. The top 3 are Battle Bear of the Battle Pagoda tribe, Evil Star of the Xinghai tribe, and Kang Xueli of the Bauhinia tribe. Among them, Evil Star is the same as you from the outside world. It is said that he is an evil spirit from the outside world. Evil spirit race, Evil Star, could it be Supreme Evil Star? Yi Chen had heard of Supreme Evil Star before. He was a rare genius of the evil spirit race. Like him, he had become a supreme in 1,000 years. However, he had disappeared 700 years ago. It turned out that he had gone to the desolate God continent. After hearing so much, you should be willing to follow me to the Unfalling Eagle tribe, right? Lan Yu asked. Yi Chen nodded. Of course I am. On the same day the two of them set off for the Unfalling Eagle tribe. The Unfalling Eagle tribe was located on the largest grassland in the desolate God continent. As far as the eye could see, the world was a vast expanse of green that extended to the end of the horizon. The Unfalling Eagle tribe was very large, like a city. Looking down from the sky, the entire tribe was shaped like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. It was very domineering. The princess is back. Lan Yu's return immediately caused a commotion in the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Some young experts rushed over. It was too difficult to find a suitable partner in the desolate God continent. Lan Yu was the best in terms of identity, temperament, and strength. Not to mention the young experts of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, even the young experts of the other large tribes were interested in Lan Yu. Lan Yu, where have you been for so long? You're only a high-level super venerable. What qualifications do you have to speak to Princess Lan Yu? Lan Yu, I've already reached the peak super venerable realm in the past few years. Didn't you say that I could speak to you when I reached the peak super venerable realm? The weakest of these young experts was a low-level supreme, and the strongest was a peak supreme. If they were placed in the outside world, they would definitely be top experts. The various races would have a headache. It seems that you are quite popular. Yi Chen followed beside Lan Yu and said with a smile. Lan Yu said helplessly, they are all a bunch of flies. So annoying. At first, everyone's attention was on Lan Yu. After not getting a response from Lan Yu, they noticed that Lan Yu had actually brought back a young man. Immediately their gazes turned unfriendly. Lan Yu, who is he? A young man blocked their path. Yi Chen raised his head and saw that the other party was very handsome. His aura was vigorous and vast. Although it was hard to see his strength from his appearance, Yi Chen had a feeling that the other party should be a quasi-legend supreme. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to threaten him. Ing Tianjie, is it your business who I bring back? Lan Yu said bluntly. Ing Tianjie's expression didn't change, as if he was used to Lan Yu's attitude. However, his gaze towards Yi Chen was even colder. He transmitted, I don't care what relationship you have with Lan Yu. From now on you better stay far away from her. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Do you understand? He had long known that Lan Yu wasn't interested in him. However, in his opinion, Lan Yu wasn't interested in anyone. Therefore his chances were still high. Now that there was another Yi Chen, his heart was filled with intense anger. You, come to me. At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone shut their mouths and became silent. Yi Chen, come with me to see my father. Lan Yu was prepared to bring along Yi Chen. You come alone. Let him stay. At the same time the thunderous voice sounded, Lan Yu involuntarily flew out, leaving Yi Chen alone in the Unfalling Eagle Tribe's plaza. Surrounding him was a group of young experts with unkind expressions. Yi Chen sized up the place where Lan Yu left with a strange expression. The corner of his mouth twitched. Lan Yu's father seemed to want to test him. It seemed that if he didn't work hard he might be kicked out of the Unfalling Eagle Tribe. Chapter 1351. Turn around and leave now and you'll still have a chance. Otherwise you'll lose all your face, a peak supreme being behind Ing Tianjie said. You can try. In this world where the strong ruled, one had to fight until the other submitted. You're courting death, Tianjie. I'll teach him a lesson first. You watch from the side. This peak supreme being was called Ing Feihai, one of the 4 heroes of the Unfalling Eagle Tribe. The leader of the 4 heroes was Ing Tianjie, and Lan Yu was also one of them. Ing Tianjie nodded slightly, giving his opponent enough space and said, move faster. Don't worry, it shouldn't take long. Ing Feihai walked in front of Yi Chen and extended his right hand. A blue spear appeared in his hand. The spearhead was blood blue, and judging from its aura, it was clearly a 3-star Earth Saint weapon. Take this. With the holy spear in hand, Ing Feihai shouted and stabbed at Yi Chen. In an instant thousands of spear patterns surged out, as if thousands of little eagles were flying, full of freedom and unrestrained feeling. Your spear art isn't weak. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Even though his opponent's spear art hadn't reached completion, it wasn't far from completion. Before becoming a supreme being, Yi Chen had always had an advantage in martial arts, but after becoming a supreme being, martial arts became his weakness. If it weren't for the word tyrant and illusion, he wouldn't even have a sword art at completion. Sword burial art. Facing the attack of thousands of spear patterns, Yi Chen used the spacetime sword burial art. The sword burial art incorporated the essence of the word break. In terms of power, it might be a bit weaker than Tyrant Sword style and Illusion Sword style, but the powerful spacetime sword aura could bury the opponent's time. Yi Chen stabbed out and the thousands of spear patterns froze. Yi Chen's sword pierced through the spear patterns bit by bit, and finally landed on Ing Feihai's chest. Blood blossomed. Yi Chen pulled back immediately, not intending to completely injure his opponent. Thump thump thump. The spacetime sword aura disappeared, and Ing Feihai took a few steps back as if he was struck by lightning. You are not my match, Yi Chen said to Ing Feihai. Just as Ing Feihai was about to say something, Ing Tianjie said coldly, what is there to be smug about with the help of a sacred artifact? If I am not mistaken, the sword in your hand should be a 7-star sacred artifact. 7-star Earth Saint weapon. Everyone was shocked. Not to mention the Sky Saint artifact, there were only a few of them in the entire Wild's God continent. The Earth Saint artifact was what everyone was thinking about. The 7-star Earth Saint artifact was one of the best Saint artifacts in the entire Wild's God continent. Normally, only legendary supremes could own one. What a coincidence, I also use a sword. The Heavenly Eagle sword in my hand is a 6-star Earth Saint artifact. Ing Tianjie unsheathed a sword from his waist. The body of the sword was extremely sharp, giving people the sharpness of an eagle. The 4 heroes of the Unfalling Eagle tribe each had an Earth Saint tool, and all of them were 3-star Saint tools. If they wanted to upgrade their Star Saint tools, they could only rely on themselves. To upgrade the Heavenly Eagle sword to a 6-star Earth Saint tool, Ing Tianjie had spent a lot of time and energy. Make your move. Yi Chen became serious. Eagle wind break. The speed of Ing Tianjie's sword was extremely fast. Although it was unbelievably fast, it gave people a feeling of flying elegantly, as if he was gliding in the wind. Great completion sword art. Yi Chen took a deep breath. It was within Yi Chen's expectation that his opponent would have the chance to comprehend the word martial, and upgrade his supreme sword art to the great completion realm. Now he was looking forward to the word martial even more. It was still the sword burial art. If Ying Tianjia's sword was a flexible sword, then Yi Chen's sword was a sword of stillness. When the two extreme swords collided, no one knew what would happen. Dang 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 dang, the sound of metal clashing filled the entire square. Yi Chen's sword burial art was forcibly broken by Ying Tianjia's sword art. Ying Tianjia's sword art was also a spacetime sword art, and it was steadily suppressing Yi Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen had used a defensive stance at the critical moment, he wouldn't have been able to defend against his opponent's sword art. Powerful, his time profound should be at 80% completion. Yi Chen was very clear that it wasn't that his sword burial art was inferior to his opponent's sword art, but that his time profound was lower. He was at 70% completion while his opponent was at 80%. Although the difference of 10% did not seem big, when it came to martial arts, the difference would be hundreds or even thousands of times. In other words, his opponent's spacetime sword art was hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than Yi Chen's sword burial art. They were not even on the same level. Of course, Yi Chen's heaven sword was a 7-star Earth Saint weapon, while his opponent's was a 6-star Earth Saint weapon. Looking at the situation, Yi Chen was naturally at a disadvantage, being suppressed by Ying Tianjia. Tianjia will win for sure. Seeing this, many young experts of the Unfalling Eagle tribe were very confident. The brat you brought back is not weak, but he doesn't seem to be Tianjia's opponent. In the tribe's palace, Ying Liexiong smiled lightly. Lan Yu said, "Father, don't look down on him. He hasn't used his true ultimate skill yet." "Oh, he still has ultimate skills? Just wait and see." Lan Yu was very confident in Yi Chen. Passively taking a beating was not Yi Chen's style. The sword burial art was also not his strongest sword technique. His strongest sword technique was the illusory sword form. For experts with weak heart power, the illusory sword form was their nemesis. Yi Chen didn't think that he could comprehend the heart power realm from the word martial. Even if he could comprehend it, he wouldn't have enough time. The difficulty would be very high. The heaven sword was brandished, and a sword light bubble spread out, instantly covering the entire plaza. Everyone within the range of the illusory sword form was affected by the illusion. What's going on? What happened? The young experts realized that they were alone in the void. They couldn't see anyone else, and the sky was filled with flashing sword lights. Occasionally, all sorts of strange scenes would appear. The illusory sword form would produce different illusions according to each person's personality. Ying Tianjia had a strong personality. The illusion he produced was an incomparably huge sword chi sweeping over. This sword chi seemed to want to split the entire prairie. It was unstoppable. Impossible, it's an illusion. Ying Tianjia was, after all, the #1 expert of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, the leader of the 4 heroes. He instantly retreated from the illusion, and what welcomed him was an ordinary sword light. In an extremely sorry state, Ying Tianjia blocked the sword light. However, in his haste, he did not have the time to gather his strength, and his entire body was sent flying. "Daddy, how was it?" Lan Yu said with a smile. Ying Liexiong nodded. "Not bad. This move uses speed to produce illusions. It can reflect everything in one's mind, including the subconscious. People without strong enough heart power will find it difficult to block this move. Alright, I agree to let him replace the Unfalling Eagle tribe in the Desolate God Tower." "You agree?" Lan Yu said excitedly. "Call him over in a while. I have something to discuss with him." "It's not that simple." Ying Liexiong was rather interested in Yi Chen, but the test had just begun. With Yi Chen's current strength, he was not on par with the other 3 young experts. It would be difficult for him to even enter the top 5. Everything depended on whether he had potential. If he had enough potential, he still had enough time. Chapter 1352. Again? Ying Tianjia was extremely unconvinced. Yi Chen had not defeated him, he had only made him suffer a little. As long as he was not affected by the illusion, Yi Chen would definitely not be his match. Enough. At this moment, Ying Liexiong spoke. His voice spread to the plaza. Yes. No one dared to disobey the orders of the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, not even Ying Tianjia. Unfalling Eagle tribe's main hall. "You are not bad. You are qualified to represent my Unfalling Eagle tribe in the Desolate God Tower." Ying Liexiong sized up Yi Chen and nodded to himself. Yi Chen felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by the other party. The other party's eyes were like the sharpest scalpel in the world, able to see through all his secrets. Even his soul was under the other party's observation. Silver Martial Dao Yuan spirit, and not just a basic silver martial Dao Yuan spirit. The stronger the martial Dao Yuan spirit, the more observant it was. It could see through all the secrets of others. It was said that if one could cultivate a gold martial Dao Yuan spirit, they would not be far from becoming a true god. With a thought, they could cause the world to collapse and the opponent's body to disintegrate. That would be my honor, Yi Chen said. Ing Liexiong smiled. Very humble, but humble requires confidence. Lan Yu should have told you the details of the desolate god tower. This time the details have been changed. Only those who reach the top 9 will receive a portion of time. First place will receive 2 portions. 1 portion is 10 years, 2 portions is 20 years. If you can reach the top 9, I can let you comprehend the word martial for a year. If you reach first place, you can comprehend it for 2 years. What do you think? No problem. Yi Chen nodded without the slightest hesitation. If it were someone else, they might think that the time was too little. However, Yi Chen didn't think so. First, he didn't have the chance to participate in the first place. Even if he managed to obtain the amount of time for the Unfalling Eagle tribe, the others wouldn't be able to give him too much time to comprehend. Second, the tribe was so big and everyone wanted to comprehend the martial character. If he had more time to comprehend it, the others would naturally have less time to do so. Under such circumstances, 1 or 2 years was already a luxury. It's not over yet. What I just said is without external help. However, with your strength you can only reach the top 9. There is no hope for the first one, but I have a way for you to increase your strength even faster. The prerequisite is that the time you need to comprehend the word martial must be halved. Reach the top 9, comprehend the word martial for half a year. Reach first, comprehend the word martial for a year. What? Yi Chen frowned. Ing Liexiong explained, my Unfalling Eagle tribe possesses 13 words left behind by a demigod. I can let you comprehend these words. For example, your time ultimacy is only at the 70% comprehension realm. I have the time word left behind by a demigod. As long as your perception is not low, you can raise your time ultimacy realm before challenging the desolate god tower. Time? Yi Chen's heart stirred. The time ultimacy was extremely difficult to raise. With the time word left behind by a demigod, there was indeed hope of raising the time ultimacy realm. All right. This was a rare opportunity. Yi Chen did not believe that with his current strength, he would be able to reach first place. Being able to borrow external help was naturally a good thing. Are there any other words? There is still the guard word. However, there should not be enough time. In another year, the 100 years will be up. In this year, it would be impressive if you can comprehend a bit of the essence of the time word. Actually, Ing Liexiong did not have much hope for Yi Chen. The main reason was that he did not give Yi Chen much time. He did not expect that only the top 9 would receive a portion of time. The first place would receive 2 portions. Yi Chen, comprehend the time word first. Don't be too impatient. Lan Yu reminded Yi Chen from the side. All right. Yi Chen nodded. A year was a little too short. Be it the time word or the guard word, they were both very important to him. The time word could help him raise his time ultimacy. The guard word could help him perfect his 5 elements defensive sword techniques. If he could comprehend these 2 words, his combat strength would greatly increase. This is the time word. Comprehend it well. Also, I have arranged a courtyard for you. In the future, that will be your residence until you leave. Ing Liexiong tossed a stone to Yi Chen. On it was a time word. Just 1 word could affect time. Yi Chen could clearly see that the time around the stone had stopped flowing. It was like a pool of stagnant water. After Yi Chen left, Ing Liexiong said to Lan Yu, I have given him the chance. Now it will depend on his comprehension. Lan Yu said, Father, Yi Chen's comprehension is really high. He is much stronger than me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him back. That is for the best. Right, tell me about what happened along the way. Ing Liexiong and Lan Yu started to talk about daily life. In the courtyard, Yi Chen did not waste any time and started to comprehend the time word. What a weird word. Yi Chen found that once his consciousness entered the strange space of the time word, it stopped moving. He couldn't retract it even if he wanted to. He could only stay inside and watch. Time flew. Yi Chen's time profound slowly improved. Because his consciousness couldn't leave, Yi Chen continued to comprehend it. In the desolate god continent, if one didn't eat meat for a day, their strength would decrease. After a long time without meat, Yi Chen was so skinny that he was just a bag of bones. His strength had decreased by 1 or 2%. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Yi Chen was so skinny that he didn't even look like a human. Lan Yu had been here once. Seeing Yi Chen like this, she frowned for a long time. Now, she finally understood why her father didn't want her to be in a hurry to comprehend the time word. It turned out that comprehending the time word required a huge price. People with low comprehension couldn't even comprehend it. Otherwise, their consciousness would be stuck in it forever and they would die of exhaustion. Another month passed. So dangerous. Yi Chen's consciousness withdrew. The reason his consciousness could withdraw was because his time profound had reached 80% completion. To comprehend the time word, he had to improve his time profound before he could withdraw. Otherwise, his consciousness wouldn't be able to extricate itself. After recuperating for a week and eating a large amount of supreme meat, Yi Chen finally recovered his strength. With his time profound reaching 80% completion, the power of Yi Chen's sword burial art and death cut increased greatly. They were equivalent to great accomplishment sword moves. They weren't any weaker than hegemon sword style and illusory sword style. Especially the sword burial art, its power was even above illusory sword style. Illusory sword style used illusions to win, while sword burial art could make the opponent unable to move. Unless the opponent's time profound wasn't lower than Yi Chen's, and their heart power wasn't weak either. Still not enough. Yi Chen continued to comprehend the time word. The difference between time profound at 80% completion and time profound at 90% completion was like heaven and earth. 80% of time profound would allow the spacetime sword art to have the power of a great accomplishment supreme sword art. 90% would be close to perfection. As for time profound at 100%, it would definitely surpass perfection supreme sword arts. One had to know that time profound was the strongest in battle. It was a level stronger than the other complementary profounds. It could contend with the most ordinary supreme sword arts. Chapter 1353. I underestimated him. Ing Liexiong had been observing Yi Chen these days. He was shocked to see Yi Chen raise his time profound to 80% in just 4 months. He had thought that Yi Chen would be able to raise his time profound to the peak of 70% in a year. Usually, the peak of 70% time profound would allow his mind to leave the strange space. He was prepared to use some energy to maintain Yi Chen's vitality. This little girl's eyes are really good. She casually found a peerless genius. Compared to the outsider called Evil Star from the Star Sea tribe, this boy's talent is much higher. I hope he can fight for 2 portions of time for the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Maybe I can give him more time to comprehend the word martial. Days passed. The young experts of the 5 tribes were all preparing. Star Sea tribe. Evil Star, you must get first place for the Star Sea tribe this time. On an island surrounded by the sea, the leader of the Star Sea tribe and a young man stood side by side. The young man was very handsome and there was an evil aura in his eyes. This evil aura was not acquired but innate. Members of the evil spirit race usually had this kind of evil aura. However, it was not as thick as the young man's. Evil Star smiled calmly. Leader, don't worry. I was careless last time. I didn't expect the Battle Tower tribe's battle bear to be as strong as me. With some effort, I can definitely surpass him. That's for the best. Don't worry. I can make it up to you if there are any consequences. Thank you, leader. Evil Star looked up at the sky. The leader of the Star Sea tribe beside him disappeared without a sound. It's been 300 years. I wonder when I can return to the outside world and the familiar universe. He had disappeared 700 years ago, but he had only been in the Wild's God continent for 300 years. In the past 400 years, he had fallen into a dangerous place and came to the Wild's God continent by chance. When I return to the universe, the evil spirit race will definitely rise. The demons can only be on equal footing with the evil spirit race. Evil Star was very ambitious. He wanted to control the entire evil spirit race and make it one of the strongest races in the universe. He would not be ranked behind the demons and the human race. He clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying evil shadow appeared above his head. Descending from the middle of the clouds, he stood high above, overlooking the common people. On a cliff that was covered in drifting clouds, a young man with boundless charisma stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He quietly stood there, yet it was as though he was the center of the world, the ruler of the universe. His aura contained a terrifying charm, causing those with lower cultivation bases to be involuntarily attracted to him, wanting to submit to him. His body contained a tyrannical aura, the aura of a king, the aura of a leader, and the aura of a supreme genius. It was extremely hard to describe. As expected of the great demon king bloodline, the essence of the demons. An old man floated over. He was the leader of Yunzhong tribe Yin Piamiao. Leader. The young man did not even turn his head. His posture was neither servile nor overbearing. From the looks of it, you should be very confident in the desolate God Tower. Confidence is an illusory thing. I only believe in strength. Yun Piaomiao did not mind the other party's arrogance. He was well aware of how frightening the great Demon King bloodline was. The other party had not even been in the desolate God continent for 100 years, yet he already had the strength of a legend sovereign. This was simply unimaginable. It should be known that the other party was only at the 7th life and death realm when he first arrived. It's good that you have such confidence. However, the Battle Tower tribe's War Bear and the Redbud Flower tribe's Kong Shueli cannot be underestimated. They might also have the strength of a legend sovereign. The most noteworthy one is that young expert from the outside world called Evil Star. He should be a formidable opponent for you. Sovereign Evil Star. I've long wanted to defeat him, but I never had the chance. I'll let him know that there is only one genius in this world, and that's me. Yun Piaomiao chuckled. In truth, he was still not used to interacting with the great Demon King bloodline. The Battle Tower tribe was filled with towers. A young man who was even more muscular than a bear was training with a metal tower. His body gave off an intense feeling, as if his body was a supreme weapon, indestructible. Every single hair on his body was sharper than any weapon. As long as it was activated, it could easily pierce through anything. This was a pure body training, even purer than Yi Chen's immortal sword body. As for which was better, it was hard to say. Dong. The metal tower was thrown to the ground, and the muscular young man jumped up and slapped the top of the metal tower. Kacha, the metal tower sank a little, and with another slap the metal tower continued to sink. After a few hundred slaps, only the top of the metal tower was left above the ground. 99 missions have been completed for today. Only one left. The muscular young man muttered to himself. In the Redbud Flower tribe, women were respected. In this place the experts were mostly women. Men were few and far between. Moreover, as vassals, the ones in charge were all women. The Redbud Flower tribe was surrounded by countless flowers. The entire Redbud Flower tribe seemed to be growing in the midst of countless flowers, inseparable from them. On the southern side, a woman was currently plucking flowers. The strange thing was that the flowers she plucked were not real flowers, but rather illusory images of flowers. 1, 2, 3. Very soon, the flowers in her hands became a bunch, filled with a myriad of colors and looked somewhat illusory. A female attendant walked over, and when she saw the flowers in the woman's hands, she was given a fright. This was because what she saw was not a bunch of flowers, but rather a bunch of sinister-looking snakes. Princess, the leader is asking for you. I'll be right there. The woman carried the flowers and followed behind the maid. Soon, the two of them arrived at the magnificent hall of the Redbud Flower tribe. In the main seat of the hall, a charming woman glanced at the flowers in the woman's hands. She couldn't help but smile. Shueli, seems like your heart force has reached another level. The woman casually tossed the flowers into the air. The illusions of the flowers instantly imprinted themselves on the walls on both sides of the hall, becoming vivid and lifelike murals. The word heart, left behind by the demigod realm, is extremely profound, second only to the word martial. Recently, my comprehension of the word heart has reached a new level. That's for the best. Last time, my Violet Gold Flower tribe held the word martial for 30 years. This time we'll fight for 40 years. In these 40 years, I'll give you 10 years so that your supreme martial arts can reach the perfection realm and your martial will can reach the 9th level. The higher one's comprehension of the profound of time, the harder it was to comprehend. This didn't mean that the profound of time was stronger than the profound of strength. The main reason was that the profound of time couldn't be separated from the profound of space, and the profound of space couldn't be separated from the profound of time. As the level of the profound of time increased, the power of time and space would become more and more terrifying. After another 6 months, Yi Chen finally raised his comprehension of the profound of time to 85%. Leave some time for the word guard. After his comprehension of the profound of time reached 80%, it was much easier to withdraw his consciousness. Yi Chen didn't intend to continue comprehending the word time. In the next 2 months, it would be hard for him to make any progress. He might as well use the time to comprehend the word guard, and try to raise the power of the 5 elements defensive sword art to the grand completion realm. This is the word guard, for you. Ing Liexiong didn't refuse Yi Chen's request. On the contrary, he admired it. Most people would go crazy when they saw the word guard. How could they be as calm as Yi Chen? He left the rest of the time for the word guard. This was the best way to increase his strength. After obtaining the word guard, Yi Chen immediately entered the strange space. He didn't have much time left. He didn't dare to be certain that he could completely comprehend the essence of the word, guard, in 2 months. That was because it was even more profound than the words tyrant, break, and illusion. But as long as he could comprehend 20 to 30% of it, it should be enough for it to become a grand completion supreme defensive sword art. A grand completion supreme defensive sword art was twice as important as a grand completion supreme offensive sword art. If the attack was high and the defense was weak, then others could find your flaws and defeat you. But if your defense was also high, then even if others found your flaws, it would be very difficult to defeat you. Offense was used to defeat others while defense was used to protect oneself. Yi Chen's advantage was that he had the immortal sword body. With the immortal sword body and the guard, even ordinary legendary supremes wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Chen. Chapter 1354. In the center of the wilderness god continent, there was an ancient pagoda. The pagoda was very high, reaching all the way to the clouds. It was a place that even legendary supremes could not reach. On the eaves of every floor of the pagoda there were 4 bells. The bells did not move at all, and even when the wind blew, it did not move. On the signboard on the first floor of the pagoda there were 2 words, Wilderness God. On this day, dozens of people from each of the 5 tribes flew towards the Wilderness God pagoda. 10 of them were the young experts of the tribes. Among the people of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, Lan Yu whispered to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, how much progress have you made in comprehending the word, guard, in 2 months?" She was very clear about how terrifying Battle Bear, Kang Xueli and Evil Star were. 100 years ago the 3 of them were no weaker than Ing Tianjia. After 100 years she really did not know what realm the 3 of them had reached. Perhaps they were already at the legendary supremes level. I have roughly comprehended 30 to 40% of its essence. Don't worry, my extreme prosperity decline has already reached the large success stage. With my defense I still have a chance. In a short while the group arrived beside the Wilderness God Pagoda. The Wilderness God Pagoda released a faint pressure that made everyone not dare to make any noise. The people of the Star Sea Tribe, Battle Pagoda Tribe, Redbud Flower Tribe, and Yunzhong Tribe arrived slightly later than the people of the Unfalling Eagle Tribe. The leaders of the 5 tribes did not look around and did not exchange glances with each other. The young experts sized each other up. After all, they were the ones to enter the Wilderness God Pagoda, so they had to see if there were any new faces. Who is that black-robed young man from Yunzhong Tribe? Why haven't I seen him before? He should be a rising genius from Yunzhong Tribe. He looks extraordinary. I actually feel subservient to him. How is this possible? Some of the young experts were puzzled and did not dare to look at him again. It seemed that if they looked at him again, their fighting spirit would vanish. In the Star Sea Tribe, Evil Star frowned slightly. The black-robed young man gave him quite a bit of pressure. Furthermore, he felt that he was very familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen him before. Who is it? That damned black-robed man. How could Evil Star not know that the black robe looked ordinary, but it was able to shield him from observation? Zhan Xiong and Kang Xueli were also sizing up the black-robed youth. Zhan Xiong's eyes burned like torches as he tried to penetrate the black robe. However, no matter how hard he tried, his gaze lingered outside the black robe. What kind of black robe is this? It can actually block my heaven-battling Dharma eyes. It shouldn't be a sage artifact. The Desolate God Tower does not allow sage artifacts to be used. The Desolate God Tower paid particular attention to absolute fairness. Hence, sage artifacts could not be used, only cardinal treasure weapons could be used. Kang Xueli closed her eyes. If someone with supreme heart force were here, they would definitely discover that a heart's eye had appeared in the void. This heart's eye was currently observing the black-robed young man. Heart's eye. The black-robed young man's heart stirred. When one's heart force reached an extremely high level, the heart's eye would be born. The heart's eye was more powerful than any other eye. It could observe down to the smallest detail and would not be affected in any way. The black-robed young man had the bloodline of the great demon king, but he believed that his heart force realm was inferior to Kang Xueli's. Of course, although his heart force realm was inferior, he could still interfere. In the next moment, the black robe fluttered without any wind. A distorted heart force appeared on it, causing the heart's eye to be unable to see anything unless Kang Xueli stubbornly wanted to see through it. However, it was clear that Kang Xueli had given up. Since the other party did not want others to know his identity, he definitely had a way to prevent others from observing him. At this moment, the black-robed young man's expression changed slightly. A pair of eyes had seen through his black robe. Following the source of the gaze, the black-robed young man saw Yi Chen of the Unfalling Eagle tribe. The two's gazes met. Yi Chen's netherworld sacred eye contained the will of hell. It could see through all secrets. Demonic energy, extremely pure demonic energy. Could it be the bloodline of the legendary Great Demon King? Yi Chen had never seen such pure demonic energy. Compared to the other party, the heavenly demon sovereign was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. It was not even worth mentioning. Even the dark witch or dark goddess could not compare to such pure demonic energy. Yi Chen could not think of any other possibility. The only explanation was the bloodline of the Great Demon King. Yi Chen. The black-robed young man knew Yi Chen. It was also thanks to Yi Chen that he came to the Wild's God continent. The outside world was different from the Wild's God continent. It was very difficult to become a supreme in the outside world, but it was much easier in the Wild's God continent. However, for the Great Demon King bloodline, it was the same everywhere. The only difference was that there was Yi Chen in the outside world. Yi Chen became a supreme first and was invincible among the young experts in the world. As for the black-robed young man, he was born too late. The first opportunity was seized by Yi Chen. It was difficult for him to suppress Yi Chen in the outside world. As a Great Demon King bloodline, he could not allow others to suppress him. Therefore he was sent to the Wild's God continent by the demons through a special method. He wanted to establish his own mountain on the Wild's God continent and then return to the universe in an invincible manner to completely suppress Yi Chen. But what would come would come. The two met on the Wild's God continent. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Qin Tianding, the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, said. Okay. The leaders of the 4 tribes nodded. The 10 of you do your best. Do not have any distracting thoughts. Ying Liexiong instructed Yi Chen's group. Yes. Go. Each tribe sent 10 young experts. A total of 50 young experts entered the first level of the Wild's God Tower. The Wild's God Tower had its own universe. The 50 young experts entered, but after entering they were not together. This was a unique space. Yi Chen looked ahead and saw a lump of flesh squirming. Soon the flesh turned into a member of the desolate race. He held a large saber and charged at Yi Chen. The sword in Yi Chen's hand was not the sky sword. In the Wild's God Tower one could not use a sage artifact. He could only use a supremacy weapon. This sword was given to him by Ying Liexiong, the Heavenly Star Sword. It was a grade 5 supremacy sword. Yi Chen killed his opponent in one strike. The opponents on the first level of the Wild's God Tower were very weak. Yi Chen estimated that they were roughly equivalent to the weakest ordinary supremacy. Any genius supremacy could instantly kill him. The second level, the third level. With every level the opponent's strength would increase. Soon Yi Chen reached the 400th level. Ding-ling-ling. Outside the bell rang crazily. Every time the bell rang, it meant that someone had passed that level. To the 50 young experts, the first few hundred levels were not difficult at all. It was just a matter of who was faster and who was slower. Finally, one person was eliminated. It was a young expert from the Battle Pagoda tribe. When this young expert saw that he was the first to be eliminated, his face turned ashen. The blow was too great. He knew that his strength was not much, but to be the first to be eliminated was too embarrassing. The Battle Pagoda tribe's leader snorted coldly and ignored him. Chapter 1355. After the 500th floor, more and more people were eliminated. After half a day, a total of 24 people had been eliminated. 3 from the Redbud Flower tribe, 5 from the Battle Pagoda tribe, 6 from the Yunzhong tribe, 4 from the Star Sea tribe, and 6 from the Unfalling Eagle tribe. In terms of overall strength, the Redbud Flower tribe was clearly superior. At this moment, Yi Chen had already reached the 600th floor. He was one of the fastest. From the 600th floor onwards, the Desolate Spirit already had the strength of a quasi-legend sovereign. It was no longer something that could be easily dealt with. Fortunately, the Desolate Spirit in the Desolate God Tower only needed to deal a certain amount of damage to pass. There was no need to completely annihilate the opponent. Of course, there was no chance of completely annihilating the Desolate Spirit. After parrying the Desolate Spirit's attack, Yi Chen thrust the Heavenly Star Sword forward. The sword beam pierced through the Desolate Spirit's forehead. When fighting against a true quasi-legend sovereign, this strike would definitely not be able to take the opponent's life. It would even be difficult to injure the opponent. One would need to use a supreme sword technique. However, against a Desolate Spirit, there was no need to be so particular. The 601st floor. The 620th floor. The 675th floor. After passing through floor after floor, Yi Chen successfully surpassed the previous Desolate God Tower's highest score of the 655th floor. However, this result was nothing. Now, even Lan Yu had surpassed the previous Desolate God Tower's highest score. 100 years had passed and everyone had made great progress. It would be strange if they stagnated. Among them, the black-robed youth was the fastest. He had already reached the 685th floor, followed by Kang Xueli, who had reached the 682nd floor. Evil Star had reached the 680th floor. War Xiong was slightly lower than Yi Qin, at the 672nd floor. As for the others, they were not as lucky. If they were not eliminated, they were in a deadlock. They could not defeat the desolate spirit in a short period of time, but they were unwilling to be eliminated. The crystal tablet at the entrance of the first floor of the desolate god tower displayed a row of images. The first was the black-robed youth's image. Behind the image was the number 685, indicating that he had passed the 685th floor. The second was Kang Xueli. There were a total of 50 people's images. Yi Qin was ranked 4th, and the last person had only reached the 425th floor. He was the first young expert from the Battle Pagoda tribe to be eliminated. Of the 50 images, 15 were colored and the rest were gray. Colored meant that they were still trying and gray meant that they had quit. Titan, looks like it will be very difficult for your Battle Pagoda tribe's Battle Bear to get first place this time. Qin Tianding, the leader of the Star Sea tribe, looked at Titan with a smile. War Pagoda was ranked 5th. Titan coldly snorted, "That's not necessarily true. War Bear's offense and defense are balanced. His speed in the tower might not be the fastest, but he is definitely the steadiest. Watch." Images. After 2 hours there were only 9 images left. These 9 images were the top 9. The Unfalling Eagle tribe's leader Ing Liexiong had an ugly expression on his face. Ing Tianjia had actually been eliminated and did not enter the top 9. In the previous Desolate God Tower, he had made it to 5th place, earning some time for the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Lan Yu was eliminated along with Ing Tianjia. Although Lan Yu's strength was not weak, she was still too inexperienced. She was unable to make it into the top 9. If not for Yi Qin standing in front of them, the Unfalling Eagle tribe would have lost a lot of face. Ing Tianjia's face alternated between green and white. He did not even dare to look at Ing Liexiong. This time he had suffered a huge blow. It was a bigger blow than losing to Yi Qin. Losing to Yi Qin was a personal honor, but not making it into the top 9 was the tribe's honor. "Leader, I will definitely work hard next time." Ing Tianjia braced himself and said. "Don't say any more." Ing Liexiong waved his hand. He was a bit lucky. Luckily Yor had brought Yi Qin back. Otherwise, the Unfalling Eagle tribe would have been completely annihilated. They would not even be able to fight for a single time. The leader of Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao, smiled and said to Ing Liexiong, "Your Unfalling Eagle tribe is quite lucky. There is actually one more person in the top 9. Ing Liexiong sneered, "Don't be happy too early. As long as he can make it to first place, the Unfalling Eagle tribe will still get 2 times shares. 2 times shares was equivalent to 20 years. It was an average. It was neither a profit nor a loss. If he can make it to first place, I will lose 3 divine stones to you. How about that?" Yun Piaomiao made a bet. Ing Liexiong said without hesitation, "Remember to keep your word." "Don't worry. With so many people here, of course I will keep my word. But what if he doesn't make it to first place? At most, I will give you 3 divine stones." "It's a deal." The two made the bet and then ignored each other, quietly watching the changes in the rankings. 685, 686, 687, 690, 695, 700. The black-robed youngster, who was ranked first, rushed to the 700th floor in one breath. One had to know that the 700th floor and above corresponded to the strength of the legendary supremes. Moreover, looking at the black-robed youngster's speed, it was very average. It seemed like he didn't encounter any obstacles. This was completely different from passing 1 floor in half a day. So powerful. He actually made it to the 700th floor. Could it be that he can fight against the legendary supremes? Although the young experts of Yunzhong tribe had seen the black-robed youngster before, they weren't too familiar with him. Moreover, they had been defeated by him before. At this moment, they realized that the black-robed youngster's strength was much stronger than theirs. He had never fought against them seriously before. Naturally, he can fight against the legendary supremes if he made it to the 700th floor. However, he should just be an ordinary legendary supremes. Let's see how many floors he can reach, Yun Lai, who used to be the top young expert of Yunzhong tribe, said. Yun Piaomiao looked at Ing Liexiong proudly. The bloodline of the great demon king was so terrifying. There was no doubt that he would be ranked first. Ing Liexiong's expression changed slightly. As a legendary supremes, he could tell that this wasn't the black-robed youngster's limit. He looked down. Kang Xueli, who was ranked second, had made it to the 695 floor. Evil Star had made it to the 690 floor. Yi Qin had made it to the 688 floor. It wasn't too bad. Father, don't worry. Yi Qin's physical defense is very strong. Lan Yu reminded Ing Liexiong. Yes. Ing Liexiong nodded slightly. Although a high defense didn't mean that he was fast, he could at least resist. As for the black-robed youngster, his attacks must be very strong. Soon, Kang Xueli had also made it to the 700th floor. Kang Siwei, the leader of the Redbud Flower tribe, smiled. Being ranked first now didn't mean that she would be ranked first in the future. She was very confident in Xueli. Unknowingly, there were only 5 people left in the Desolate God Tower. The other 4 had been eliminated. Everyone was paying attention to their rankings and the floors they had passed. Chapter 1356. Following that, Evil Star also reached the 700th floor. This meant that 3 out of the 5 had the strength of a legendary supremacy. It was unknown if Yi Qin and War Bear could reach the 700th floor. Everyone in the Unfalling Eagle tribe held their breaths. Whether Yi Qin could reach the first place was very important to them. If he could not, they would only get a portion of time, which was 10 years. It was too little. Of course, this could not be blamed on Yi Qin. The 3 people before him were too abnormal. Everyone in the Battle Pagoda tribe had grave expressions. They did not expect the competition to be so intense. 695. 696. 697. 698. Lan Yu felt that she had stopped breathing. She stared at Yi Chen's number of floors. 699. 700. Yeah. Lan Yu shouted. Ing Liexiong let out a sigh of relief. There was a huge difference between reaching the 700th floor and not reaching the 700th floor. Reaching the 700th floor meant that Yi Qin also had the power of a legend-ranked supreme warrior, and there would be more competition after that. Yun Piaomiao, the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, snorted coldly. He thought to himself, I have underestimated this kid. Outsiders really cannot be underestimated. After that, War Bear also reached the 700th floor. Tai Tan, the leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, did not have any expression on his face. He already knew that War Bear had the strength of a legendary supremacy. Reaching the 700th floor was expected, so there was no need to make a fuss about it. In the blink of an eye, the 5 had been fighting in the Desolate God Tower for 3 days and 3 nights. The closer one's strength was, the harder it was to defeat the other. This was because they were in the Desolate God Tower. If they were in the outside world, if 2 opponents of similar strength wanted to completely defeat the other, they might not be able to determine the victor even after several days and nights. At the moment, the black-robed youth was still in first place. He had reached the 718th floor. Kang Xueli was second, 715th floor. Evil Star was third, 712th floor. Yi Qin was fourth, 710th floor. War Bear was fifth, 706th floor. The gap between the 5 had shrunk a little. The slowest and fastest were only separated by 12 floors. Another 2 days passed and none of the 5 were eliminated. The black-robed youngster cleared 725 levels, Kang Xueli 723, Evil Star 721, Yi Qin 720, and War Bear 718. The gap between the 2 had shrunk even further. The main reason was that the Desolate Spirit would grow stronger the further it went, and the longer it would take to defeat its opponent. On the 721st floor, Yi Qin brandished the Heavenly Star Sword in his hand. He did his best to search for the Desolate Spirit's weak points. At this stage he had no choice but to bring out his full strength. After fighting for 5 days and 5 nights, his mind, chi and spirit were all focused. He had already fought to the point of forgetting himself. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere. Not only was Desolate Spirit's offense and defense powerful, but its combat techniques were also flawless. If one wanted to find an opening, one would have to take the initiative to force it to reveal one. Got it? After exchanging several thousand blows, Yi Qin finally found a small opening and pierced his sword through Huang Ling's throat. The 722nd floor. Daddy, Yi Qin passed another floor. Lan Yu said excitedly to Ing Liexiong. Ing Liexiong sighed. A year ago Yi Chen's strength was far inferior to his current strength. Who would have thought that in just a year he would improve so much? If he comprehended the word martial, how strong would he be? Ing Liexiong didn't even dare to think about it. How could this be? Ing Tianjia was dumbfounded. Before he was not convinced of Yi Chen's strength. But at this moment he no longer had any intention or fighting spirit to find trouble with Yi Qin. 5 heroes contending for supremacy, but only one can look down on the others. This really makes one's blood boil. The leader of the Star Sea tribe, Qin Tianding, sighed. The 723rd floor, the 724th floor. Yi Qin steadily advanced. A day later he reached the 727th floor. But while he was improving, the others weren't slow either. The black-robed youth was the first to pass the 730th floor. Kang Xueli reached the 728th floor. Xie Xing and Yi Qin were both at the 727th floor. War Bear was gradually pulled away from him. He was now at the 723rd floor. This wasn't to say that War Bear was weak. It was mainly because he was the type to attack head-on. It was difficult to defeat him, but it was also difficult for him to defeat others. I'm almost at my limit. Xie Xing did not know how the others were doing, but he was almost at his limit. Evil reincarnation. An evil phantom image appeared behind him. As the phantom image entered his body, Xie Xing's combat strength immediately skyrocketed. This was a terrifying mystic technique that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to oneself. The 730th floor, the 731st floor, the 732nd floor. Xie Xing reached the 735th floor in one go. He officially surpassed the black-robed youth and became first. Unfortunately, the side effects of using evil reincarnation came. With a moment of carelessness, Xie Xing was eliminated from the Desolate God Tower. When he walked out of the Desolate God Tower, Xie Xing specially glanced at the crystal stone monument. He frowned. He was indeed first, but the other 4 were still inside. Well done. The leader of the Star Sea tribe, Qin Tianding, said to Xie Xing. Xie Xing did not say a word. His eyes stared intently at the black-robed youth's number of floors. He was now at the 733rd floor, only 2 floors away from his first place. Don't worry. They are basically at their limits. You have at least a 50% chance of obtaining first place. Qin Tianding was more worried about the black-robed youth. He hid his strength very well. He wanted to ask the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, Yin Piaomiao, but the black-robed youth did not say anything. Just as Qin Tianding had expected, the black-robed youngster had been stuck on the 733rd floor for a long time. It was obvious that he had reached a critical point. Kang Xueli and Yi Qin were also at the critical point. On the other hand, the War Bear was climbing up step by step. In terms of offense and defense, no one could compete with him. The second to be eliminated was Kang Xueli. She was very strong. She had forcefully made it to the 734th floor. Clearly, she had used all her strength to temporarily surpass the black-robed youth. When she came out, her expression was ugly. However, she quickly regained her composure. Since she could not obtain first place, there was no longer any meaning to her ranking. Fortunately, the Redbud Flower tribe still led the way. 3 people made it into the top 9, earning 3 portions of the time. It was obvious that they had profited. The third to be eliminated was War Bear, which was out of everyone's expectations. They all thought that the third to be eliminated would be Yi Qin. War Bear's offense and defense were strong. He was very resilient. War Bear was eliminated one day after Kang Xueli. He had passed 1 floor less than Kang Xueli, reaching the 733rd floor. Unlucky. War Bear shook his head, feeling very depressed. Ring ring ring. A bell rang out. The black-robed young man had reached the 734th level. He had spent too much time on the 733rd level. Although no one could see what was going on inside, they could guess that he must have experienced a bitter battle before he finally made it through. Now, the black-robed youth was only 1 floor away from Xie Xing's floor. As for Yi Qin, he was still ranked 5th. War Bear had used his trump card at the last moment and surpassed him. His current number of floors was the 732th floor. Chapter 1357. In order to pass the 732th level, Yi Qin had used all his skills. He had basically been defending for half a day before launching a counterattack. It could be said that comprehending the word guard and the immortal sword body accounted for 90% of the credit for Yi Qin reaching the 732th level. As for his attacks, although his time profound had reached 85% completion, his sword burial art was much stronger than tyrant sword form and illusory sword form, and his death cleave was slightly stronger than tyrant sword form and illusory sword form. The desolate spirit on this level was too monstrous. Its attacks were much stronger than Yi Qin's. Yi Qin could only slowly turn the situation around and find an opportunity to counterattack. Yi Qin didn't know how many levels the others had reached, but he knew that the Great Demon King's bloodline was definitely above his. This was an intuition without any reason. The great demon king's bloodline was the legendary bloodline of the demons. Their bloodline contained limitless potential that would never be exhausted. Once the great demon king's bloodline appeared, no matter how amazing a genius was, they would be overshadowed. Since ancient times, it wasn't that there weren't any geniuses that could compete with Yi Qin, but there were almost none that could surpass the great demon king's bloodline. Some people said that the great demon king's bloodline was the pinnacle of bloodlines in the world. They appeared to accept the worship and fear of the world. Continue to persevere. Whether it was for himself or for the future of the human race, Yi Qin felt that he couldn't give up now. Once he gave up, it would be difficult to compete with the great demon king's bloodline or even surpass it. Dang 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 dang. The desolate spirit on the 733th level was suppressing Yi Qin. Yi Qin wanted to counterattack several times, but he was suppressed by the desolate spirit. There was no chance for him to counterattack. Every time he tried his best to defend, it made Yi Qin's mind tense. He was very clear that as long as he made a mistake, the desolate spirit would find an opportunity to eliminate him. I can't hold on any longer. Although Yi Qin gritted his teeth and persevered, he had reached his limit. Wah! Yi Qin's defense finally broke as the desolate spirit cleaved off Yi Qin's left arm. Blood splattered all over Yi Qin's face. In the blink of an eye, the desolate spirit's second strike came at Yi Qin's head. This strike was unavoidable for Yi Qin. In the extreme danger, Yi Qin's expression changed. He seemed to have returned to the strange space where he saw a human figure continuously performing defensive sword arts. Before entering the desolate god tower, due to the short time, he only had 2 months to comprehend it. Therefore he had only managed to comprehend 30 to 40% of the essence. However, right now, some of the essence of the word, defend, had appeared in his mind out of nowhere. It was imprinted in the deepest part of his soul like a slow-motion video. So you can defend like this? Yi Qin was deep in thought. Time seemed to have slowed down, and Yi Qin subconsciously rotated his right arm. Dang, the heavenly star sword blocked Huang Ling's saber, and he borrowed the force of Huang Ling's saber, causing Huang Ling's saber to strike him instead. True defense was not a single-minded defense. Defense also contained offense. It was just like how yin and yang did not grow alone. Defense was at its peak while offense was at its peak. When offense reached the pinnacle, it also contained defense. It was the same principle. With his understanding of the word defend, it became much easier for Yi Qin to deal with the desolate spirit. Most of the power that the desolate spirit exerted was diverted away by Yi Qin, causing a backlash on the desolate spirit. A saber light flashed. Yi Qin was fine, but Huang Ling's head flew up. Level 733 passed. Level 734. The black rogue youth was covered in blood. After all, he was still too young. Although he had limitless potential, he faced the same predicament as Yi Qin, which was that he did not have enough time. If he had another 100 years, not to mention level 734, he was confident that he could even pass level 800. This is also my chance. The Great Demon King bloodline is an invincible bloodline. As long as there is enough pressure, I will definitely be able to make a breakthrough. Time to break through. The black rogue youth forgot everything as he punched out crazily. Every punch brought with it a dazzling black brilliance, like a black meteor flashing across the pitch-black starry sky. His punches became faster and more tyrannical. Finally, the black rogue youth's aura soared. Break. When his aura soared to the limit, the black rogue youth's fist force increased to an unimaginable level. When he punched out, space trembled. Huang Ling was sent flying and a huge crater appeared in his chest. Level 734 passed. Following that, the black rogue youth passed level 735, his result tied with Evil Star. How is this possible? Their speed suddenly increased. Outside the desolate god tower, everyone was dumbfounded. Originally they thought that the two had reached their limits. Who knew that Yi Qin's speed would increase first, and then the black rogue youth's speed would increase as well? They broke through. Ing Liexiong spat out a turbid breath. These two youths were too stunning. Compared to them, Ing Tianjia was like comparing a firefly to the sun and moon. Are these the people from the outside world? Tai Tan, the leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, frowned. The number of supremes in the outside world was countless times less than the desolate god continent, but there were some terrifying peerless geniuses like the Black Rogue Youth, Yi Qin, and Evil Star. Damn it! Who is he? Evil Star could not guess the Black Rogue Youth's identity. Time passed quickly and soon the Black Rogue youngster reached the 736th step, officially surpassing Evil Star. Behind him, Yi Chen also reached the 735th step. This is too easy. Yi Chen borrowed the opponent's strength to fight. Even if the opponent's attack was stronger than his, less than 30% of the attack was effective. The remaining 70% was all transferred by Yi Chen to the opponent. Level 736. Level 737. Level 740. This was the first time Yi Chen felt that defense could be so powerful and domineering. It was simply invincible. No matter how strong the opponent's attack was, unless it was too much stronger, it could be transferred back. Even if it couldn't be transferred back, it could still easily dissipate half of the force. If I can comprehend the entire essence of the word defend, it should be even easier. Yi Chen estimated that he had roughly comprehended 70% to 80% of the essence of the word defend. If Yi Chen had made a breakthrough in his defense, then the Black Robe Youth had made a breakthrough in his offense. His extreme offense allowed him to be unstoppable. However, it also proved that one could not last long. No matter how strong one's offense was, if one could not defeat the opponent in an instant, then it would be time to test one's defense. Clearly, the Black Robe Youth's defense was not as good as Yi Chen's. He had just used his offense to cover up this weakness. Puchi. The Black Robe Youth was split into two by the saber strike. His result was the 745th level. As he walked out of the desolate God Tower, his heart skipped a beat. Yi Chen had not come out yet and the projection was still colored. He had only cleared level 743. The Desolate Spirit Saber technique in the next two levels is very domineering. Let's see how you clear them. Thinking of how terrifying the 744 and 745 levels were, the Black Robe Youth calmed down. Chapter 1358. Just as the Black Robe young man had said, the Desolate Spirit on the 744th level was extremely monstrous. Its blade art was unbelievably tyrannical. Every time it slashed out, there would be a thunderous explosion. 5 colored lightning flashed on the treasured blade, like 5 different colored lightning dragons converging together, bursting out with a blade energy that could destroy all life. Then, as soon as they clashed, Yi Chen immediately felt that something was wrong. The opponent's blade art was too exquisite and overbearing. His own sword stance was at its peak and then declined. No, it should be called the defensive sword stance. Although the defensive sword stance was much stronger than ordinary Great Success Supreme Sword Arts, it had not reached the level of a perfect supreme martial art. Moreover, the Desolate Spirit's blade art was not far from perfection. In terms of maturity, it was no weaker than the defensive sword stance. Yi Chen had no way to borrow strength to counter it. Sword Burial Art. Switching from defense to offense, Yi Chen stabbed towards the oncoming Desolate Spirit. Thousands of petals fluttered in the air, and the Desolate Spirit's movements became slower and slower. Finally, it froze in the void. But just as Yi Chen was about to stab it, the Desolate Spirit's body trembled and slid away like a fish, avoiding the sword. The Desolate Spirit on this level had incredible heart force. It could be immune to 90% of the power of space and time. The power of the heart surpassed everything. As long as the heart was strong enough, there was really nothing that could restrain it. In the end, Yi Chen relied on the defensive sword stance to defeat the Desolate Spirit. After all, the Desolate Spirit's attacks could not break the defensive sword stance. Yi Chen could use the defensive sword stance to block when the Desolate Spirit attacked, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. And when the Desolate Spirit faced Yi Chen's attacks, it could only block or dodge again and again. There was bound to be a flaw. The 745th level. This level of Desolate Spirit was equivalent to an enhanced version of the previous level. The blade technique seemed to have surpassed Yi Chen's defensive sword form. The penetration of the Thunder Blade force was extremely strong. Fortunately, Yi Chen's immortal sword body was not weak either. Even if the defensive sword form could not offset all the blade force, the immortal sword body could still barely withstand it. Outside the desolate God Tower, the Black Robe Youth's expression turned gloomy. He was just one level away and Yi Chen's results would be the same as his. Originally, he did not think much of Yi Chen, thinking that it was only natural for him to surpass him. However, now he could faintly feel that Yi Chen would be his greatest opponent in this life, a formidable opponent. After 12 hours, Yi Chen passed the 745th floor. After spending a day, Yi Chen passed the 746th floor. When he reached the 747th floor, Yi Chen's defensive sword stance collapsed. It could not be defended at all. The Desolate Spirit's blade technique had reached the level of a perfected supreme blade technique. With just one strike, Yi Chen's defensive sword stance was broken. With the second strike, Yi Chen was sent flying. With the third strike, Yi Chen was cleaved in half. It was a clean and efficient move. Finally, Yi Chen reached the 746th floor, one level higher than the black-robed youth. We won. Lan Yu cried out in excitement. We really won. Ing Liexiong was also very happy. It was not easy for him to obtain first place. At least he did not embarrass the Unfalling Eagle tribe. He decided to give all the 3 divine stones from the bet with Yin Miao Miao to Yi Chen. After all, they had benefited greatly from Yi Chen. The time to comprehend the Wu character was also given to Yi Chen. Originally it was 1 year, but now it was 2 years. No more. He had to comprehend the Wu character. Lan Yu also had to comprehend the Wu character, and some of the elders of the Unfalling Eagle tribe also had to comprehend the Wu character. Yi Chen obtaining first place was out of everyone's expectations. The leaders of the other 4 tribes were a little indignant. Yun Miao Miao, when will you give me my 3 divine stones? Ing Liexiong said. Yun Miao Miao's heart was filled with hatred. He originally thought that the Great Demon King bloodline would definitely be able to get first place, but who knew that there would be a time when the bloodline could not compete with others. 3 divine stones was not a small number. Even if it was him, he would have to spend a lot of effort and time to obtain it. But, as the leader of a rank 8 tribe, he still wanted to save face. I only have 2 divine stones here. The remaining one, I'll give it to you in the future. As he spoke, Yun Miao Miao took out 2 divine stones from his storage ring and threw them to Ing Liexiong. Haha, no rush. I, Ing Liexiong, am not a stingy person. The remaining one you can give it to me in 1 year. Ing Liexiong stated the time limit of 1 year. Otherwise, who knew how long the other party would drag it out for? Ing Liexiong, you really hid yourself well. You managed to find an outside genius to help you without making a sound. The leader of Star Ocean Tribe, Chen Tianding, looked at Yi Chen with interest and said to Ing Liexiong. Luck. Ing Liexiong laughed. Let's go. The Battle Tower Tribe's Tai Tan turned around and left with a dark face. This time, the Battle Tower Tribe only had 1 person in the top 9, which was the tribe with the least amount of time. Brother, let's spar when we have time. The Battle Bear did not really care about this result, so he sent a message to Yi Chen before leaving. Evil Star looked at the young man in black robes and then at Yi Chen, his brows furrowed. He did not know where these 2 came from, but he had a feeling that they would have countless conflicts in the future. I, Evil Star Supreme, have dominated the world for so many years. I will not give up easily. For the first time, Evil Star felt that he had not worked hard enough before. If these 2 had appeared earlier, perhaps his power would have been even higher, because only with competition would he have the will to fight. Interesting, but this is what makes it challenging. With the bloodline of the Great Demon King, the black-robed young man did not have any weaknesses. It was the same for his temperament. Losing to Yi Chen did not make him feel any negative emotions. This only stimulated his potential. Since ancient times, there had been many astounding geniuses. The bloodline of the Great Demon King could not gain the upper hand from the beginning, but the final victor was undoubtedly the bloodline of the Great Demon King. Continue working hard. The stronger you are, the stronger I will be. The black-robed young man was like a black bolt of lightning, disappearing on the spot. After the people from the 4 major tribes left, the people from the Unsetting Eagle tribe also began their journey back to the Unsetting Eagle tribe. On the crystal tablet at the entrance of the first level of the Wilderness God Tower, the 50 images gradually disappeared. The top 3 flickered. According to the rules, the first tribe would be the first to obtain the word, Wu. Previously, Yunzhong tribe was the last to obtain the word, Wu. Therefore, the next day Yunzhong tribe's leader Yun Piao Miao sent the word Wu over. Yi Chen was not in a hurry to comprehend the word Wu. He planned to first comprehend the word time and guard. According to the literal meaning of the word Wu, it contained the ultimate profoundness of martial arts. Without sufficient preparation, it would be very strenuous to comprehend it. 2 years might be a waste of time. After spending an entire year, Yi Chen finally comprehended the time ultimacy to the 90% realm. However, in the following months, it was difficult for him to progress further. It turned out that after the time ultimacy reached the 90% realm, he needed to raise his martial Dao Yuan soul to the silver rank if he wanted to continue comprehending it. The power of space and time, which was formed by the combination of the time ultimacy and space ultimacy, was the strongest power. It was not easy to control it. With the time ultimacy at the 90% realm, Yi Chen's sword burial art had finally reached perfection. It was a truly perfected supreme sword move. With one strike, 3,000 flower petals danced. Chapter 1359. After passing the word to Ing Liexiong, Yi Chen began to comprehend the word, defend. Yi Chen had already comprehended 70 to 80% of the word's essence. only lacking the last 20 to 30%. As long as he comprehended this 20 to 30%, he would be able to reach the level of a perfect supreme defensive sword technique. In the strange space of the word, defend, the silhouette displayed the defensive sword technique again and again. Every time he displayed the defensive sword technique, Yi Chen would gain some insights. Defense is just a goal, the process does not need to be blindly defensive. One can borrow strength to fight strength, one can retreat to advance, one can advance to retreat, one can meet force with force, one can change hardness to softness, one can use softness to overcome hardness. The process is ever-changing, but the result is the same, which is to block the enemy's attack. Leaving the strange space of the word defend, Yi Chen took out the heavenly star sword and began to practice. In the past, when Yi Chen used the sword technique, the 5-colored sword light would form a huge ball of light to protect Yi Chen. Now, when Yi Chen used the sword technique, the sword light would change from visible to invisible, from colored to colorless, but once it entered the range of the sword technique, it would be out of control, the sword energy would surge, making it hard for people to tell what was real and what was fake. Instead, it was 10 to 100 times stronger than the huge ball of light formed by the 5-colored sword light. On this day, Ing Liexiong arrived nearby, excited to see his prey. Ing Liexiong punched at Yi Chen. Be careful. Ing Liexiong was a top expert among the legendary supremes, his fist energy was vast, even if it was just a casual attack, it would far surpass the Desolate Spirit on the 747th floor of the Desolate God Tower. Before the fist energy arrived, Yi Chen's sword technique had already fluctuated, like a tsunami crashing over, wanting to destroy all of his defenses. Retreat to advance, use softness to overcome hardness, turn hardness to softness, meet force with force, advance to retreat, borrow strength to fight strength. Almost subconsciously, Yi Chen took a series of measures. First, he avoided the sharpness of the fist power, avoiding the most powerful attacking point of the fist power. Then he softened his sword power, using softness to defeat the toughness. When the fist power weakened a bit, his sword power suddenly became more aggressive. He took the posture of advancing as if he was retreating. Finally, he used the power of the fist power to counterattack, which dissolved most of the fist power. Although the remaining part of the fist power could not be dissolved, the damage it brought was reduced by hundreds of times. Alright. This defensive sword stance of yours is almost at perfection, right? Ing Liexiong praised. He had only used 1/10,000th of his strength in that punch. It should be known that he was different from Yi Chen. Yi Chen's battle prowess had only reached the legendary supreme level, while he had reached the legendary supreme level in all aspects. In every aspect he was far superior to Yi Chen. Therefore, even if it was just 1/10,000th of his strength, not everyone would be able to withstand it. Just a little more. Yi Chen let out a breath and looked at Ing Liexiong. There's no rush. Cultivating martial arts isn't something that can be done in a day. Sometimes you need to gain enlightenment. Yes, the leader is right. How could Yi Chen not understand? Right now, his defensive sword stance was infinitely close to perfection, but it was just lacking a little bit. Yi Chen had a feeling that if he wanted to reach perfection, he had to grasp the principle of returning to the origin. It was like a whirlpool in the deep sea. It didn't matter if it was a glacier or a tsunami, as long as the whirlpool was big enough, it would be able to swallow everything and dissolve everything. When are you preparing to comprehend the word, Wu? Lan Yu has already comprehended it for almost a year. When the year is up, we will decide on the next person to comprehend it. Ing Liexiong asked. Yi Chen thought for a while and said, then it's my turn. Who knows, I might be able to comprehend the essence of the word defend. All right. Ing Liexiong nodded. Very quickly, Lan Yu came out of seclusion. On the first day, she came to find Yi Chen and wanted to spar with him. Yi Chen, you need to be careful. This time, comprehending the word, Wu, has allowed my blade techniques to improve by leaps and bounds. All of them have reached perfection. Just bring it on. Yi Chen smiled. Revolving blade wheel. Lan Yu used a powerful blade technique right from the start. The spiraling blade light swept around crazily. Compared to the past, revolving blade wheel's charging time was shorter, and the explosion was fiercer. Break. Using Overlord sword stance, Yi Chen blocked it with his sword. Clang clang clang. Overlord sword stance was also a great perfection sword technique, and it was evenly matched with revolving blade wheel. When the blade and sword clashed, sparks flew everywhere. Overlord blade chop. Void breaking blade. Illusionary moon blade. Lan Yu's ultimate moves were frequent. Every move was a great success Supreme Saber move, and it wasn't an ordinary great success Supreme Saber move. Unfortunately, against Yi Chen, none of these techniques were effective. Taste the blade technique I created based on the word, Wu, Blue Age. Lan Yu's whole body leapt up and gently slashed down with her blade. All of a sudden, a crystal-shattering sound was heard, and blue crystal fragments were everywhere. Yi Chen's sword attack could not completely destroy the crystals, and could only make them more and more fragmented, which was hard to defend against. Amazing! How could Yi Chen not see that Lan Yu's blade technique was close to perfection? If he used sword burial art, Yi Chen would definitely be able to break it, but he wanted to try defensive sword stance. When defensive sword stance was used, the sword light was formless and colorless, but Lan Yu could clearly feel a whirlpool forming where Yi Chen was. Her blade energy disappeared without a trace. Of course, Blue Age was close to perfection. Although it couldn't break Yi Chen's defensive sword stance, it could make Yi Chen too busy to counterattack. You're really abnormal. You've comprehended the word defend to this level in such a short time. Lan Yu descended from the sky and said speechlessly. Yi Chen said, your Blue Age is not bad. It has the meaning of endless. Lan Yu mainly cultivated the yin and yang profound. Yin and yang coexisted, and Blue Age displayed the essence of the yin and yang profound to the extreme. But it's not perfection yet. Lan Yu sighed and took out a huge stone from her storage ring, handing it over to Yi Chen. This is the word, Wu. Comprehend it well. In the courtyard, a huge stone towered there with a huge word written on it, Wu. This word seemed like an emperor. It was only a word, but it gave Yi Chen a feeling of inferiority. It was as if this word had transformed into an invincible martial artist. Even if it was motionless, it still gave off an intense feeling of intimidation, not daring to have the slightest blasphemous thought. The word, Wu, left behind by a demigod contains at least half of the demigod's martial arts essence, his lifetime of comprehension. Yi Chen could feel the boundless essence of martial arts from the word, Wu. Just a little bit would be enough for him to digest for a long time. It would be impossible for him to digest it completely, unless he could become a legendary sovereign and a peak one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to comprehend this word, Wu. I'll take it slow. I'll cultivate the 5-element sword arts to greater completion first, then to perfection. Yi Chen calmed his mind and entered the strange space of the word, Wu. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.